Section 1 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. Section 1. The Viaticum. After all, Count de Varsy said, stirring his tea with the slow movements of a prelate, what truth was there in anything that was said at court, almost without any restraint? And did the Empress, whose beauty has been ruined by some secret grief, who will no longer see anyone, and who soothes her continual mental weariness by some journeys without an object and without a rest, in foggy and melancholy islands? And did she really forget Caesar's wife ought not even to be suspected? Did she really give herself to that strange and attractive corrupter, Ladislas Ferkoz? The bright night seemed to be scattering handfuls of stars into the placid sea, which was as calm as a blue pond slumbering in the depths of a forest. Among the tall climbing roses which hung a mantle of yellow flowers to the fretted baluster of the terrace, there stood out in the distance the illuminated fronts of the hotels and villas, and occasionally women's laughter was heard above the dull, monotonous sound of surf and the noise of the foghorns. Then Captain Sigmund Orshaz, whose sad and pensive face of a soldier who has seen too much slaughter and too many charnel houses, was marked by a large scar, raised his head and said in a grave, haughty voice, "Nobody has lied in accusing Maria Gloriosa of adultery, and nobody has calumniated the Empress and her minister, whom God has damned in the other world. Ladislas Ferkoz was his sovereign's lover until he died, and made his august master ridiculous and almost odious. For the man, no matter who he be, who allows himself to be flouted by a creature who is unworthy of bearing his name and of sharing his bread, who puts up with such disgrace, who does not crush the guilty couple with all the weight of his power, is not worth pity, nor does he deserve to be spared the mockery. And if I affirm that so harshly, my dear Count, although years and years have passed since the sponge passed over that old story, the reason is that I saw the last chapter of it quite in spite of myself, however, for I was the officer who was on duty at the palace, and obliged to obey orders, just as if I had been on the field of battle. And on that day I was on duty near Maria Gloriosa." Madame de Lumière, who had begun an animated conversation on crinolines amidst the fragrant odor of Russian cigarettes, and who was making fun of the striking toilettes with which she had amused herself by scanning through her opera glasses a few hours previously at the races, stopped. For even when she was talking most volubly, she always kept her ears open to hear what was being said around her. And as her curiosity was aroused, she interrupted Sigmund Orshaz. "Ah, monsieur," she said, "you are not going to leave our curiosity unsatisfied. A story about the Empress puts all our scandals on the beach, and all our questions of dress into the shade. And I am sure," she added with a smile at the corners of her mouth, "that even our friend, Madame Dormant, will leave off flirting with Monsieur la Brassard to listen to you." Captain Orshaz continued, with his large blue eyes full of recollections. "It was in the middle of a grand ball that the Emperor was giving on the occasion of some family anniversary, though I forget exactly what, and where Maria Gloriosa, who was in great grief as she had heard that her lover was ill, and his life almost despaired of, far from her, was going about with her face as pale as that of Our Lady of Sorrows, seemed to be a soul in affliction, appeared to be ashamed of her bare shoulders, as if she were being made a parade of in the light, while he, the adored of her heart, was lying on a bed of sickness, getting weaker every moment, longing for her and perhaps calling for her in his distress. About midnight, when the violins were striking up the quadrille, which the Emperor was to dance with the wife of the French ambassador, one of the ladies of honor, Countess Satan, went up to the Empress and whispered a few words to her in a very low voice. Maria Gloriosa grew still paler, but mastered her emotion and waited until the end of the last figure. Then, however, she could not restrain herself any longer, and even without giving any pretext for running away in such a manner, and leaning on the arm of her lady of honor, she made her way through the crowd as if she were in a dream, and went to her own apartments. I told you that I was on duty that evening at the door of her rooms, and according to etiquette, I was going to salute her respectfully, but she did not give me time. "Captain," she said excitedly and vehemently, "give orders for my own private coachman, Hans Hildesheim, to get a carriage ready for me immediately." But, thinking better of it, immediately she went on, "But no, we should only lose time, and every minute is precious. Give me a cloak quickly, madame, and a lace veil. We will go out one of the small doors in the park and take the first conveyance we see." She wrapped herself in her furs, hid her face in her mantilla, and I accompanied her, without at first knowing what this mystery was, and where we were going on this mad expedition. I hailed a cab that was dawdling by the side of the pavement, and when the Empress gave me the address of Ladislas Ferkoz, the Minister of State, in a low voice, in spite of my usual phlegm, I felt a vague shiver of emotion, one of those movements of hesitation and recoil from which the bravest are not exempt at times. But how could I get out of this unpleasant part of acting as her companion, and how show want of politeness to a sovereign who had completely lost her head? Accordingly, we started, but the Empress did not pay any more attention to me than if I had not been sitting by her side in that narrow conveyance, but stifled her sobs with her pocket handkerchief, muttered a few incoherent words, and occasionally trembled from head to foot. Her lover's name rose to her lips as if it had been a response in a litany, and I thought that she was praying to the Virgin that she might not arrive too late to see Ladislas Ferkoz again in the possession of his faculties, and keep him alive for a few hours. Suddenly, as if in reply to herself, she said, "I will not cry any more. He must see me looking beautiful, so that he may remember me, even in death." When we arrived, I saw that we were expected, and that they had not doubted that the Empress would come to close her lover's eyes with a last kiss. She left me there, and hurried to Ladislas Ferkoz's room, without even shutting the doors behind her, where his beautiful, sensual, gypsy head stood out from the whiteness of the pillows. But his face was quite bloodless, and there was no life left in it, except in his large, strange eyes that were striated with gold, like the eyes of an astrologer or of a bearded vulture. The cold numbness of the death struggle had already laid hold of his robust body and paralyzed his lips and arms, and he could not reply even by a sound of tenderness to Maria Gloriosa's wild lamentations and amorous cries. Neither reply nor smile, alas! But his eyes dilated and glistened like the last flame that shoots up from an expiring fire, and filled them with a world of dying thoughts, of divine recollections, of delirious love. They appeared to envelop her in kisses. They spoke to her, they thanked her, they followed her movements and seemed delighted at her grief. And, as if she were replying to their mute supplications, as if she had understood them, Maria Gloriosa suddenly tore off her lace, threw aside her fur cloak, stood erect beside the dying man, whose eyes were radiant, desirable in her supreme beauty, with her bare shoulders, her bust like marble, and her fair hair, in which diamonds glistened, surrounding her proud head like that of the goddess Diana, the huntress, and with her arms stretched out towards him in an attitude of love, of embrace and of blessing. He looked at her in ecstasy. He feasted on her beauty and seemed to be having a terrible struggle with death, in order that he might gaze at her, that apparition of love, a little longer, see her beyond eternal sleep, and prolong this unexpected dream. And when he felt that it was all over with him, and that even his eyes were growing dim, 2 great tears rolled down his cheeks. When Maria Gloriosa saw that he was dead, she piously and devoutly kissed his lips and closed his eyes, like a priest who closes the gold tabernacle after service on an evening after benediction. And then, without exchanging a word, we returned through the darkness to the palace where the ball was still going on. There was a minute's silence, and while Madame de Lumière, who was very much touched by this story, and whose nerves were rather highly strung, was drying her tears behind her open fan, suddenly the harsh and shrill voices of the fast women who were returning from the casino, by the strange irony of fate, struck up an idiotic song, which was then in vogue. Oh, the poor, oh, the poor, oh, the poor dear girl. End of section 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 2 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Relics. They had given him a grand public funeral, like they do victorious soldiers who have added some dazzling pages to the glorious annals of their country, who have restored courage to desponding heads, and cast over other nations the proud shadow of their country's flag, like a yoke under which those went who were no longer to have a country or liberty. During a whole bright and calm night, when falling stars made people think of unknown metamorphoses and the transmigration of souls, who knows whether tall cavalry soldiers in their cuirasses and sitting as motionless as statues on their horses had watched by the dead man's coffin, which was resting, covered with wreaths, under the porch of the heroes, every stone of which is engraved with the name of a brave man and of a battle. The whole town was in mourning, as if it had lost the only object that had possession of its heart, and which it loved. The crowd went silently and thoughtfully down the avenue of the Champs-Élysées, and they almost fought for the commemorative medals and the common portraits which hawkers were selling, or climbed upon the stands which street boys had erected here and there, and whence they could see over the heads of the crowd. The Place de la Concorde had something solemn about it, with its circle of statues hung from head to foot, with long crape coverings, which looked in the distance like widows, weeping and praying. According to his last wish, Jean Ramel had been conveyed to the Pantheon in the wretched pauper's hearse, which conveys them to the common grave at the shambling trot of some thin and broken-winded horse. That dreadful black conveyance, without any drapery, without plumes and without flowers, which was followed by ministers and deputies, by several regiments with their bands, and their flags flying above the helmets and the sabers, by children from the national schools, by delegates from the provinces, and an innumerable crowd of men in blouses, of women, of shopkeepers from every quarter, had a most theatrical effect. And while standing on the steps of the Pantheon, at the foot of the massive columns of the portico, the orators successively descanted on his apotheosis, tried to make their voices predominate over the noise, emphasized their pompous periods, and finished the performance by a poor third act, which makes people yawn and gradually empties the theater. People remembered who that man had been, on whom such posthumous honors were being bestowed, and who was having such a funeral. It was Jean Ramel. Those 3 sonorous syllables called up a leonine head, with white hair thrown back in disorder, like a mane, with features that looked as if they had been cut out with a bill-hook, but which were so powerful, and in which there lay such a flame of life, that one forgot their vulgarity and ugliness. With black eyes under bushy eyebrows, which dilated and flashed like lightning, now were veiled as if in tears, and then were filled with serene mildness, with a voice which now growled so as almost to terrify its hearers, and which would have filled the hall of some working-men's club, full of the thick smoke from strong pipes, without being affected by it, and then would be soft, coaxing, persuasive, and unctuous, like that of a priest who is holding out promises of paradise, or giving absolution for our sins. He had had the good luck to be persecuted, to be, in the eyes of the people, the incarnation of that lying formula which appears on every public edifice, of those 3 words of the golden age which make those who think, those who suffer, and those who govern smile somewhat sadly: liberty, fraternity, equality. Luck had been kind to him, had sustained, had pushed him on by the shoulders, and had set him up on his pedestal again when he had fallen down, like all idols do. He spoke and he wrote, and always in order to announce the good news to all the multitudes who suffered, no matter to what grade of society they might belong, to hold out his hand to them and to defend them, to attack the abuses of the code, that book of injustice and severity, to speak the truth boldly, even when it lashed his enemies as if it had been a whip. His books are like gospels which are read chapter by chapter, and warmed the most despairing and the most sorrowing hearts, and brought comfort, hope, and dreams to each. He had lived very modestly until the end, and appeared to spend nothing, and he only kept one old servant, who spoke to him in the Basque dialect. That chaste philosopher, who had all his life long feared women's snares and wiles, who had looked upon love as a luxury made only for the rich and idle, which unsettles the brain and interferes with acuteness of thought, had allowed himself to be caught like an ordinary man, late in life, when his hair was white and his forehead deeply wrinkled. It was not, however, as happens in the visions of solitary ascetics, some strange queen or female magician with stars in her eyes and witchery in her voice, some loose woman who held up the symbolical lamp immodestly to light up her radiant nudity, and the pink and white bouquet of her sweet-smelling skin, some woman in search of voluptuous pleasures, whose lascivious appeals it is impossible for any man to listen to without being excited to the very depths of his being. Neither a princess out of some fairy tale, nor a frail beauty who was an expert in the art of reviving the ardor of old men and of leading them astray, nor a woman who was disgusted with her ideals that always turned out to be alike, and who dreamt of awakening the heart of one of those men who suffer, who have afforded so much alleviation to human misery, who seem to be surrounded by a halo, and who never knew anything but the true, the beautiful, and the good. It was only a little girl of 20, who was as pretty as a wildflower, who had a ringing laugh, white teeth, and a mind that was as spotless as a new mirror, in which no figure has been reflected as yet. He was in exile at the time for having given public expression to what he thought, and he was living in an Italian village which was buried in chestnut trees and situated on the shores of a lake that was narrow and so transparent that it might have been taken for some nobleman's fish pond, that was like an emerald in a large park. The village consisted of about 20 red-tiled houses. Several paths, paved with flint, led up the side of the hill, among the vines where the Madonna, full of grace and goodness, extended her indulgence. For the first time in his life, Ramel remarked that there were some lips that were more desirable, more smiling than others, that there was hair in which it must be delicious to bury the fingers like in fine silk, and which it must be delightful to kiss, and that there were eyes which contained an infinitude of caresses, and he had spelled right through the eclogue, which at length revealed true happiness to him, and he had had a child, a son, by her. This was the only secret that Ramel jealously concealed, and which no more than 2 or 3 of his oldest friends knew anything about. And while he hesitated about spending 2 pence on himself, and went to the Institute and to the Chamber of Deputies outside an omnibus, Peppa led the happy life of a millionaire, who was not frightened of the tomorrow, and brought up her son like a little prince, with a tutor and 3 servants, who had nothing to do but to look after him. All that Ramel made went into his mistress's hands, and when he felt that his last hour was approaching, and that there was no hope for his recovery, in full possession of his faculties and joy in his dull eyes, he gave his name to Peppa and made her his lawful widow, in the presence of all his friends. She inherited everything that her former lover left behind, a considerable income from his share of the annual profits on his books, and also his pension, which the state continued to pay to her. Little Ramel throve wonderfully amidst all this luxury, and gave free scope to his instincts and his caprices, without his mother ever having the courage to reprove him in the least, and he did not bear the slightest resemblance to Jean Ramel. Full of pranks, effeminate, a superfine dandy, and precociously vicious, he suggested the idea of those pages at the court of Florence, whom we frequently meet with in the Decameron, and who were the playthings for the idle hands and tips of the patrician ladies. He was very ignorant, and lived at a great rate, bet on races, and played cards for heavy stakes, with seasoned gamblers, old enough to be his father, and it was distressing to hear this lad joke about the memory of him whom he called the old man, and persecute his mother because of the worship and adoration which she felt for Jean Ramel, whom she spoke of as if he had become a demigod when he died, like in Roman theogony. He would have liked altogether to have altered the arrangement of that kind of sanctuary, the drawing room, where Peppa kept some of her husband's manuscripts, the furniture that he had most frequently used, the bed on which he had died, his pens, his clothes, his weapons. And one evening, not knowing how to dress himself up more originally than the rest for a masked ball that stout Toinette Danichef was going to give as her housewarming, without saying a word to his mother, he took down the academician's dress, the sword and cocked hat that had belonged to Jean Ramel, and put it on as if it had been a disguise on Shrove Tuesday. Slightly built, and with thin arms and legs, the wide clothes hung on him, and he was a comical sight with the embroidered skirt of his coat sweeping the carpet, and his sword knocking against his heels. The elbows and the collar were shiny and greasy from wear, for the master had worn it until it was threadbare, to avoid having to buy another, and had never thought of replacing it. He made a tremendous hit, and fair Liline Ablette laughed so at his grimaces and his disguise that night she threw over Prince Noureddin for him, although he had paid for her house, her horses, and everything else, and allowed her 6,000 francs a month, £240, for extras and pocket money. End of section 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 3 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Thief. Certainly, Dr. Sorbier exclaimed, who, while appearing to be thinking of something else, had been listening quietly to those surprising accounts of burglaries and of daring acts which might have been borrowed from the trial of Cartouche. Certainly I do not know any viler fault, nor any meaner action than to attack a girl's innocence, to corrupt her, to profit by a moment of unconscious weakness and of madness, when her heart is beating like that of a frightened fawn, when her body, which has been unpolluted up till then, is palpitating with mad desire, and her pure lips seek those of her seducer, when her whole being is feverish and vanquished, and she abandons herself without thinking of the irremediable stain, nor of her fall, nor of the painful awakening on the morrow. The man who has brought this about slowly, viciously, and who can tell with what science of evil, and who in such a case has not steadiness and self-restraint enough to quench that flame by some icy words, who has not sense enough for two, who cannot recover his self-possession and master the runaway brute within him, and who loses his head on the edge of the precipice over which he is going to fall, is as contemptible as any man who breaks open a lock, or as any rascal on the lookout for a house left defenseless and without protection, or for some easy and profitable stroke of business, or as that thief whose various exploits you have just related to us. I, for my part, utterly refuse to absolve him, even when extenuating circumstances plead in his favor, even when he is carrying on a dangerous flirtation in which a man tries in vain to keep his balance, not to exceed the limits of the game any more than at lawn tennis, even when the parts are inverted, and a man's adversary is some precocious, curious, seductive girl who shows you immediately that she has nothing to learn and nothing to experience except the last chapter of love, one of those girls from whom may fate always preserve our sons, and whom a psychological novel writer has christened the semi-virgins. It is, of course, difficult and painful for that coarse and unfathomable vanity which is characteristic of every man, and which might be called maleism, not to stir such a charming fire, to act the Joseph and the fool, to turn away his eyes, and, as it were, to put wax into his ears, like the companions of Ulysses did when they were attracted by the divine, seductive songs of the sirens, just to touch that pretty table covered with a perfectly new cloth, at which you are invited to take a seat before anyone else in such a suggestive voice, and are requested to quench your thirst and to taste that new wine, whose fresh and strange flavor you will never forget. But who would hesitate to exercise such self-restraint if, when he rapidly examined his conscience in one of those instinctive returns to his sober self, in which a man thinks clearly and recovers his head, if he were to measure the gravity of his fault, think of his fault, think of its consequences, of the reprisals, of the uneasiness which he would always feel in the future, and which would destroy the repose and the happiness of his life. You may guess that behind all these moral reflections, such as a graybeard like myself may indulge in, there is a story hidden, and sad as it is, I am sure it will interest you on account of the strange heroism that it shows." He was silent for a few moments, as if to classify recollections, and with his elbows resting on the arms of his easy-chair and his eyes looking into space, he continued in the slow voice of a hospital professor who is explaining a case to his class of medical students at a bedside. He was one of those men who, as our grandfathers used to say, never met with a cruel woman, the type of the adventurous knight who was always foraging, who had something of the scamp about him, but who despised danger and was bold even to rashness. He was ardent in the pursuit of pleasure, and a man who had an irresistible charm about him, one of those men in whom we excuse the greatest excesses as the most natural things in the world. He had run through all his money at gambling and with pretty girls, and so became, as it were, a soldier of fortune, who amused himself whenever and however he could, and was at that time quartered at Versailles. I knew him to the very depths of his childish heart, which was only too easily penetrated and sounded, And I loved him, like some old bachelor uncle loves a nephew who plays him some tricks, but who knows how to make him indulgent towards him and how to wheedle him. He had made me his confidant far more than his adviser, kept me informed of his slightest tricks, though he always pretended to be speaking about one of his friends, and not about himself. And I must confess that his youthful impetuosity, his careless gaiety, and his amorous ardor sometimes distracted my thoughts, and made me envy the handsome, vigorous young fellow who was so happy at being alive, so that I had not the courage to check him, to show him his right road, and to call out to him, "Take care," as children do at blind man's bluff. And one day, after one of those interminable cotillions, where the couples do not leave each other for hours, but have the bridle on their neck and can disappear together without anybody thinking of taking notice of it, the poor fellow at last discovered what love was, that real love which takes up its abode in the very center of the heart and in the brain, and is proud of being there, and which rules like a sovereign and tyrannous master. And so he grew desperately enamored of a pretty but badly brought-up girl, who was as disquieting and as wayward as she was pretty. She loved him, however, or rather, she idolized him despotically, madly, with all her enraptured soul and all her excited person. Left to do as she pleased by imprudent and frivolous parents, suffering from neurosis in consequence of the unwholesome friendships which she contracted at the convent school, instructed by what she saw and heard and knew was going on around her, in spite of her deceitful and artificial conduct, knowing that neither her father nor her mother, who were very proud of their race, as well as avaricious, would ever agree to let her marry the man whom she had taken a liking to, that handsome fellow who had little besides visionary ideas and debts, and who belonged to the middle classes. She laid aside all scruples, thought of nothing but of belonging to him altogether, of taking him for her lover, and of triumphing over his desperate resistance as an honorable man. By degrees, the unfortunate man's strength gave way. His heart grew softened, his nerves became excited, and he allowed himself to be carried away by that current which buffeted him, surrounded him, and left him on the shore like a waif and a stray. They wrote letters full of temptation and of madness to each other, and not a day passed without their meeting, either accidentally, as it seemed, or at parties and balls. She had given him her lips in long, ardent caresses, and she had sealed their compact of mutual passion with kisses of desire and of hope. And at last she brought him to her room, almost in spite of himself. The doctor stopped, and his eyes suddenly filled with tears as these former troubles came back to his mind. And then, in a hoarse voice, he went on, full of horror of what he was going to relate. For months he scaled the garden wall, and holding his breath and listening for the slightest noise, like a burglar who was going to break into a house, he went in by the servants' entrance, which she had left open, went barefoot down a long passage, and up the broad staircase which creaked occasionally, to the second story, where his mistress's room was, and stopped there nearly the whole night. One night, when it was darker than usual, and he was making haste lest he should be later than the time agreed on, the officer knocked up against a piece of furniture in the anteroom and upset it. It so happened that the girl's mother had not gone to sleep yet, either because she had a sick headache or else because she had sat up late over some novel. And frightened at that unusual noise which disturbed the silence of the house, she jumped out of bed, opened the door, saw someone indistinctly running away and keeping close to the wall, and immediately thinking that there were burglars in the house, she aroused her husband and the servants by her frantic screams. The unfortunate man knew what he was about, and seeing into what a terrible fix he had got, and preferring to be taken for a common thief, to dishonoring his adored mistress and to betraying the secret of their guilty love, he ran into the drawing-room, felt on the tables and what-nots, filled his pockets at random with valuable gewgaws, and then cowered down behind the grand piano which barred up a corner of a large room. The servants who had run in with lighted candles found him, and overwhelming him with abuse, seized him by the collar and dragged him, panting and appearing half dead with shame and terror, to the nearest police station. He defended himself with intentional awkwardness when he was brought up for trial, kept up his part with the most perfect self-possession, and without any signs of the despair and anguish that he felt in his heart, and condemned and degraded and made to suffer martyrdom in his honor as a man and as a soldier, he did not protest, but went to prison as one of those criminals whom society gets rid of, like noxious vermin. He died there of misery and of bitterness of spirit, with the name of the fair-haired idol for whom he had sacrificed himself on his lips, as if it had been an ecstatic prayer, and he entrusted his will to the priest who administered extreme unction to him, and requested him to give it to me. In it, without mentioning anybody, and without in the least lifting the veil, he at last explained the enigma, and cleared himself of those accusations, the terrible burden of which he had borne until his last breath. I have always thought myself, though I do not know why, that the girl married, and had several charming children, whom she brought up with the austere strictness and in the serious piety of former days. End of section 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 4 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. A Rupture. It is just as I tell you, my dear fellow. Those two poor things whom we, all of us, envied, who look like a couple of pigeons when they are billing and cooing, and were always spooning until they made themselves ridiculous, now hate each other just as much as they used to adore each other. It is a complete break, and one of those which cannot be mended like you can an old plate. And all for a bit of nonsense, for something so funny that it ought to have brought them closer together, and have made them amuse themselves together until they were ill. But how can a man explain himself when he is dying of jealousy, and when he keeps repeating to his terrified mistress, "You are lying, you are lying," when he shakes her, interrupts her while she is speaking, and says such hard things to her that at last she flies into a rage, has enough of it, becomes hard and mad, and thinks of nothing but of giving him tit for tat, and of paying him out in his own coin, does not care a straw about destroying his happiness, sends everything to the devil, and talks a lot of bosh, which she certainly does not believe. And then, because there is nothing so stupid and so obstinate in the whole world as lovers, neither he nor she will take the first steps and own to having been in the wrong, and regret having gone too far, but both wait and watch, and do not even write a few lines about nothing which would restore peace. No, they let day succeed day, and there are feverish and sleepless nights when the bed seems so hard, so cheerless, and so large, and habits get weakened, and the fire of love that was still smoldering at the bottom of the heart evaporates in smoke. By degrees, both find some reason for what they wish to do. They think themselves idiots to lose the time which will never return in that fashion. And so, good-bye, and there you are. That is how Josine Catanetti and that great idiot Servance separated. Lalie Spring had lighted a cigarette, and the blue smoke played about her fine, fair hair, and made one think of those last rays of the setting sun, which pierced through the clouds at sunset. And resting her elbows on her knees, and with her chin in her hand, in a dreamy attitude, she murmured, "Sad, isn't it?" "Ah," I replied. "At their age, people easily console themselves, and everything begins over again, even love." "Well, Josine had already found somebody else." "And did she tell you her story?" "Of course she did, and it is such a joke. You must know that Servance is one of those fellows like one would wish to have when one has time to amuse oneself. and so self-possessed that he would be capable of ruining all the older ones in a girls' school, and given to trifling as much as most men, so that Josine calls him perpetual motion. He would have liked to have gone on with his fun until the day of judgment, and seemed to fancy that beds were not made to sleep in at all. But she could not get used to being deprived of nearly all her rest, and it really made her ill. But as she wished to be as conciliatory as possible, and to love and to be loved as ardently as in the past, and also to sleep off the effects of her happiness peacefully, she rented a small room in a distant quarter in a quiet, shady street, giving out that she had just come from the country and put hardly any furniture into it except a good bed and a dressing table. Then she invented an old aunt for the occasion, who was ill and always grumbling, and who suffered from heart disease and lived in one of the suburbs. And so, several times a week, Josine took refuge in her sleeping place, and used to sleep late there as if it had been some delicious abode where one forgets the whole world. Sometimes they forgot to call her at the proper time. She got back late, tired, with red and swollen eyelids, involved herself in lies, contradicted herself, and looked so much as if she had just come from the confessional, feeling horribly ashamed of herself, or as if she had hurried home from some assignation, that at last Servance worried himself about it, thought that he was being made a fool of, like so many of his comrades were, got into a rage, and made up his mind to set the matter straight, and so discover who this aunt of his mistress's was, who had so suddenly fallen from the skies. He necessarily applied to an obliging agency where they excited his jealousy, exasperated him day after day by making him believe that Josine Catanetti was making an absolute fool of him, had no more a sick aunt than she had any virtue, but that during the day she continued the little debaucheries which she committed with him at night, and that she shamelessly frequented some discreet bachelor's lodgings, where more than probably one of his own best friends was amusing himself at his expense, and having his share of the cake. He was fool enough to believe these fellows, instead of going and watching Josine himself, putting his nose into the business and going and knocking at the door of her room. He wanted to hear no more, and would not listen to her. For a trifle, in spite of her tears, he would have turned the poor thing into the streets, as if she had been a bundle of dirty linen. You may guess how she flew out at him, and told him all sorts of things to annoy him. She let him believe he was not mistaken, that she had had enough of his affection, and that she was madly in love with another man. He grew very pale when she said that, looked at her furiously, clenched his teeth, and said in a hoarse voice, "Tell me his name! Tell me his name!" "Oh," she said, chaffingly, "you know him very well." And if I had not happened to have gone in, I think there would have been a tragedy. How stupid they are! And they were so happy and loved each other so. And now Josine is living with fat Schweinschön, a low scoundrel, who will live upon her. And Servance has taken up with Sophie Labisque, who might easily be his mother. You know her, that bundle of red and yellow, who has been at this kind of thing for 18 years, and whom Laglandie has christened Secula Seculorum. By Jove, I should rather think I did. End of section 4. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 5 of the works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. A Useful House. Royamont's fat sides shook with laughter at the mere recollection of the funny story that he had promised to his friends, and throwing himself back in the great armchair which he completely filled, that picker-up of bits of pinchbeck, as they called him at the club, at last said, "It is perfectly true. Bordenave does not owe anyone a penny, and can go through any street he likes and publish those famous memoirs of sheriff's officers, which he has been writing for the last 10 years, when he did not dare to go out, and in which he carefully brought out the characters and peculiarities of all those generous distributors of stamped paper with whom he had had dealings, their tricks and wiles, their weaknesses, their jokes, their manner of performing their duties, sometimes with brutal rudeness, and at others with cunning good nature, now embarrassed and almost ashamed of their work, and again ironically jovial, as well the artifices of their clerks to get a few crumbs from their employer's cake. The book will soon be published, and Macon, the vaudeville writer, has promised him a preface, so that it will be a most amusing work. You are surprised, eh? Confess that you are absolutely surprised, and I will lay you any bet you like that you will not guess how our excellent friend, whose existence is an inexplicable problem, has been able to settle with his creditors and suddenly produce the requisite amount. "Do get to the facts, confound it," Captain Hardieu said, who was growing tired of all this verbiage. "All right, I will get to them as quickly as possible," Royaumont replied, throwing the stump of his cigar into the fire. "I will clear my throat and begin. I suppose all of you know that two better friends than Bordenave and Quillanet do not exist. Neither of them could do without the other, and they have ended by dressing alike, by having the same gestures, the same laugh, the same walk, and the same inflections of voice, so that one would think that some close bond united them, and that they had been brought up together from childhood. There is, however, this great difference between them, that Bordenave is completely ruined, and that all that he possesses are bundles of mortgages, laughable parchments which attest his ancient race, and chimerical hopes of inheriting money some day, though these expectations are already heavily hypothecated. Consequently, he is always on the lookout for some fresh expedients for raising money, though he is superbly indifferent about everything, while Sebastian Quillanet, of the banking house of Quillanet Brothers, must have an income of 8,000 francs a year, but is descended from an obscure laborer who managed to secure some of the national property. Then he became an army contractor, speculated on defeat as well as victory, and does not know now what to do with his money. But the millionaire is timid, dull, and always bored. The ruined spendthrift amuses him by his impertinent ways and his libertine jokes. He prompts him when he is at a loss for an answer, extricates him out of his difficulties, serves as his guide in the great forests of Paris, which is strewn with so many pitfalls, and helps him to avoid those vulgar adventures which socially ruins a man, no matter how well ballasted he may be. Then he points out to him what women would make suitable mistresses for him, who make a man noted and have the effect of some rare and beautiful flower pinned into his buttonhole. He is the confidant of his intrigues, his guest when he gives small special entertainments, his daily familiar table companion, and the buffoon whose sly humor one stimulates, and whose worst witticisms one tolerates. "Really, really," the captain interrupted him, "you have been going on for more than a quarter of an hour without saying anything." So Royaumont shrugged his shoulders and continued, "Oh, you can be very tiresome when you please, my dear fellow. Last year, when he was at daggers, drawn with his people, who were deafening him with their recriminations, were worrying him and threatening him with a lot of annoyance, Quillanet got married. A marriage of reason, and which apparently changed his habits and his tastes, more especially as the banker was at that time keeping a perfect little marvel of a woman, a Parisian jewel of unspeakable attractions and of bewitching delicacy, that adorable Suzette Marley, who is just like a pocket Venus, and who, in some prior stage of her existence, must have been Phryne or Lesbia. Of course, he did not get rid of her, but as he was bound to take some judicious precautions which are necessary for a man who is deceiving his wife, he rented a furnished house with a courtyard in front and a garden at the back, which one might think had been built to shelter some amorous folly. It was the nest that he had dreamt of, warm, snug, elegant, the walls covered with silk hangings of subdued tints, large pier glasses, allegorical pictures, and filled with luxurious, low furniture that seemed to invite caresses and embraces. Bordenave occupied the ground floor, and the first floor served as a shrine for the banker and his mistress. Well, just a week ago, in order to hide the situation better, Bordenave asked Quillinet and some other friends to one of those luncheons, which he understands so well how to order. Such a delicious luncheon, that before it was quite over, every man had a woman on his knees already, and was asking himself whether a kiss from coaxing and naughty lips was not 1,000 times more intoxicating than the finest old brandy or the choicest vintage wines, and was looking at the bedroom door wishing to escape to it, although the faculty altogether forbids that fashion of digesting a dainty repast, when the butler came in with an embarrassed look and whispered something to him. "Tell the gentleman that he has made a mistake, and ask him to leave me in peace," Bordenave replied to him in an angry voice. The servant went out and returned immediately to say that the intruder was using threats, that he refused to leave the house, and even spoke of having recourse to the commissary of police. Bordenave frowned, threw his table napkin down, upset 2 glasses, and staggered out with a red face, swearing and stammering out, "This is rather too much, and the fellow shall find out what going out of the window means, if he will not leave by the door." But in the anteroom he found himself face to face with a very cool, polite, impassive gentleman, who said very quietly to him, "You are Count Robert de Bordenave, I believe, monsieur?" "Yes, monsieur." "And the lease that you signed at the lawyer's, Monsieur Albin Calvaire, in the Rue du Faubourg Poissonnier, is in your name, I believe?" "Certainly, monsieur." "Then I regret extremely to have to tell you that if you are not in the position to pay the various accounts which different people have entrusted to me for collection here, I shall be obliged to seize all the furniture, pictures, plate, clothes, etc., which are here, in the presence of 2 witnesses who are waiting for me downstairs in the street." "I suppose this is some joke, monsieur?" "It would be a very poor joke, Monsieur le Comte, and one which I should certainly not allow myself towards you." The situation was absolutely critical and ridiculous, the more so that in the dining room the women who were slightly elevated were tapping the wine glasses with their spoons and calling for him. What could he do except to explain his misadventure to Quillinet, who became sobered immediately, and rather than see his shrine of love violated, his secret sin disclosed, and his pictures, ornaments, and furniture sold, gave a check in due form for the claim there and then, though with a very wry face. And in spite of this, some people will deny that men who are utterly cleared out often have a stroke of luck. End of section 5. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 6 of the works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Accent. It was a large upholstered house, with long white terraces shaded by vines, from which one could see the sea. Large pines stretched a dark dome over the sacked façade, and there was a look of neglect, of want and wretchedness about it all, such as irreparable losses, departures to other countries, and death leave behind them. The interior wore a strange look, with half-unpacked boxes serving for wardrobes, piles of bandboxes, and for seats there was an array of worm-eaten armchairs, into which bits of velvet and silk, which had been cut from old dresses, had been festooned anyhow, and along the walls there were rows of rusty nails which made one think of old portraits and of pictures full of associations which had one by one been bought for a low price by some second-hand furniture broker. The rooms were in disorder and furnished no matter how, while velvets were hanging from the ceilings and in the corners, and seemed to show that as the servants were no longer paid except by hopes, they no longer did more than give them an accidental, careless touch with the broom occasionally. The drawing-room, which was extremely large, was full of useless knickknacks, rubbish which is put up for sale at stalls at watering places, daubs, they could not be called paintings of portraits and of flowers, and an old piano with yellow keys. Such is the home where she who had been called the handsome Madame de Mauriac was spending her monotonous existence, like some unfortunate doll which inconstant, childish hands have thrown into a corner in a loft. She who almost passed for a professional seductress, and whose coquetries, at least so the faithful ones of the party said, had been able to excite a passing and last spark of desire in the dull eyes of the emperor. Like so many others, she and her husband had waited for his return from Elba, had discounted a fresh, immediate chance, had kept up boldly and spent the remains of his fortune at that game of luxury. On the day when the illusion vanished, and he was forced to awake from his dream, Monsieur de Mauriac, without considering that he was leaving his wife and daughter behind him almost penniless, but not being able to make up his mind to come down in the world, to vegetate, to fight against his creditors, to accept the derisive alms of some cynosure, poisoned himself, like a shop-girl who is forsaken by her lover. Madame de Mauriac did not mourn for him, and as this lamentable disaster had made her interesting, and as she was assisted and supported by unexpected acts of kindness, and had a good adviser in one of those old Parisian lawyers who would get anybody out of the most inextricable difficulties, she managed to save something from the wreck and to keep a small income. Then, reassured and emboldened, and resting her ultimate illusions and her chimerical hopes on her daughter's radiant beauty, and preparing for that last game in which they would risk everything, and perhaps also hoping that she might herself marry again, the ancient flirt arranged a double existence. For months and months she disappeared from the world, and as a pretext for her isolation and for hiding herself in the country, she alleged her daughter's delicate health, and also the important interests she had to look after in the south of France. Her frivolous friends looked upon that as a great act of heroism, as something almost superhuman, and so courageous that they tried to distract her by their incessant letters, religiously kept her up in all the scandal and love adventures, in the falls as well as in the apotheosis of the capital. The difficult struggle which Madame de Mauriac had to keep up in order to maintain her rank was really as fine as any of those campaigns in the twilight of glory, as those slow retreats where men only give way inch by inch and fight until the last cartridge is expended, until at last fresh troops arrive, reinforcement which bar the way to the enemy and save the threatened flag. Broken in by the same discipline and haunted by the same dream, mother and daughter lived on almost nothing in the dull, dilapidated house which the peasants called the chateau, and economized like poor people who only have a few hundred francs a year to live on. But Fabienne de Mauriac developed well in spite of everything, and grew up into a woman like some rare flower which is preserved from all contact with the outer air and is reared in a hothouse. In order that she might not lose her Parisian accent by speaking too much with the servants who had remained peasants under their livery, Madame de Mauriac, who had not been able to bring a lady's maid with her on account of the extra cost which her traveling expenses and wages would have entailed, and who, moreover, was afraid that some indiscretion might betray her maneuvers and cover her with ridicule, made up her mind to wait on her daughter herself. And Fabienne talked with nobody but her, saw nobody but her, and was like a little novice in a convent. Nobody was allowed to speak to her or to interfere with her walks in the large garden or on the white terraces that were reflected in the blue water. As soon as the season for the country and the seaside came, however, they packed up their trunks and locked the doors of their house of exile. As they were not known, and taking those terrible trains which stop at every station and by which travelers arrive at their destination in the middle of the night, with the certainty that nobody will be waiting for you and see you get out of the carriage, they traveled third class, so that they might have a few banknotes the more with which to make a show. A fortnight in Paris, in the family house at Auteuil, a fortnight in which to try on dresses and bonnets and to show themselves, and then Trouville, Aix, or Béatrice, the whole show complete, with parties succeeding parties. Money was spent as if they did not know its value. Balls at the casinos, constant flirtations, compromising intimacies, and those kind of admirers who immediately surround two pretty women, one in the radiant beauty of her 18 years, and the other in the brightness of that maturity which beautiful September days bring with them. Unfortunately, however, they had to do the same thing over again every year, and as if bad luck were continuing to follow them implacably, Madame de Maurillac and her daughter did not succeed in their endeavors, and did not manage during her usual absence from home to pick up some nice fellow who fell in love immediately, who took them seriously and asked for Fabienne's hand. Consequently, they were very unhappy. Their energies flagged, and their courage left them like water that escapes drop by drop through a crack in a jug. They grew low-spirited, and no longer dared to be open towards each other and to exchange confidences and projects. Fabienne, with her pale cheeks, her large eyes with blue circles round them, and her tight lips, looked like some captive princess who is tormented by constant ennui and troubled by evil suggestions, who dreams of flight and of escape from that prison where fate holds her captive. One night, when the sky was covered with heavy thunder clouds and the heat was most oppressive, Madame de Maurillac called her daughter, whose room was next to hers. After calling her loudly for some time in vain, she sprang out of bed in terror and almost broke open the door with her trembling hands. The room was empty and the pillows untouched. Then, nearly mad and foreseeing some irreparable misfortune, the poor woman ran all over the large house, and then rushed out into the garden, where the air was heavy with the scent of flowers. She had the appearance of some wild animal that is being pursued by a pack of hounds, tried to penetrate the darkness with her anxious looks, and gasped, as if someone were holding her by the throat. But suddenly she staggered, uttered a painful cry, and fell down in a fit. There before her, in the shadow of the myrtle trees, Fabienne was sitting on the knees of a man, of the gardener, with both her arms round his neck and kissing him ardently, and as if to defy her and to show her how vain all her precautions and her vigilance had been, the girl was telling her lover in the country dialect and in a cooing and delightful voice how she adored him and that she belonged to him. Madame de Maurillac is in a lunatic asylum, and Fabienne has married the gardener. What could she have done better? End of section 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 7 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Ghosts. Just at the time when the Concordat was in its most flourishing condition, a young man belonging to a wealthy and highly respected middle-class family went to the office of the head of the police at Blank and begged for his help and advice, which was immediately promised him. "My father threatens to disinherit me," the young man then began, "although I have never offended against the laws of the state, of morality, or of his paternal authority, merely because I do not share his blind reverence for the Catholic Church and her ministers. On that account, he looks upon me not merely as latitudinarian, but as a perfect atheist. And a faithful old manservant of ours, who is much attached to me, and who accidentally saw my father's will, told me in confidence that he had left all his property to the Jesuits. I think this is highly suspicious, and I fear that the priests have been maligning me to my father. Until less than a year ago, we used to live very quietly and happily together. But ever since he had had so much to do with the clergy, our domestic peace and happiness are at an end." "What you have told me," the official replied, is, as likely as it is, regrettable. But I fail to see how I can interfere in the matter. Your father is in the full possession of all his mental faculties, and can dispose of all his property exactly as he pleases. I also think that your protest is premature. You must wait until this will can legally take effect, and then you can invoke the aid of justice. I am sorry to say that I can do nothing for you." "I think you will be able to," the young man replied, "for I believe that a very clever piece of deceit is being carried on here." "How? Please explain yourself more clearly." "When I remonstrated with him yesterday evening, he referred to my dead mother, and at last assured me in a voice of the deepest conviction that she had frequently appeared to him, and had threatened him with all the torments of the damned if he did not disinherit his son, who had fallen away from God, and leave all his property to the church. Now, I do not believe in ghosts." "Neither do I," the police director replied. "But I cannot well do anything on this dangerous ground, if I had nothing but superstitions to go upon. You know how the Church rules all our affairs since the Concordat with Rome, and if I investigate this matter and obtain no results, I am risking my post. It would be very different if you could adduce any proofs for your suspicions. I do not deny that I should like to see the clerical party, which will, I fear, be the ruin of Austria, receive a staggering blow. Try, therefore, to get to the bottom of this business, and then we will talk it over again." About a month passed without the young latitudinarian being heard of. But then he suddenly came one evening, evidently in a great state of excitement, and told him that he was in a position to expose the priestly deceit which he had mentioned, if the authorities would assist him. The police director asked for further information. "I have obtained a number of important clues," the young man said. "In the first place, my father confessed to me that my mother did not appear to him in our house, but in the churchyard where she is buried. My mother was consumptive for many years, and a few weeks before her death she went to the village of Blank, where she died and was buried. In addition to this, I found out from our footman that my father has already left the house twice, late at night, in company of X, the Jesuit priest, and that on both occasions he did not return till morning. Each time he was remarkably uneasy and low-spirited after his return, and had 3 masses said for my dead mother. He also told me just now that he has to leave home this evening on business, but immediately he told me that our footman saw the Jesuit go out of the house. We may, therefore, assume that he intends this evening to consult the spirit of my dead mother again, and this would be an excellent opportunity for getting on the track of the matter, if you do not object to opposing the most powerful force in the empire for the sake of such an insignificant individual as myself." "Every citizen has an equal right to the protection of the state," the police director replied, "and I think that I have shown often enough that I am not wanting in courage to perform my duty, no matter how serious the consequences may be. But only very young men act without any prospects of success, as they are carried away by their feelings. When you came to me the first time, I was obliged to refuse your request for assistance. But today your shares have risen in value. It is now 8 o'clock, and I shall expect you in 2 hours' time here in my office. At present, all you have to do is to hold your tongue. Everything else is my affair." As soon as it was dark, 4 men got into a closed carriage in the yard of the police office, and were driven in the direction of the village of Blank. Their carriage, however, did not enter the village, but stopped at the edge of a small wood in the immediate neighborhood. Here they all 4 alighted. They were the police director, accompanied by the young latitudinarian, a police sergeant, and an ordinary policeman, who was, however, dressed in plain clothes. "The first thing for us to do is to examine the locality carefully," the police director said. "It is 11 o'clock, and the exorcisers of ghosts will not arrive before midnight, so we have time to look round us and to take our measure." The four men went to the churchyard, which lay at the end of the village near the little wood. Everything was still as death, and not a soul was to be seen. The sexton was evidently sitting in the public house, for they found the door of his cottage locked, as well as the door of the little chapel that stood in the middle of the churchyard. "Where is your mother's grave?" the police director asked, but as there were only a few stars visible, it was not easy to find. But at last they managed it, and the police director looked about in the neighborhood of it. "The position is not a very favorable one for us," he said at last. "There is nothing here, not even a shrub, behind which we could hide." But just then the policeman said that he had tried to get into the sexton's hut through the door or the window, and that at last he had succeeded in doing so by breaking open a square in a window which had been mended with paper, and that he had opened it and obtained possession of the key, which he brought to the police director. His plans were very quickly settled. He had the chapel opened and went in with the young latitudinarian. Then he told the police sergeant to lock the door behind him and to put the key back where he had found it and to shut the window of the sexton's cottage carefully. Lastly, he made arrangements as to what they were to do, in case anything unforeseen should occur. Whereupon the sergeant and the constable left the churchyard and lay down in a ditch at some distance from the gate, but opposite to it. Almost as soon as the clock struck 11:30, they heard steps near the chapel, whereupon the police director and the young latitudinarian went to the window in order to watch the beginning of the exorcism. And as the chapel was in total darkness, they thought that they should be able to see without being seen. But matters turned out differently from what they expected. Suddenly the key turned in the lock, and they barely had time to conceal themselves behind the altar before two men came in, one of whom was carrying a dark lantern. One was the young man's father, an elderly man of the middle class, who seemed very unhappy and depressed. The other, the Jesuit Father Blank, a tall, thin, big-boned man with a thin, bilious face in which two large gray eyes shone restlessly under their bushy black eyebrows. He lit the tapers which were standing on the altar and then began to say a requiem mass, while the old man knelt on the altar steps and served him. When it was over, the Jesuit took the book of the Gospels and the holy water sprinkler and went slowly out of the chapel, while the old man followed him with the holy water basin in one hand and a taper in the other. Then the police director left his hiding place, and stooping down so as not to be seen, he crept to the chapel window, where he cowered down carefully, and the young man followed his example. They were now looking straight on his mother's grave. The Jesuit, followed by the superstitious old man, walked 3 times round the grave. Then he remained standing before it, and by the light of the taper he read a few passages from the Gospel. Then he dipped the holy water sprinkler 3 times into the holy water basin, and sprinkled the grave 3 times. Then both returned to the chapel, knelt down outside it with their faces towards the grave, and began to pray aloud, until at last the Jesuit sprang up in a species of wild ecstasy, and cried out 3 times in a shrill voice, "Exsurge! Exsurge! Exsurge!" Scarcely had the last word of the exorcism died away, when thick blue smoke rose out of the grave, which rapidly grew into a cloud, and began to assume the outlines of a human body, until at last a tall white figure stood behind the grave and beckoned with its hand. "Who art thou?" the Jesuit asked solemnly, while the old man began to cry. "When I was alive, I was called Anna Maria Blank," the ghost replied in a hollow voice. "Will you answer all my questions?" the priest continued. "As far as I can." "Have you not yet been delivered from purgatory by our prayers and all the masses for your soul which we have said for you?"
Not yet, but soon, soon I shall be.
When?
As soon as that blasphemer, my son, has been punished.
Has that not already happened? Has not your husband disinherited his lost son and made the church his heir in his place?
That is not enough.
What must he do besides?
He must deposit his will with the judicial authorities as his last will and testament, and drive the reprobate out of his house.
Consider well what you are saying. Must this really be?
It must, or otherwise I shall have to languish in purgatory much longer.
The sepulchral voice replied with a deep sigh, but the next moment it yelled out in terror, "Oh, good Lord!" And the ghost began to run away as fast as it could. A shrill whistle was heard, and then another, and the police director laid his hand on the shoulder of the exorciser, accompanied with the remark, "You are in custody." Meanwhile, the police sergeant and the policeman who had come into the churchyard had caught the ghost and dragged it forward. It was the sexton, who had put on a flowing white dress and who wore a wax mask, which bore striking resemblance to his mother, as the son declared. When the case was heard, it was proved that the mask had been very skillfully made from a portrait of the deceased woman. The government gave orders that the matter should be investigated as secretly as possible, and left the punishment of Father Blank to the spiritual authorities, which was a matter of course at a time when priests were outside the jurisdiction of the civil authorities. And it is needless to say that he was very comfortable during his imprisonment in a monastery in a part of the country which abounded with game and trout. The only valuable result of the amusing ghost story was that it brought about a reconciliation between father and son, and the former, as a matter of fact, felt such deep respect for priests and their ghosts in consequence of the apparition, that a short time after his wife had left purgatory for the last time in order to talk with him, he turned Protestant. End of section 7. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 8 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Crash. Love is longer than death, and consequently also than the greatest crash. A young, and by no means bad-looking son of Palestine, and one of the barons of the almanac of the ghetto who had left the field covered with wounds in the last general engagement on the stock exchange, used to go very frequently to the Universal Exhibition in Vienna in 1873, in order to divert his thoughts and to console himself amidst the varied scenes and the numerous objects of attraction there. One day he met a newly married couple in the Russian section, who had a very old coat of arms, but on the other hand a very modest income. The latter circumstance had frequently emboldened the stockbroker to make secret overtures to the delightful little lady, overtures which might have fascinated certain Viennese actresses, but which were sure to insult a respectable woman. The Baroness, whose name appeared in the Almanac de Gotha, therefore felt something very like hatred for the man from the ghetto, and for a long time her pretty little head had been full of various plans of revenge. The stockbroker, who was really and even passionately in love with her, got close to her in the exhibition buildings, which he could do all the more easily since the little woman's husband had taken to flight, foreseeing mischief as soon as she went up to the showcase of a Russian fur dealer, before which she remained standing in rapture. "Do look at that lovely fur," the Baroness said, while her dark eyes expressed her pleasure. "I must have it." But she looked at the white ticket on which the price was marked. 4,000 rubles, she said in despair. That is about 6,000 florins." "Certainly," he replied, "but what of that? It is a sum not worth mentioning in the presence of such a charming lady." "But my husband is not in a position—" "Be less cruel than usual for once," the man from the ghetto said to the young woman in a low voice, "and allow me to lay this sable skin at your feet." "I presume that you are joking." "Not I." "I think you must be joking, as I cannot think that you intend to insult me." "But, Baroness, I love you." "That is one reason more why you should not make me angry." "But—" "Oh, I am in such a rage," the energetic little woman said. "I could flog you like Venus in the fur did her slave." "Let me be your slave," the Stock Exchange Baron replied ardently, "and I will gladly put up everything from you. Really, in this sable cloak and with a whip in your hand, you would make a most lovely picture of the heroine of that story." The Baroness looked at the man for a moment with a peculiar smile. "Then if I were to listen to you favorably, you would let me flog you?" she said, after a pause. "With pleasure." "Very well," she replied quickly. "You will let me give you 25 cuts with a whip, and I will be yours after the 25th blow." "Are you in earnest?" "Fully." The man from the ghetto took her hand and pressed it ardently to his lips. "When may I come?" "Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock." "And I may bring the sable cloak and the whip with me?" "No, I will see about that myself." The next evening the enamored stockbroker came to the house of the charming little Baroness and found her alone, lying on a couch, wrapped in a dark fur, while she held a dog whip in her small hand, which the man from the ghetto kissed. "You know our agreement?" she began. "Of course I do," the Stock Exchange Baron replied. "I am to allow you to give me 25 cuts with the whip, and after the 25th, you will listen to me." "Yes, but I'm going to tie your hands first of all." The amorous Baron quietly allowed this new Delila to tie his hands behind him, and then, at her bidding, he knelt down before her, and she raised her whip and hit him hard. "Oh, that hurts me most confoundedly," he exclaimed. "I mean it to hurt you," she said with a mocking laugh, and went on thrashing him without mercy. At last the poor fool groaned with pain, but he consoled himself with the thought that each blow brought him nearer to his happiness. At the 24th cut, she threw the whip down. "That only makes 24, the beaten would-be Don Juan remarked. "I will make you a present of the 25th, she said with a laugh. "And now you are mine, altogether mine," he exclaimed ardently. "What are you thinking of?" "Have I not let you beat me?" "Certainly, but I promised you to grant your wish after the 25th blow, and you have only received 24, the cruel little bit of virtue cried. "And I have witnesses to prove it." With these words, she drew back the curtains over the door, and her husband, followed by 2 other gentlemen, came out of the next room, smiling. For a moment, the stockbroker remained speechless on his knees before the beautiful woman. Then he gave a deep sigh and sadly uttered that one most significant word, "Crash." End of section 8. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 2 of the works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. An Honest Ideal. Among my numerous friends in Vienna, there is one who is an author, and who has always amused me by his childish idealism. Not by his idealism from an abstract point of view, for in spite of my pessimism, I am an absurd idealist. And because I am perfectly well aware of this, I, as a rule, never laugh at people's idealism. But his sort of idealism was really too funny. He was a serious man of great capabilities, who only just fell short of being learned, with a clear, critical intellect. A man without any illusions about society, the state, literature, or anything else, and especially not about women. But yet he was the craziest optimist as soon as he got upon the subject of actresses, theatrical princesses, and heroines. He was one of those men who, like Hacklander, cannot discover the ideal of virtue anywhere, except in a ballet girl. My friend was always in love with some actress or other, of course only platonically, and from preference with some girl of rising talent, whose literary knight he constituted himself until the time came when her admirers laid something much more substantial than laurel wreaths at her feet. Then he withdrew and sought for fresh talent, which would allow itself to be patronized by him. He was never without the photograph of his ideal in his breast pocket, and when he was in a good temper, he used to show me one or the other of them, whom I had never seen, with a knowing smile. And once, when we were sitting in a café in the Prater, he took out a portrait without saying a word and laid it on the table before me. It was the portrait of a beautiful woman. But what struck me in it first of all was not the almost classic cut of her features, but her white eyes. If she had not the black hair of a living woman, I should take her for a statue, I said. Certainly, my friend replied. For a statue of Venus, perhaps for the Venus of Milo herself. Who is she? A young actress. That is a matter of course in your case. What I meant was, what is her name? My friend told me, and it was a name which is at present one of the best known on the German stage, with which a number of terrestrial adventures are connected, as every Viennese knows, with which those of Venus herself were only innocent toying, but which I then heard for the first time. My idealist described her as a woman of the highest talent, which I believed, and as an angel of purity, which I did not believe. On that particular occasion, however, I, at any rate, did not believe the contrary. A few days later, I was accidentally turning over the leaves of the portrait album of another intimate friend of mine, who was a thoroughly careless, somewhat dissolute Viennese, and I came across that strange female face with the dead eyes again. "How did you come by the picture of this Venus?" I asked him. "Well, she certainly is a Venus," he replied, "but one of that cheap kind who are to be met with in the Graben, which is their ideal grove." "Impossible." "I give you my word of honor it is so." I could say nothing more after that. So my intellectual friend's new ideal, that woman of the highest dramatic talent, that wonderful woman with the white eyes, was a street Venus. But my friend was right in one respect. He had not deceived himself with regard to her wonderful dramatic gifts, and she very soon made a career for herself. Far from being a mute character on a suburban stage, she rose in 2 years to be the leading actress at one of the principal theaters. My friend interested himself on her behalf with the manager of it, who was not blinded by any prejudices. She acted in a rehearsal and pleased him, whereupon he sent her to star in the provinces, and my friend accompanied her and took care she was well puffed. She went on the boards at Schiller's Marie Stuart and achieved the most brilliant success, and before she had finished her starring tour, she obtained an engagement at a large theater in a northern town, where her appearance was the signal for a triumphant success. Her reputation, that is, her reputation as a most gifted actress, grew very high in less than a year, and the manager of the Court Theater invited her to star at the Court Theater. She was received with some suspicion at first, but she soon overcame all prejudices and doubts. The applause grew more and more vehement at every act, and at the close of the performance her future was decided. She obtained a splendid engagement, and soon afterwards became an actress at the Court Theater. A well-known author wrote a racy novel of which she was the heroine. One of the leading bankers and financiers was at her feet. She was the most popular personage and the lioness of the capital. She had splendid apartments, and all her surroundings were of the most luxurious character, and she had reached that height in her career at which my idealistic friend, who had constituted himself her literary knight, quietly took his leave of her and went in search of fresh talent. But the beautiful woman with the dead eyes and the dead heart seemed to be destined to be the scourge of the idealists, quite against her will, for scarcely had one unfolded his wings and flown away from her than another fell out of the nest into her net. A very young student who was neither handsome nor of good family, and certainly not rich or even well off, but who was enthusiastic, intellectual, and impressionable, saw her as Marie Stuart in The Maid of Orleans, The Lady with the Camellias, and most of the plays of the best French playwriters, for the manager was making experiments with her, and she was doing the same with her talents. The poor student was enraptured with the celebrated actress, and at the same time conceived a passion for the woman which bordered on madness. He saved up penny by penny. He nearly starved himself, only in order that he might be able to pay for a seat in the gallery whenever she acted, and be able to devour her with his eyes. He always got a seat in the front row, for he was always outside 3 hours before the doors opened, so as to be one of the first to gain his Olympus, the seat of the theatrical enthusiasts. He grew pale, and his heart beat violently when she appeared. He laughed when she laughed, shed tears when she wept, applauded her as if he had been paid to do it by the highest favors that a woman can bestow. And yet she did not know him, and was ignorant of his very existence. The regular frequenters of the court theater noticed him at last, and spoke about his infatuation for her, until at last she heard about him, but still did not know him. And although he could not send her any costly jewelry, and not even a bouquet, yet at last he succeeded in attracting her attention. When she had been acting and the theater had been empty for a long time, and she left it wrapped in valuable furs and got into the carriage of her banker, which was waiting for her at the stage door, he always stood there, often up to his ankles in snow or in the pouring rain. At first she did not notice him, but when her maid said something to her in a whisper on one occasion, she looked round in surprise, and he got a look from those large eyes, which were not dead then, but dark and bright, a look which recompensed him for all his sufferings and filled him with proud hopes, which constantly gained more power over the young idealist, who was usually so modest. At last there was a thorough, silent understanding between the theatrical princess and the dumb adorer. When she put her foot on the carriage step, she looked round at him, and every time he stood there, devouring her with his eyes, she saw it and got contentedly into her carriage. But she did not see how he ran after the carriage, and how he reached her house, panting for breath, when she did, nor how he lay down outside after the door had closed behind her. One stormy summer night, when the wind was howling in the chimneys and the rain was beating against the windows and on the pavement, the poor student was again lying on the stone steps outside her house, when the front door was opened very cautiously and quietly, for it was not the banker who was leaving the house, but a wealthy young officer whom the girl was letting out. He kissed the pretty little Cerberus as he put a gold coin into her hand, and then accidentally trod on the idealist who was lying outside. They all three simultaneously uttered a cry. The girl blew out the candle, the officer instinctively half drew his sword, and the student ran away. Ever since that night, the poor crazy fellow went about with a dagger, which he concealed in his belt, and it was his constant companion to the theater and the stage door, when the actress's carriage used to wait for her, and to her house, where he nightly kept his painful watch. His first idea was to kill his fortunate rival, then himself, then the theatrical princess. But at last he lay down again outside her door, or stood on the pavement and watched the shadows that flitted hither and thither on her window, turned by the magic spell of the lovely actress. And then the most incredible thing happened, something which he could never have hoped for, and which he scarcely believed when it did occur. One evening, when she had been playing a very important part, she kept the carriage waiting much longer than usual. But at last she appeared and got into it. She did not shut the door, however, but beckoned to the young idealist to follow her. He was almost delirious with joy, just as a moment before he had been almost mad with despair, and obeyed her immediately. And during the drive he lay at her feet and covered her hands with kisses. She allowed it quietly and even merrily, and when the carriage stopped at her door, she let him lift her out of the carriage and went upstairs leaning on his arm. There the lady's maid showed him into a luxuriously furnished drawing room, while the actress changed her dress. Presently she appeared in her dressing gown, sat down carelessly in an easy chair, and asked him to sit down beside her. "You take a great interest in me," she said. "You are my ideal," the student cried enthusiastically. The theatrical princess smiled and said, "Well, I will at any rate be an honest ideal. I will not deceive you, and you shall not be able to say that I have misused your youthful enthusiasm. I will give myself to you." "Oh, heavens!" the poor idealist exclaimed, throwing himself at her feet. Wait a moment," she said with a smile. "I have not finished yet. I can only love a man who is in a position to provide me with all those luxuries which an actress, or, if you like, which I cannot do without. As far as I know, you are poor, but I will belong to you only for tonight, however, and in return, you must promise me not to rave about me or to follow me from tonight. Will you do this?" The wretched idealist was kneeling before her. He was having a terrible mental struggle. "Will you promise me to do this?" she said again. "Yes," he said, almost groaning. The next morning, a man who had buried his ideal tottered downstairs. He was pale enough, almost as pale as a corpse. But in spite of this, he is still alive. And if he has any ideal at all at present, it is certainly not a theatrical princess. End of section 9, recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 10 of the works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Stable Perfume. 3 ladies belonging to that class of society which has nothing useful to do, and therefore does not know how to employ its time sensibly, were sitting on a bench in the shade of some pine trees at Ischl, and were talking incidentally of their preference for all sorts of smells. One of the ladies, Princess F., a slim, handsome brunette, declared there was nothing like the smell of Russian leather. She wore dull brown Russian leather boots, a Russian leather dress suspender to keep her petticoats out of the dirt and dust, a Russian leather belt which spanned her wasp-like waist, carried a Russian leather purse, and even wore a brooch and bracelet of gilt Russian leather. People declared that her bedroom was prepared with Russian leather, and that her lover was obliged to wear high Russian leather boots and tight breeches, but that on the other hand, her husband was excused from wearing anything at all in Russian leather. Countess H., a very stout lady who had formerly been very beautiful and of a very loving nature, but loving after the fashion of her time, à la Parthenia and Griseldis, could not get over the vulgar taste of the young princess. All she cared for was the smell of hay, and she it was who brought the scent new-mown hay into fashion. Her ideal was a freshly mown field in the moonlight, and when she rolled slowly along, she looked like a moving haystack, and exhaled an odor of hay all about her. The third lady's taste was even more peculiar than Countess H's, and more vulgar than the princess's, for the small, delicate, light-haired Countess W. lived only for the smell of stables. Her friends could absolutely not understand this. The princess raised her beautiful, full arm with its broad bracelet to her Grecian nose and inhaled the sweet smell of the Russian leather, while the sentimental hayrick exclaimed over and over again, "How dreadful! What dost thou say to it, chaste moon?" The delicate little countess seemed very much embarrassed at the effect that her confession had had, and tried to justify her taste. "Prince T told me that smell had quite bewitched him once," she said. "It was in a Jewish town in Galicia, where he was quartered once with his hussar regiment. And a number of poor, ragged circus riders with half-starved horses came from Russia and put up a circus with a few poles and some rags of canvas, and the prince went to see them and found a woman among them who was neither young nor beautiful, but bold and impudent. And the impudent woman wore a faded, bright red jacket trimmed with old, shabby imitation ermine, and that jacket stank of the stable, as the prince expressed it, and she bewitched him with that odor, so that every time that the shameless wretch lay in his arms and laughed impudently and smelled abominably of the stable, he felt as if he were magnetized." "How disgusting!" both the other ladies said, and involuntarily held their noses. "What dost thou say to it, chaste moon?" the haystack said with a sigh, and the little light-haired countess was abashed and held her tongue. At the beginning of the winter season, the three friends were together again in the gay imperial city on the blue Danube. One morning the princess accidentally met the enthusiast for the hay at the house of the little light-haired countess, and the two ladies were obliged to go after her to her private riding school, where she was taking her daily lesson. As soon as she saw them, she came up and beckoned her riding master to her to help her out of the saddle. He was a young man of extremely good and athletic build, which was set off by his tight breeches and his short velvet coat. And he ran up and took his lovely burden into his arms, with visible pleasure, to help her off the quiet, perfectly broken horse. When the ladies looked at the handsome, vigorous man, it was quite enough to explain their little friend's predilection for the smell of a stable. But when the latter saw their looks, she blushed up to the roots of her hair, and her only way out of the difficulty was to order the riding master, in a very authoritative manner, to take the horse back to the stable. He merely bowed with an indescribable smile and obeyed her. A few months afterwards, Viennese society was alarmed at the news that Countess W. had been divorced from her husband. The event was all the more unexpected, as they had apparently always lived very happily together, and nobody was able to mention any man on whom she had bestowed even the most passing attention beyond the requirements of politeness. Long afterwards, however, a strange report became current. A chattering lady's maid declared that the handsome riding master had once so far forgotten himself as to strike the countess with his riding whip. A groom had told the count of the occurrence, and when he was going to call the insolent fellow to account for it, the countess covered him with her own body, and thus gave occasion for the divorce. Years had passed since then, and the Countess H. had grown stouter and more sentimental. Ischel and hayricks were not enough for her any longer. She spent the winter on lovely Lago Maggiore, where she walked among laurel bushes and cypress trees and was rowed about on the lukewarm moonlight nights. One evening she was returning home in the company of an English lady, who was also a great lover of nature, from Isola Bella, when they met a beautiful private boat in which a very unusual couple were sitting. A small, delicate, light-haired woman wrapped in a white burnous, and a handsome, athletic man in tight, white breeches, a short black velvet coat trimmed with sable, a red fez on his head, and a riding whip in his hand. Countess K. involuntarily uttered a loud exclamation. "What is the matter with you?" the English lady asked. "Do you know those people?" "Certainly. She is a Viennese lady," Countess H. whispered. "Countess W." "Oh, indeed, you are quite mistaken. It is a Count Savelli and his wife. They are a handsome couple, don't you think?" When the boat came nearer, she saw that in spite of that, it was little Countess W., and that the handsome man was her former riding master, whom she had married, and for whom she had bought a title from the Pope. And as the two boats passed each other, the short sable cloak which was thrown carelessly over his shoulders exhaled, like the old catskin jacket of that impudent female circus rider, a strong, stable perfume. End of section 10, recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 11 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Ill-Omened Groom. An impudent theft, to a very large amount, had been committed in the capital. Jewels, a valuable watch set with diamonds, his wife's miniature in a frame encased with brilliants, and a considerable sum in money, the whole amounting in value to 115,000 florins, had been stolen. The banker himself went to the director of police to give notice of the robberies, but at the same time he begged as a special favor that the investigation might be carried on as quietly and considerately as possible, as he declared that he had not the slightest ground for suspecting anybody in particular, and did not wish any innocent person to be accused. "First of all, give me the names of all the persons who regularly go into your bedroom," the police director said. "Nobody, except my wife, my children, and Joseph, my valet, a man for whom I would answer as I would for myself." "Then you think him absolutely incapable of committing such a deed?" "Most decidedly I do," the banker replied. "Very well. Then can you remember whether on the day on which you first missed the articles that have been stolen, or on any days immediately preceding it, anybody who was not a member of your household happened by chance to go to your bedroom?" The banker thought for a moment, and then said, with some hesitation, "Nobody. Absolutely nobody." The experienced official, however, was struck by the banker's slight embarrassment and momentary blush, so he took his hand, and looking him straight in the face, he said, "You are not quite candid with me. Somebody was with you, and you wish to conceal the fact from me. You must tell me everything." "No, no, indeed there was nobody here." "Then, at present, there is only one person on whom any suspicion can rest, and that is your valet." "I will vouch for his honesty," the banker replied immediately. "You may be mistaken, and I shall be obliged to question the man." "May I beg you to do it with every possible consideration?" "You may rely upon me for that." An hour later the banker's valet was in the police director's private room, who first of all looked at his man very closely, and then came to the conclusion that such an honest, unembarrassed face and such quiet, steady eyes could not possibly belong to a criminal. "Do you know why I have sent for you?" "No, Your Honor." "A large theft has been committed in your master's house," the police director continued, "from his bedroom. Do you suspect anybody?" "Who has been into the room within the last few days?" "Nobody but myself, except my master's family." "Do you not see, my good fellow, that by saying that, you throw suspicion on yourself?" "Surely, sir," the valet exclaimed, "you do not believe—" "I must not believe anything. My duty is merely to investigate and to follow up any traces that I may discover," was the reply. "If you have been the only person to go into the room within the last few days, I must hold you responsible." "My master knows me." The police director shrugged his shoulders. "Your master has vouched for your honesty, but that is not enough for me. You are the only person on whom at present any suspicion rests, and therefore I must, sorry as I am to do so, have you arrested." "If that is so," the man said, after some hesitation, "I prefer to speak the truth, for my good name is more to me than my situation. Somebody was in my master's apartments yesterday." "And this somebody was?" "A lady." "A lady of his acquaintance?" The valet did not reply for some time. "It must come out," he said at length. "My master keeps a woman. You understand, sir, a pretty fair woman, and he has furnished a house for her and goes to see her, but secretly, of course, for if my mistress were to find it out, there would be a terrible scene. This person was with him yesterday." "Were they alone?" "I showed her in, and she was in his bedroom with him, but I had to call him out after a short time, as his confidential clerk wanted to speak to him, and so she was in the room alone for about a quarter of an hour." "What is her name?" "Cecilia K. She is a Hungarian." At the same time, the valet gave him her address. Then the director of police sent for the banker, who, on being brought face to face with his valet, was obliged to acknowledge the truth of the facts which the latter had alleged, painful as it was for him to do so. Whereupon orders were given to take Cecilia K. into custody. In less than half an hour, however, the police officer who had been dispatched for that purpose returned and said that she had left her apartments, and most likely the capital also, the previous evening. The unfortunate banker was almost in despair. Not only had he been robbed of 150,000 florins, but at the same time he had lost the beautiful woman whom he loved with all the passion of which he was capable. He could not grasp the idea that a woman whom he had surrounded with Asiatic luxury, whose strangest whims he had gratified, and whose tyranny he had borne so patiently, could have deceived him so shamefully. And now he had a quarrel with his wife, and an end of all domestic peace into the bargain. The only thing the police could do was to raise the hue and cry after the lady, who had denounced herself by her flight. But it was all of no use. In vain did the banker, in whose heart hatred and thirst for revenge had taken the place of love, implore the director of police to employ every means to bring the beautiful criminal to justice, and in vain did he undertake to be responsible for all the costs of her prosecution, no matter how heavy they might be. Special police officers were told off to try and discover her, but Cecilia K. was so rude as not to allow herself to be caught. 3 years had passed, and the unpleasant story appeared to have been forgotten. The banker had obtained his wife's pardon, and what he cared about a good deal more, he had found another charming mistress, and the police did not appear to trouble themselves about the beautiful Hungarian any more. We must now change the scene to London. A wealthy lady who created much sensation in society, and who made many conquests, both by her beauty and her free behavior, was in want of a groom. Among the many applicants for the situation, there was a young man whose good looks and manners gave people the impression that he must have been very well educated. This was a recommendation in the eyes of the lady's maid, and she took him immediately to her mistress's boudoir. When he entered, he saw a beautiful, voluptuous-looking woman, at most 25 years of age, with large, bright eyes and blue-black hair, which seemed to increase the brilliancy of her fair complexion, lying on a sofa. She looked at the young man, who also had thick black hair, and who turned his glowing black eyes to the ground beneath her searching gaze, with evident satisfaction, and she seemed particularly taken with his slender, athletic build. And then she said half lazily and half proudly, "What is your name?" "Lajos Mariassi." "A Hungarian?" And there was a strange look in her eyes. "Yes." "How did you come here?" "I am one of the many immigrants who have forfeited their country and their life. And I, who come of a good family and who was an officer of the Honveds, must now go into service. and thank God if I find a mistress who is at the same time beautiful and an aristocrat, as you are." Miss Zoe, that was the lovely woman's name, smiled, and at the same time showed 2 rows of pearly teeth. "I like your looks," she said, "and I feel inclined to take you into my service, if you are satisfied with my terms." "A lady's whim," her maid said to herself, when she noticed the ardent looks which Miss Zoe gave her manservant, "which will soon pass away." But that experienced female was mistaken that time. Zoe was really in love, and the respect with which Lajos treated her put her into a very bad temper. One evening, when she intended to go to the Italian opera, she countermanded her carriage and refused to see her noble adorer, who wished to throw himself at her feet, and ordered her groom to be sent up to her boudoir. "Lajos," she began, "I am not at all satisfied with you." "Why, madame?" "I do not wish to have you about me any longer. Here are your wages for 3 months. Leave the house immediately." And she began to walk up and down the room impatiently. "I will obey you, madame," the groom replied, "but I shall not take my wages." "Why not?" she asked hastily. "Because then I should be under your authority for 3 months," Lajos said, "and I intend to be free this very moment, so that I may be able to tell you that I entered your service not for the sake of your money, but because I love and adore a beautiful woman in you." "You love me?" Zoe exclaimed. "Why did you not tell me sooner? I merely wished to banish you from my presence, because I love you, and did not think that you loved me. But you shall smart for having tormented me so. Come to my feet immediately." The groom knelt before the lovely girl, whose moist lips sought his at the same instant. From that moment Lajos became her favorite. Of course, he was not allowed to be jealous, as the young lord was still her official lover, who had the pleasure of paying everything for that licentious beauty. And besides him, there was a whole army of so-called good friends, who were fortunate enough to obtain a smile now and then, and occasionally something more, and who, in return, had permission to present her with rare flowers, a parrot, or diamonds. The more intimate Zoe became with Lajos, the more uncomfortable she felt when he looked at her, as he frequently did, with undisguised contempt. She was wholly under his influence, and was afraid of him. And one day, while he was playing with her dark curls, he said jeeringly, "It is usually said that contrasts usually attract each other, and yet you are as dark as I am." She smiled, and then tore off her black curls, and immediately the most charming, fair-haired woman was sitting by the side of Lajos, who looked at her attentively, but without any surprise. He left his mistress at about midnight, in order to look after the horses, as he said, and she put on a very pretty night-dress and went to bed. She remained awake for fully an hour, expecting her lover, and then she went to sleep. But in 2 hours' time she was roused from her slumbers, and saw a police inspector and 2 constables by the side of her magnificent bed. "Whom do you want?" she cried. "Cecilia K." "I am Miss Zoe." "Oh, I know you," the inspector said with a smile. "Be kind enough to take off your dark locks, and you will be Cecilia K. I arrest you in the name of the law." "Good heavens!" she stammered. "Lajos has betrayed me." "You are mistaken, madame," the inspector replied. "He has merely done his duty." "What? Lajos? My lover?" "No, Lajos, the detective." Cecilia got out of bed, and the next moment she sank, fainting, onto the floor. End of section 11, recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 12 of the works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. An Exotic Prince. In the forthcoming reminiscences, a lady will frequently be mentioned who played a great part in the annals of the police from 1848 to 1866, and we will call her Wanda von Chabert. Born in Galicia, of German parents, and carefully brought up in every way, she married a rich and handsome officer of noble birth from love when she was 16. The young couple, however, lived beyond their means, and when her husband died suddenly, 2 years after they were married, she was left anything but well off. As Wanda had grown accustomed to luxury and amusement, the quiet life in her parents' house did not suit her any longer, and even while she was still in mourning for her husband, she allowed a Hungarian magnate to make love to her, and she went off with him at a venture and continued the same extravagant life which she had led when her husband was alive, at her own authority. At the end of 2 years, however, her lover left her in a town in North Italy, almost without means, and she was thinking of going on the stage when chance provided her with another resource, which enabled her to reassure her position in society. She became a secret police agent, and soon was one of their most valuable members. In addition to the proverbial charms and wit of a Polish woman, she also possessed high linguistic attainments, and she spoke Polish, Russian, French, German, English, and Italian almost equally fluently and correctly. Then she had also that encyclopedic polish, which impresses most people much more than the most profound learning of a specialist. She was very attractive in appearance, and she knew how to set off her good looks by all the arts of dress and coquetry. In addition to this, she was a woman of the world in the widest sense of the term, pleasure-loving, faithless, unstable, and therefore never in any danger of really losing her heart, and consequently her head. She used to change the place of her abode according to what she had to do. Sometimes she lived in Paris among the Polish immigrants in order to find out what they were doing, and maintain intimate relations with the Tuileries and the Palais Royal at the same time. Then she went to London for a short time, or hurried off to Italy, to watch the Hungarian exiles, only to appear suddenly in Switzerland or at one of the fashionable German watering places. In revolutionary circles she was looked upon as an active member of the Great League of Freedom, and diplomatists regarded her as an influential friend of Napoleon III. She knew everyone, but especially those men whose names were to be met with every day in the papers, and she reckoned Victor Emmanuel, Rower, Gladstone, and Gortschakoff among her friends, as well as Mazzini, Kossuth, Garibaldi, Mieroslawski, and Bakunin. In the spring of 1850-something, she was at Vevey on the lovely lake of Geneva, and went into raptures when talking to an old German diplomatist about the beauties of nature and about Calame, Stifter, and Turgenev, whose Diary of a Hunter had just become fashionable. One day, a man appeared at the table d'hôte who excited unusual attention, and hers especially, so that there was nothing strange in her asking the proprietor of the hotel what his name was. And she was told that he was a wealthy Brazilian and that his name was Don Escovedo. Whether it was an accident or whether he responded to the interest which the young woman felt for him, at any rate, she constantly met him wherever she went, when she was taking a walk or was on the lake or was looking at the newspapers in the reading room. And at last she was obliged to confess to herself that he was the handsomest man she had ever seen. Tall, slim, and yet muscular, the young, beardless Brazilian had a head which any woman might envy him. Features which were not only beautiful and noble, but were also extremely delicate, with dark eyes which possessed a wonderful charm, and thick auburn curly hair which completed the attractiveness and the strangeness of his appearance. They soon became acquainted through a Prussian officer, whom the Brazilian had requested to introduce him to the beautiful Polish lady, for Frau von Chabert was taken for one in Vevey, and she, cold and designing as she was, blushed slightly when he stood before her for the first time, and when he gave her his arm he could feel her hand tremble slightly on it. The same evening they went out riding together. The next he was lying at her feet, and on the third she was his. For 4 weeks the lovely Wanda and the Brazilian lived together as if they had been in paradise, but he could not deceive her searching eyes any longer, for her sharp and practiced gaze had already discovered in him that indefinable something which makes a man appear a suspicious character. Any other woman would have been pained and horrified at such a discovery, but she found the strange consolation in it, that her handsome adorer had promised also to become a very interesting object for her pursuit, and so she began systematically to watch the man who lay unsuspectingly at her feet. She soon found out that he was no conspirator, but she asked herself in vain whether she was to look for a common swindler, an impudent adventurer, or perhaps even a criminal in him. The day that she had foreseen soon came. The Brazilian's banker unaccountably had omitted to send him any money, and so he borrowed some of her. "So is he a male courtesan?" she said to herself. And the handsome man soon required money again, and she lent it to him, until at last he left suddenly, and nobody knew where he had gone to. Only this much, that he had left Vevey as the companion of an old but wealthy Wallachian lady, and so this time clever Wanda was duped. A year afterwards she met the Brazilian unexpectedly at Lucca, with an insipid-looking, light-haired, thin Englishwoman on his arm. Wanda stood still and looked at him steadily, but he glanced at her quite indifferently. He did not choose to know her again. The next morning, however, his valet brought her a letter from him, which contained the amount of his debt in Italian 100-lira notes, which were accompanied by a very cool excuse. Wanda was satisfied, but she wished to find out who the lady was in whose company she constantly saw Don Escovedo. "Don Escovedo!" An Austrian count who had a loud and silly laugh said, "Who has saddled you with that yarn? The lady is Lady Nightingale, and his name is Romanesco." "Romanesco?" "Yes, he is a rich boyar from Moldavia, where he has extensive estates." Romanesco kept a faro bank in his apartments, and he certainly cheated, for he nearly always won. It was not long, therefore, before other people in good society at Lucca shared Madame von Chabert's suspicions, and consequently Romanesco thought it advisable to vanish as suddenly from Lucca as Escovedo had done from Vevey, and without leaving any more traces behind him. Some time afterwards, Madame von Chabert was on the island of Heligoland for the sea-bathing, and one day she saw Escovedo Romanesco sitting opposite to her at the table d'hôte in very animated conversation with a Russian lady, only his hair had turned black since she had seen him last. Evidently his light hair had become too compromising for him. "The sea-water seems to have a very remarkable effect upon your hair," Wanda said to him spitefully in a whisper. "Do you think so?" he replied condescendingly. "I fancy that at one time your hair was fair." "You are mistaking me for somebody else," the Brazilian replied quietly. "I am not." "For whom do you take me, pray?" he said with an insolent smile. "For Don Escovedo." "I am Count Dembski from Valkynia," the former Brazilian said with a bow. "Perhaps you would like to see my passport." "Well, perhaps." And at last he had the impudence to show her his false passport. A year afterwards, Wanda met Count Dembski in Baden, near Vienna. His hair was still black, but he had a magnificent full black beard. He had become a Greek prince, and his name was Anastasio Maurokordatos. She met him once in one of the sidewalks in the park, where he could not avoid her. "If it goes on like this," she called out to him in a mocking voice. "The next time I see you, you will be king of some Negro tribe or other." That time, however, the Brazilian did not deny his identity. On the contrary, he surrendered at discretion and implored her not to betray him, and as she was not revengeful, she pardoned him after enjoying his terror for a time, and promised him that she would hold her tongue as long as he did nothing contrary to the laws. "First of all, I must beg you not to gamble." "You have only to command. And we do not know each other in the future?" "I must certainly insist on that," she said maliciously. The exotic prince had, however, made the conquest of the charming daughter of a wealthy Austrian count, and had cut out an excellent young officer who was wooing her. And he, in his despair, began to make love to Frau von Chabert, and at last told her he loved her. But she only laughed at him. You are very cruel," he stammered in confusion. "I? What are you thinking about?" Wanda replied, still smiling. "All I mean is that you have directed your love to the wrong address. For Countess, do not speak of her. She is engaged to another man." "As long as I choose to permit it," she said. "But what will you do if I bring her back to your arms? Will you still call me cruel?" "Can you do this?" the young officer asked in great excitement. "Well, supposing I can do it, what shall I be then?" "An angel, whom I shall thank on my knees." A few days later, the rivals met at a coffee house. The Greek prince began to lie and boast, and the Austrian officer gave him the lie direct, and in consequence it was arranged that they should fight a duel with pistols next morning in a wood close to Baden. But as the officer was leaving the house with his second the next morning, a police commissary came up to him and begged him not to trouble himself any further about the matter, but another time to be more careful before accepting a challenge. "What does it mean?" the officer asked in some surprise. "It means that this Mauro Cordatos is a dangerous swindler and adventurer, whom we have just taken into custody." "He is not a prince?" "No, a circus rider." An hour later, the officer received a letter from the charming Countess, in which she humbly begged for pardon. The happy lover set off to go and see her immediately, but on the way a sudden thought struck him, and so he turned back in order to thank beautiful Wanda, as he had promised, on his knees. End of section 12. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 13 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Virtue in the Ballet. It is a strange feeling of pleasure that the writer about the stage and the characters of the theatrical feels when he occasionally discovers a good, honest human heart in the twilight behind the scenes. Of all the witches and semi-witches of that eternal Walpurgis night, whose boards represent the world, the ladies of the ballet have at all times and in all places been regarded at least like saints, although Hacklander repeatedly told in vain in his earlier novels to convince us that true virtue appears in tights and short petticoats and is only to be found in ballet girls. I fear that the popular voice is right as a general rule, but is equally true that here and there one finds a pearl in the dust, and even in the dirt, and the short story that I am about to relate will best illustrate my assertion. Whenever a new youthful dancer appeared at the Vienna Opera House, the habitués began to go after her, and did not rest until the fresh young rose had been plucked by some hand or other, though often it was old and trembling. For how could those young and pretty, sometimes even beautiful girls who, with every right to life, love, and pleasure, were poor and had to subsist on a very small salary, resist the seduction of the smell of flowers and of the flash of diamonds. And if one resisted it, it was love, some real strong passion, that gave her the strength for this generally, however, only to go after luxury all the more shamelessly and selfishly when her lover forsook her. At the beginning of the winter season of 1850-something, the pleasing news was spread among the habitués that a girl of dazzling beauty was going to appear very shortly in the ballet at the Court Theatre. When the evening came, nobody had yet seen that much-discussed phenomenon, but report spread her name from mouth to mouth. It was Satanella. The moment when the troupe of elastic figures in fluttering petticoats jumped onto the stage, every opera glass in the boxes and stalls was directed on the stage, and at the same instant the new dancer was discovered, although she timidly kept in the background. She was one of those girls who was surrounded by the bright halo of virginity, but who at the same time present a splendid type of womanhood. She had the voluptuous form of Rubens' second wife, whom they called, not untruly, the risen green Helen, and her head, with its delicate nose, its small, full mouth, and its dark, inquiring eyes, reminded people of the celebrated picture of the Flemish Venus in the Belvedere in Vienna. She took the old guard of the Vienna Court Theatre by storm, and the very next morning a perfect shower of billets doux, jewels and bouquets, fell into the poor ballet girl's attic. For a moment she was dazzled by all this splendor, and looked at the gold bracelets, the brooches set with rubies and emeralds, and at the sparkling earrings, with flushed cheeks. But then an unspeakable terror of being lost and of sinking into degradation seized her, and she pushed the jewels away and was about to send them back. But, as is usual in such cases, her mother intervened in favor of the generous gentleman, and so the jewels were accepted, but the notes which accompanied them were not answered at present. A second and a third discharge of Cupid's artillery followed, without making any impression on that virtuous girl. In consequence, a greater number of her admirers grew quiet, though some continued to send her presents, and to assail her with love letters, and one had the courage to go still further. He was a wealthy banker, who had just called on the mother of Henrietta, as we will call the fair-haired ballet girl, and then one evening, quite unexpectedly, on the girl herself. He by no means met with the reception which he had expected from the pretty girl in a faded cotton gown. Henrietta treated him with a certain amount of good-humored respect, which had a much more unpleasant effect on him than that coldness and prudery which is so often synonymous with coquetry and selfish speculation among a certain class of women. In spite of everything, however, he soon went to see her daily, and lavished his wealth without her asking him for anything on the beautiful dancer, and he gave her no chance of refusing, for he relied on the mother for everything. She took pretty, small apartments for her daughter and herself in the Kärntnerstrasse, and furnished them elegantly, hired a cook and housemaid, made an arrangement with a fly driver, and, lastly, clothed her daughter's lovely limbs in silk, velvet, and valuable lace. Henrietta persistently held her tongue at all this. Only once she said to her mother, in the presence of the Stock Exchange Jupiter, "Have you won a prize in the lottery?" "Of course I have," her mother replied with a laugh. The girl, however, had given away her heart long before, and quite contrary to all precedent, to a man whose very name she was ignorant of, and who sent her no diamonds and not even any flowers. But he was young and good-looking, and stood so retiringly and so evidently in love at the small side door of the opera house every night, when she got out of her antediluvian rickety fly, and also when she got into it again after the performance, that she could not help noticing him. Soon he began to follow her wherever she went, and once he summoned up courage to speak to her, when she had been to see a friend in a remote suburb. He was very nervous, but she thought all that he said was very clear and logical, and she did not hesitate for a moment to confess that she returned his love. "You have made me the happiest and at the same time the most wretched of men," he said after a pause. "What do you mean?" she said innocently. "Do you not belong to another man?" he asked her in a sad voice. She shook her abundant light curls. "Up till now I have belonged to myself alone, and I will prove it to you by requesting you to call upon me frequently and without restraint. Everyone shall know that we are lovers. I am not ashamed of belonging to an honorable man, but I will not sell myself." "But your splendid apartments and your dresses," her lover interposed shyly. "You cannot pay for them out of your salary." "My mother has won a large prize in the lottery, or made a hit on the stock exchange." And with these words, the determined girl cut short all further explanations. That same evening, the young man paid his first visit, to the horror of the girl's mother, who was so devoted to the stock exchange, and he came again the next day, and nearly every day. Her mother's reproaches were of no more avail than Jupiter's furious looks, and when the latter one day asked for an explanation as to certain visits, the girl said proudly, "That is very soon explained. He loves me as I love him, and I presume you can guess the rest." And he certainly did guess the rest, and disappeared, and with him the shower of gold ceased. The mother cried, and the daughter laughed. "I never gave the worn-out old rake any hopes, and what does it matter to me what bargain you made with him? I always thought that you had been lucky on the stock exchange. Now, however, we must seriously consider about giving up our apartments, and make up our minds to live as we did before." "Are you really capable of making such a sacrifice for me, to renounce luxury and to have my poverty?" her lover said. "Certainly I am. Is not that a matter of course when one loves?" the ballet girl replied in surprise. "Then let me inform you, my dear Henrietta," he said, "that I am not so poor as you think. I only wished to find out whether I could make myself loved for my own sake. I have done so. I am Count L, and though I am a minor and dependent on my parents, yet I have enough to be able to retain your pretty rooms for you, and to offer you, if not a luxurious, at any rate a comfortable existence." On hearing this, Mamma dried her tears immediately. Count L became the girl's acknowledged lover, and they passed the happiest hours together. Unselfish as the girl was, she was yet such a thoroughly ingenious Viennese that whenever she saw anything that took her fancy, whether it was a dress, a cloak, or one of those pretty little ornaments for a side table, she used to express her admiration in such terms as forced her lover to make her a present of the object in question. In this way, Count L incurred enormous debts, which his father paid repeatedly. At last, however, he inquired into the cause of all this extravagance, and when he discovered it, he gave his son the choice of giving up his connection with the dancer, or of relinquishing all claims on the paternal money box. It was a sorrowful evening when Count L told his mistress of his father's determination. "If I do not give you up, I shall be able to do nothing for you," he said at last, "and I shall not even know how I should manage to live myself, for my father is just the man to allow me to want if I defy him. That, however, is a very secondary consideration. But as a man of honor, I cannot bind you, who have every right to luxury and enjoyment, to myself, from the moment when I cannot even keep you from want, and so I must set you at liberty." "But I will not give you up," Henrietta said proudly. The young count shook his head sadly. "Do you love me?" the ballet girl said quickly. more than my life." "Then we will not separate, as long as I have anything," she continued. And she would not give up her connection with him. And when his father actually turned Count L. into the street, she took her lover into her own lodgings. He obtained a situation as a copyist clerk in a lawyer's office, and she sold her valuable dresses and jewels, and so they lived for more than a year. The young man's father did not appear to trouble his head about them, but nevertheless he knew everything that went on in their small home, and knew every article that the ballet girl sold, until at last, softened by such love and strength of character, he himself made the first advances to a reconciliation with his son. At the present time, Henrietta wears the diamonds which formerly belonged to the old Countess, and it is long since she was a ballet girl. For now she sits by the side of her husband in a carriage on whose panels their armorial bearings are painted. End of section 13. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 14 of the works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. In his sweetheart's livery. At present, she is a great lady, an elegant, intellectual woman, a celebrated actress. But in the year 1847, when our story begins, she was a beautiful but not very moral girl. And then it was that the young, talented Hungarian poet, who was the first to discover her gifts for the stage, made her acquaintance. The slim, ardent girl, with her bright brown hair and her large blue eyes, attracted the careless poet, and he loved her, and all that was good and noble in her nature put forth fresh buds and blossoms in the sunshine of his poetic love. They lived in an attic in the old imperial city on the Danube, and she shared his poverty, his triumphs, and his pleasures, and she would have become his true and faithful wife if the Hungarian Revolution had not torn him from her arms. The poet became the soldier of freedom, and followed the Magyar tricolor and the Honved drums, while she was carried away by the current of the movement in the capital, and she might have been seen discharging her musket like a brave Amazon at the Croats who were defending the town against Gorgi's assaulting battalions. But at last Hungary was subdued, and was governed as if it had been a conquered country. It was said that the young poet had fallen at Temesvar, and his mistress wept for him and married another man, which was nothing either new or extraordinary. Her name was now Frau von Kubinyi, but her married life was not happy, and one day it occurred to her that her lover had told her that she had talent for the stage, and whatever he said had always proved correct. So she separated from her husband, studied a few parts, appeared on the stage, and the public, the critics, actors, and literature were lying at her feet. She obtained a very profitable engagement, and her reputation increased with every part she played, and before the end of a year after her first appearance, she was the lioness of society. Everybody paid homage to her, and the wealthiest men tried to obtain her favors. But she remained cold and reserved until the general commanding the district, who was a handsome man of noble bearing and a gentleman in the highest sense of the word, approached her. Whether she was flattered at seeing that powerful man before whom millions trembled, and who had to decide over the life and death, the honor and happiness of so many thousands fettered by her soft curls, or whether her enigmatical heart for once really felt what true love was, suffice to say that in a short time she was his acknowledged mistress, and her princely lover surrounded her with the luxury of an Eastern queen. But just then a miracle occurred, the resurrection of a dead man. Frau von Kubinyi was driving through the Corso in the general's carriage. She was lying back negligently in the soft cushions and looking carelessly at the crowd on the pavement. Then she caught sight of a common Austrian soldier and screamed out aloud. Nobody heard that cry, which came from the depths of a woman's heart. Nobody saw how pale and how excited that woman was, who usually seemed made of marble, not even the soldier who was the cause of it. He was a Hungarian poet who, like so many other Honveds, now wore the uniform of an Austrian soldier. 2 days later, to his no small surprise, he was told to go to the general in command as orderly, and when he reported himself to the adjutant, he told him to go to Frau von Kubinyi's and to await her orders. Our poet only knew her by report, but he hated and despised the beautiful woman who had sold herself to the enemy of the country most intensely. He had no choice, however, but to obey. When he arrived at her house, he seemed to be expected, for the porter knew his name, took him into his lodge, and without any further explanation, told him immediately to put on the livery of his mistress, which was lying there ready for him. He ground his teeth, but resigned himself without a word to his wretched though laughable fate. It was quite clear that the actress had some purpose in making the poet wear her livery. He tried to remember whether he could formerly have offended her by his notices as a theatrical critic. But before he could arrive at any conclusion, he was told to go and show himself to Frau von Kubinyi. She evidently wished to enjoy his humiliation. He was shown into a small drawing room, which was furnished with an amount of taste and magnificence such as he had never seen before, and was told to wait. But he had not been alone many minutes before the door curtains were parted, and Frau von Kubinyi came in, calm but deadly pale, in a splendid dressing gown of some Turkish material, and he recognized his former mistress. "Irma!" he exclaimed. The cry came from his heart, and it also affected the heart of the woman, who was surfeited with pleasure, so greatly that the next moment she was lying on the breast of the man whom she had believed to be dead, but only for a moment, and then he freed himself from her. "We are fated to meet again thus," she began. "Not through any fault of mine," he replied bitterly. "And not through mine either," she said quickly. "Everybody thought that you were dead, and I wept for you. That is my justification." "You are really too kind," he replied sarcastically. "How can you condescend to make any excuses to me? I wear your livery, and you have to order, and I have to obey. Our relative positions are clear enough." Frau von Kubinyi turned away to hide her tears. "I did not intend to hurt your feelings," he continued, "but I must confess that it would have been better for both of us if we had not met again. But what do you mean by making me wear your livery? It is not enough that I have been robbed of my happiness. Does it afford you any pleasure to humiliate me as well?" "How can you think that?" the actress exclaimed. "Oh, ever since I have discovered your unhappy lot, I have thought of nothing but the means of delivering you from it, and until I succeed in doing this, however, I can at least make it more bearable for you." "I understand," the unhappy poet said with a sneer. "And in order to do this, you have begged your present worshipper to turn your former lover into a footman. What a thing to say to me! Can you find any other plea? You wish to punish me for having loved you, idolized you, I suppose," the painter continued. "So exactly like a woman. But I can perfectly well understand that the situation promises to have a fresh charm for you." Before he could finish what he was saying, the actress quickly left the room. He could hear her sobbing, but he did not regret his words, and his contempt and hatred for her only increased when he saw the extravagance and the princely luxury with which she was surrounded. But what was the use of his indignation? He was wearing her livery. He was obliged to wait upon her and to obey her, for she had the corporal's cane at her command, and it really seemed as if he incurred the vengeance of the offended woman, as if the general's insolent mistress wished to make him feel her whole power, as if he were not to be spared the deepest humiliation. The general and two of Frau von Kubinyi's friends, who were servants of the muses like she was, for one was a ballet dancer and the two others were actresses, had come to tea, and he was to wait on them. While it was getting ready, he heard them laughing in the next room, and the blood flew to his head. And when the butler opened the door, Frau von Kubinyi appeared on the general's arm. She did not, however, look at her new footman, her former lover, triumphantly or contemptuously, but she gave him a glance of the deepest commiseration. Could he, after all, have wronged her? Hatred and love, contempt and jealousy were struggling in his breast, and when he had to fill the glasses, the bottle shook in his hand. "Is this the man?" the general said, looking at him closely. Frau von Kubinyi nodded. "He was evidently not born for a footman," the general added. "And still less for a soldier," the actress observed. These words fell heavily on the unfortunate poet's heart, but she was evidently taking his part and trying to rescue him from his terrible position. Suspicion, however, once more gained the day. "She is tired of all pleasures and satisfied with enjoyment," he said to himself. "She requires excitement, and it amuses her to see the man whom she formerly loved, and who, as she knows, still loves her, tremble before her. And when she pleases, she can see me tremble, not for my life, but for fear of the disgrace which she can inflict upon me at the moment, if it should give her any pleasure." But suddenly the actress gave him a look which was so sad and so imploring that he looked down in confusion. From that time he remained in her house without performing any duties and without receiving any orders from her. In fact, he never saw her, and did not venture to ask after her. And 2 months had passed in this way, when the general unexpectedly sent for him. He waited with many others in the ante-room, and when the general came back from parade, he saw him and beckoned him to follow. And as soon as they were alone, he said, "You are free, as you have been allowed to purchase your discharge." "Good heavens!" the poet stammered. "How am I to—" "This is already done," the general replied. "You are free." "How is it possible? How can I thank your Excellency?" "You owe me no thanks," he replied. "Frau von Kubinyi bought you out." The poor poet's heart seemed to stop. He could not speak, nor even stammer a word. But with a low bow, he rushed out and tore wildly through the streets, until he reached the mansion of the woman whom he had so misunderstood, quite out of breath. He must see her again, and throw himself at her feet. "Where are you going to?" the porter asked him. "To Frau von Kubinyi's." "She is not here." "Not here?" "She has gone away." "Gone away? Where to?" "She started for Paris 2 hours ago." End of section 14. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 15 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Delila. In a former reminiscence, we made the acquaintance of a lady who had done the police many services in former years, and whom we called Wanda von Chabert. It is no exaggeration if we say that she was at the same time the cleverest, the most charming, and the most selfish woman whom one could possibly meet. She was certainly not exactly what is called beautiful, for neither her face nor her figure were symmetrical enough for that. But if her head was not beautiful in the style of the antique, neither like the Venus of Milo nor Ludois's Juno, it was, on the other hand, in the highest sense, delightful, like the ladies whom Watteau and Mignard painted. Everything in her little face and in its frame of soft brown hair was attractive and seductive. Her low Grecian forehead, her bright almond-shaped eyes, her small nose, and her full voluptuous lips, her middling height, and her small waist, with its perhaps almost too full bust, and above all her walk, that half indolent, half coquettish swaying of her broad hips, were all maddeningly alluring. And this woman, who was born for love, was as eager for pleasure and as amorous as few other women have even been. But for that very reason, she never ran any danger of allowing her victims to escape her from pity. On the contrary, she soon grew tired of each of her favorites, and her connection with the police was then extremely useful to her, in order to get rid of an inconvenient or jealous lover. Before the war between Austria and Italy in 1859, Frau von Chabert was in London, where she lived alone in a small one-storied house with her servants, and was in constant communication with immigrants from all countries. She herself was thought to be a Polish refugee, and the luxury by which she was surrounded, and a fondness for sport, and above all for horses, which was remarkable even in England, made people give her the title of Countess. At that period, Count T was one of the most prominent members of the Hungarian propaganda, and Frau von Chabert was commissioned to pay particular attention to all he said and did. But in spite of all the trouble she took, she had not hitherto even succeeded in making his acquaintance. He lived the life of a misanthrope, quite apart from the great social stream of London, and he was not believed to be either gallant or ardent in love. Fellow countrymen of his, who had known him formerly during the Magyar Revolution, described him as very cautious, cold, and silent, so that if any man possessed a charm against the toils which she set for him, it was he. Just then, it happened that as Wanda was riding in Hyde Park quite early one morning, before there were many people about, her thoroughbred English mare took fright, and threatened to throw the plucky rider, who did not for a moment lose her presence of mind, from the saddle. Before her groom had time to come to her assistance, a man in a Hungarian braided coat rushed from the path and caught hold of the animal's reins. When the mare had grown quite quiet, he was about to go away with a slight bow, but Frau von Chabert detained him, so that she might thank him, and so had leisure to examine him more closely. He was neither young nor handsome, but was well made, like all Hungarians are, and had an interesting and very expressive face. He had a sallow complexion, which was set off by a short, black, full beard, and he looked as if he were suffering, while he fixed two great black fanatical eyes on the beautiful young woman, who was smiling at him so amiably, and it was the strange look in those large eyes which aroused in the soul of the woman who was so excitable that violent but passing feeling which she called love. She turned her horse and accompanied the stranger on his side, and he seemed to be even more charmed by her chatter than by her appearance, for his grave face grew more and more animated, and at last he himself became quite friendly and talkative. When he took leave of her, Wanda gave him her card, on the back of which her address was written, and he immediately gave her his in return. She thanked him and rode off, looking at his name as she did so. It was Count T. She felt inclined to give a shout of pleasure when she found that the noble quarry which she had been hunting so long had at last come into her preserves. But she did not even turn her head round to look at him, such was the command which that woman had over herself and her movements. Count T. called upon her the very next day. Soon he came every day, and in less than a month after that innocent adventure in Hyde Park, he was at her feet. For when Frau von Chabert made up her mind to be loved, nobody was able to withstand her. She became the Count's confidant almost as speedily as she had become his mistress. And every day and almost every hour, she, with the most delicate coquetry, laid fresh fetters on the Hungarian Samson. Did she love him? Certainly she did, after her own fashion, and at first she had not the remotest idea of betraying him. She even succeeded in completely concealing her connection with him, not only in London, but also in Vienna. Then the War of 1859 broke out, and like most Hungarian and Polish refugees, Count T. hurried off to Italy in order to place himself at the disposal of that great and patriotic Piedmontese statesman, Cavour. Wanda went with him, and took the greatest interest in his revolutionary intrigues in Turin. For some time she seemed to be his right hand, and it looked as if she had become unfaithful to her present patrons. Through his means, she soon became on intimate terms with Piedmontese government circles, and that was his destruction. A young Italian diplomatist who frequently negotiated with Count T., or in his absence with Wanda, fell madly in love with the charming Polish woman, and she, who was never cruel, more especially when she herself had caught fire, allowed herself to be conquered by the handsome, intellectual, daring man. In measure as her passion for the Italian increased, so her feelings for Count T. declined, and at last she felt that her connection with him was nothing but a hindrance and a burden, and as soon as Wanda had reached that point, her adorer was as good as lost. Count T. was not a man whom she could just coolly dismiss, or with whom she might venture to trifle, and that she knew perfectly well. So, in order to avoid a catastrophe, the consequences of which might be incalculable for her, she did not let him notice the change in her feelings towards him at first, and kept the Italian, who belonged to her, at a proper distance. When peace had been concluded, and the great peaceful revolution which found its provisional settlement in the Constitution of February and in the Hungarian Agreement began in Austria, the Hungarian refugees determined to send Count T. to Hungary, that he might assume the direction of affairs there. But as he was still an outlaw, and as the death sentence of Arab hung over his head like the sword of Damocles, he consulted with Wanda about the ways and means of reaching his fatherland unharmed and of remaining there undiscovered. Although that clever woman thought of a plan immediately, yet she told Count T. that she would think the matter over, and she did not bring forward her proposition for a few days, which was then, however, received by the Count and his friends with the highest approval, and was immediately carried into execution. Frau von Chabert went to Vienna as Marchioness Spinola, and T. accompanied her as her footman. He had cut his hair short and shaved off his beard, so that in his livery he was quite unrecognizable. They passed the frontier in safety, and reached Vienna without any interference from the authorities, and there they first of all went to a small hotel, but soon took a small, handsome flat in the center of the town. Count T. immediately hunted up some members of his party who had been in constant communication with the immigrants since Vilagos, and the conspiracy was soon in excellent train, while Wanda whiled away her time with a hussar officer, without, however, losing sight of her lover and of his dangerous activity for a moment on that account. And at last, when the fruit was ripe for falling into her lap, she was sitting in the private room of the Minister of Police, opposite to the man with whom she was going to make the evil compact. The immigrants must be very uneasy and disheartened at an agreement with and reconciliation to Hungary, he began. Do not deceive yourself, Frau von Chabert replied. Nothing is more dangerous in politics than optimism, and the influence of the revolutionary propaganda was never greater than it is at present. Do not hope to conciliate the Magyars by half concessions, and above all things, do not underestimate the movement which is being organized openly, in broad daylight. You are afraid of a revolution? I know that they are preparing for one, and that they expect everything from that alone. The skeptical man smiled. Give me something besides views and opinions, and then I will believe. I will give you the proof, Wanda said, but before I do you the greatest service that lies in my power, I must be sure that I shall be rewarded for all my skill and trouble. Can you doubt it? I will be open with you, Wanda continued. During the insurrectionary war in Transylvania, Urban had excellent spies, but they have not been paid to this day. I want money. How much? With inimitable ease, the beautiful woman mentioned a very considerable sum. The skeptical man got up to give a few orders, and a short time afterwards the money was in Wanda's hands. Well? The immigrants have sent one of their most influential and talented members to organize the revolution in Hungary. Have they sent him already? More than that, for Count T is in Vienna at this moment. Do you know where he is hiding? Yes. And you are sure that you are not mistaken? I am most assuredly not mistaken, she replied with a frivolous laugh. Count T, who was my admirer in London and Turin, is here in my house as my footman. An hour later, the Count was arrested. But Wanda only wished to get rid of her tiresome adorer, and not to destroy him. She had been on the most intimate terms with him long enough, and had taken part in his political plans and intrigues to be able to give the most reliable information about him personally, as well as about his intentions. And that information was such that, in spite of the past, and of the Count's revolutionary standpoint, they thought they had discovered in him the man who was capable of bringing about a real reconciliation between the monarch and his people. In consequence of this, T, who thought that he had incurred the gallows, stood in the Emperor's presence, and the manner in which the latter expressed his generous intentions with regard to Hungary carried the old rebel away, and he gave him his word of honor that he would bring the nation back to him reconciled. And he kept his word, although perhaps not exactly in the sense in which he gave it. He was allowed full liberty in going to Hungary, and Wanda accompanied him. He had no suspicion that, even in his mistress's arms, he was under police supervision, and from the moment when he made his appearance in his native land officially, as the intermediary between the Crown and the people, she had a fresh interest in binding a man of such importance, whom everybody regarded as Hungary's future minister-president, to herself. He began to negotiate, and at first everything went well. But soon the yielding temper of the government gave rise continually to fresh demands, and before long what one side offered and the other side demanded was so far apart that no immediate agreement could be thought of. The Count's position grew more painful every day. He had pledged himself too deeply to both sides, and in vain he sought for a way out of the difficulty. Then one day the Minister of Police unexpectedly received a letter from Wanda, in which she told him that T, urged on by his fellow countrymen and branded as a traitor by the immigrants, was on the point of heading a fresh conspiracy. Thereupon, the government energetically reminded that thoroughly honest and noble man of his word of honor, and T, who saw that he was unable to keep it, ended his life by a pistol bullet. Frau von Chabert left Hungary immediately after the sad catastrophe, and went to Turin, where new lovers, new splendors, and new laurels awaited her. We may, perhaps, hear more of her. End of section 15. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 16 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. A Mesalliance. It is a generally acknowledged truth that the prerogatives of the nobility are only maintained at the present time through the weakness of the middle classes. And many of these who have established themselves and their families by their intellect, industry, and struggles get into a state of bliss, which reminds those who see it of intoxication as soon as they are permitted to enter aristocratic circles, or can be seen in public with barons and counts. And above all, when these treat them in a friendly manner, no matter from what motive, or when they see a prospect of a daughter of theirs driving in a carriage with armorial bearings on the panels as a countess. Many women and girls of the citizen class would not hesitate for a moment to refuse an honorable, good-looking man of their own class in order to go to the altar with the oldest, ugliest, and stupidest dotard among the aristocracy. I shall never forget saying in a joke to a young, well-educated girl of a wealthy, middle-class family who had the figure and bearing of a queen, shortly before her marriage, not to forget an ermine cloak in her trousseau. "I know it would suit me capitally," she replied in all seriousness, "and I should certainly have worn one if I had married Baron R., which I was nearly doing, as you know. But it is not suitable for the wife of a government official." When a girl of the middle classes wanders from the paths of virtue, her fall may, as a rule, be rightly ascribed to her hankering after the nobility. In a small German town there lived, some years ago, a tailor, whom we will call Lowenfuss, a man who, like all knights of the shears, was equally full of aspirations after culture and liberty. After working for one master for some time as a poor journeyman, he married his daughter, and after his father-in-law's death, he succeeded to his business. And as he was industrious, lucky, and managed it well, he soon grew very well off, and was in a position to give his daughters an education, for which many a nobleman's daughters might have envied them, for they learned not only French and music, but had also acquired many more solid branches of knowledge, and as they were both pretty and charming girls, they soon became very much thought of and sought after. Fanny, the eldest, especially was her father's pride, and the favorite of society. She was of middle height, slim, with a thoroughly maidenly figure, and with almost an Italian face, in which two large, dark eyes seemed to ask for love and submission at the same time. And yet the girl with the plentiful black hair was not in the least intended to command, for she was one of those romantic women who will give themselves or even throw themselves away, but who can never be subjugated. A young physician fell in love with her and wished to marry her. Fanny returned his love, and her parents gladly accepted him as a son-in-law. But she made it a condition that he should visit her freely and frequently for 2 years before she would consent to become his wife, and she declared that she would not go to the altar with him until she was convinced that not only their hearts, but also that their characters harmonized. He agreed to her wish, and became a regular visitor at the house of the educated tailor. They were happy hours for the lovers. They played, sang, and read together, and he told the girl some things from his medical experiences which excited and moved her. Just then, one day, an officer went to the tailor's house to order some civilian's clothes. This was not an unusual event in itself, but it was soon to be the cause of one, for accidentally the daughter of the artist in clothes came into the shop just as the officer was leaving it, and on seeing her, he let go of the door handle and asked the tailor who the young lady was. "My daughter," the tailor said proudly. "May I beg you to introduce me to the young lady, Herr Lowenfuss?" the hussar said. "I feel flattered at the honor you are doing me," the tailor replied, with evident pleasure. "Fanny, "The captain wishes to make your acquaintance. This is my daughter, Fanny, Captain Count Casimir W." The hussar interrupted him, as he went up to the pretty girl and paid her a compliment or two. They were very commonplace, stale, everyday phrases, but in spite of this, they flattered the girl, intelligent as she was, extremely, because it was a cavalry officer, and a count to boot, who addressed them to her. And when, at last, the captain, in the most friendly manner, asked the tailor's permission to be allowed to visit at the house, both father and daughter granted it to him most readily. The very next day Count W. paid his visit, in full dress uniform, and when Mamma Löwenfuss made some observations about it, how handsome it was and how well it became him, he told them that he should not wear it much longer, as he intended to quit the service soon, and to look for a wife in whom birth and wealth were matters of secondary consideration, while a good education and a knowledge of domestic matters were of paramount importance, adding that as soon as he had found one, he meant to retire to his estates. From that moment, Papa and Mamma Löwenfuss looked upon the Count as their daughter's suitor. It is certain that he was madly in love with Fanny. He used to go to their house every evening, and made himself so liked by all of them that the young doctor soon felt himself to be superfluous, and so his visits became rarer and rarer. The Count confessed his love to Fanny on a moonlight night, while they were sitting in an arbor covered with honeysuckle, which formed nearly the whole of Herr Löwenfuss's garden. He swore that he loved, that he adored her, and when at last she lay trembling in his arms, he tried to take her by storm, but that bold cavalry exploit did not succeed, and the good-looking hussar found out for the first time in his life that a woman can at the same time be romantic, passionately in love, and yet virtuous. The next morning the tailor called on the Count and begged him very humbly to state what his intentions with regard to Fanny were. The enamored hussar declared that he was determined to make the tailor's little daughter Countess W. Herr Löwenfuss was so much overcome by his feelings that he showed great inclination to embrace his future son-in-law, the Count, however, laid down certain conditions. The whole matter must be kept a profound secret, for he had every prospect of inheriting 500,000 of florins on the death of an aunt, who was already 80 years old, which he should risk by a Mesalliance. When they heard this, the girl's parents certainly hesitated for a time to give their consent to the marriage, but the handsome hussar, whose ardent passion carried Fanny away, at last gained the victory. The doctor received a pretty little note from the tailor's daughter, in which she told him that she gave him back his promise, as she had not found her ideal in him. Fanny then signed a deed by which she formally renounced all claims to her father's property in favor of her sister, and left her home and her father's house with the Count under cover of the night, in order to accompany him to Poland, where the marriage was to take place in his castle. Of course, malicious tongues declared that the hussar had abducted Fanny, but her parents smiled at such reports, for they knew better, and the moment when their daughter would return as Countess W. would amply recompense them for everything. Meanwhile, the Polish Count and the romantic German girl were being carried by the train through the dreary plains of Masovia. They stopped in a large town to make some purchases, and the Count, who was very wealthy and liberal, provided his future wife with everything that befits a countess and which a girl could fancy, and then they continued their journey. The country grew more picturesque, but more melancholy as they went further east. The somber Carpathians rose from the snow-covered plains and villages, surrounded by white glistening walls, and stunted willows stood by the side of the roads. Ravens sailed through the white sky, and here and there a small peasant's sledge shot by, drawn by 2 thin horses. At last they reached the station where the Count's steward was waiting for them with a carriage and 4, which brought them to their destination almost as swiftly as the iron steed. The numerous servants were drawn up in the yard of the ancient castle to receive their master and mistress, and they gave loud cheers for her, for which she thanked them smilingly. When she went into the dim, arched passages and the large rooms, for a moment she felt a strange feeling of fear, but she quickly checked it, for was not her most ardent wish to be fulfilled in a couple of hours? She put on her bridal attire, in which a half-comical, half-sinister-looking old woman, with a toothless mouth and a nose like an owl's, assisted her, and just as she was fixing the myrtle wreath unto her dark curls, the bell began to ring, which summoned her to her wedding. The Count himself, in full uniform, led her to the chapel of the castle, where the priest, with the steward and the castellan as witnesses, and the footmen in grand liveries, were awaiting the handsome young couple. After the wedding, the marriage certificate was signed in the vestry, and a groom was sent to the station, where he dispatched a telegram to her parents, to the effect that the hussar had kept his word, and that Fanny Löwenfuss had become Countess Faniska W. Then the newly married couple sat down to a beautiful little dinner in company of the chaplain, the steward, and the castellan. The champagne made them all very cheerful, and at last the Count knelt down before his young and beautiful wife, boldly took her white satin slipper off her foot, filled it with wine, and emptied it to her health. At length night came, a thorough Polish wedding night, and Faniska had just finished dressing and was looking at herself with proud satisfaction in the great mirror that was fastened into the wall from top to bottom. A white satin train flowed down behind her like rays from the moon. A half-open jacket of bright green velvet, trimmed with valuable ermine, covered her voluptuous virgin bust and her classic arms, only to show them all the more seductively at the slightest motion, while the wealth of her dark hair, in which diamonds hung here and there like glittering dewdrops, fell down her neck and mingled with the white fur. The Count came in a red velvet dressing gown trimmed with sable. At a sign from him, the old woman, who was waiting on his wife's divinity, left the room, and the next moment he was lying like a slave at the feet of his lovely young wife, who raised him up and was pressing him to her heaving bosom, when a noise which she had never heard before, a wild howling, startled the loving woman in the midst of her highest bliss. "What was that?" she asked, trembling. The Count went to the window without speaking, and she followed him with her arms around him, and looked half timidly, half curiously out into the darkness, where large bright spots were moving about in pairs in the park at her feet. "Are they will-o'-the-wisps?" she whispered. "No, my child, they are wolves," the Count replied, fetching his double-barreled gun, which he loaded, and went out on the snow-covered balcony, while she drew the fur more closely over her bosom, and followed him. "Will you shoot?" the Count asked her in a whisper, and when she nodded, he said, "Aim straight at the first pair of bright spots that you see. They are the eyes of those amiable brutes." Then he handed her the gun and pointed it for her. "That is the way. Are you pointing straight?" "Yes." "Then fire." A flash, a report, which the echo from the hills repeats 4 times, and 2 of the unpleasant-looking lights had vanished. Then the Count fired, and by that time their people were all awake. They drove away the wolves with torches and shouts, and laid the 2 large animals, the spoils of a Polish wedding night, at the feet of their young mistress. And the days that followed resembled that night. The Count showed himself the most attentive husband, as his wife's knight and slave, and she felt quite at home in that dull castle. She rode, drove, smoked, read French novels, and beat her servants as well as any Polish countess could have done. In the course of a few years, she presented the Count with 2 children, and although he appeared very happy at that, yet, like most husbands, he grew continually cooler, more indolent, and neglectful of her. From time to time he left the castle to see after his affairs in the capital, and the intervals between those journeys became continually shorter. Faniska felt that her husband was tired of her, and much as it grieved her, she did not let him notice it. She was always the same. But at last the Count remained away altogether. At first he used to write, but at last the poor weeping woman did not even receive letters to comfort her in her unhappy solitude, and his lawyer sent the money that she and her children required. She conjectured, hoped and doubted, suffered and wept for more than a year. Then she suddenly went to the capital and appeared unexpectedly in his apartments. Painful explanations followed, until at last the Count told her that he no longer loved her and could not live with her for the future. And when she wished to make him do so by legal means and entrusted her case to a celebrated lawyer, the Count denied that she was his wife. She produced her marriage certificate when the most infamous fraud came to light. A confidential servant of the Count had acted the part of the priest, and the tailor's beautiful daughter had, as a matter of fact, merely been the Count's mistress, and her children were bastards. The virtuous woman then saw, when it was too late, that it was she who had formed a Mesalliance. Her parents would have nothing to do with her, and at last it turned out in the bargain that the Count was married long before he knew her, but that he did not live with his wife. Then Fanny applied to the police magistrates. She wanted to appeal to justice, but she was dissuaded from taking criminal proceedings. For although they would certainly lead to the punishment of her daring seducer, they would also bring about her own total ruin. At last, however, her lawyer effected a settlement between them which was favorable to Fanny, and which she accepted for the sake of her children. The Count paid her a considerable sum down, and gave her the gloomy castle to live in. Thither she returned with a broken heart, and from that time she lived alone, a sullen misanthrope, a fierce despot. From time to time, a stranger wandering through the Carpathians meets a pale woman of demonic beauty, wearing a magnificent sable skin jacket and with a gun over her shoulder in the forest, or in the winter in a sledge, driving her foaming horses until they nearly drop from fatigue, while the sleigh bells utter a melancholy sound, and at last die away in the distance like the weeping of a solitary, deserted human heart. End of section 16. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 17 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. Section 17, Bertha. My old friend. One has friends occasionally who are much older than oneself. My old friend Dr. Binet had often invited me to spend some time with him at Riom, and as I did not know Auvergne, I made up my mind to go in the summer of 1876. I got there by the morning train, and the first person I saw on the platform was the doctor. He was dressed in a gray suit, and wore a soft, black, wide-brimmed, high-crowned felt hat, which was narrow at the top like a chimney pot, a hat which hardly anyone except an Auvergnat would wear, and which smacked of the charcoal burner. Dressed like that, the doctor had the appearance of an old young man, with his spare body under his thin coat, and his large head covered with white hair. He embraced me with that evident pleasure which country people feel when they meet long-expected friends, and stretching out his arm, he said proudly, "This is Auvergne." I saw nothing except a range of mountains before me, whose summits, which resembled truncated cones, must have been extinct volcanoes. Then, pointing to the name of the station, he said, "Riam, the fatherland of magistrates, the pride of the magistracy, and which ought rather to be the fatherland of doctors." "Why?" I asked. "Why?" he replied with a laugh. "If you transpose the letters, you have the Latin word morir, to die. That is the reason why I settled here, my young friend." And, delighted at his own joke, he carried me off, rubbing his hands. As soon as I had swallowed a cup of coffee, he made me go and see the town. I admired the chemist's house, and the other celebrated houses, which were all black, but as pretty as knickknacks, with facades of sculptured stone. I admired the statue of the Virgin, the patroness of butchers. And he told me an amusing story about this, which I will relate some other time. And then Dr. Bonnet said to me, "I must beg you to excuse me for a few minutes while I go and see a patient, and then I will take you to Châtel-Guyon, so as to show you the general aspect of the town and all the mountain chain of the Puy de Dôme before lunch. You can wait for me outside. I shall only go upstairs and come down immediately." He left me outside one of those old, gloomy, silent, melancholy houses which one sees in the provinces, and this one appeared to look particularly sinister, and I soon discovered the reason. All the large windows on the first floor were half boarded up with wooden shutters. The upper part of them alone could be opened, as if one had wished to prevent the people who were locked up in that huge stone trunk from looking into the street. When the doctor came down again, I told him how it had struck me, and he replied, "You are quite right. The poor creature who is living there must never see what is going on outside. She is a mad woman, or rather an idiot, what you Normans would call a niente. It is a miserable story, but a very singular pathological case at the same time. Shall I tell you?" I begged him to do so, and he continued, "20 years ago, the owners of this house, who were my patients, had a daughter who was like all other girls, but I soon discovered that while her body became admirably developed, her intellect remained stationary. She began to walk very early, but she could not talk. At first I thought she was deaf, but I soon discovered that although she heard perfectly, she did not understand anything that was said to her. Violent noises made her start and frightened her, without her understanding how they were caused. She grew up into a superb woman, but she was dumb, from an absolute want of intellect. I tried all means to introduce a gleam of sense into her head, but nothing succeeded. I thought that I noticed that she knew her nurse, though as soon as she was weaned, she failed to recognize her mother. She could never pronounce that word, which is the first that children utter, and the last which soldiers murmur when they are dying on the field of battle. She sometimes tried to talk, but she produced nothing but incoherent sounds. When the weather was fine, she laughed continually, and emitted some low cries which might be compared to the twittering of birds. When it rained, she cried and moaned in a mournful, terrifying manner, which sounded like the howling of a dog when a death occurs in a house. She was fond of rolling on the grass, like young animals do, and of running about madly, and she used to clap her hands every morning when the sun shone into her room, and would jump out of bed and insist by signs on being dressed as quickly as possible, so that she might get out. She did not appear to distinguish between people, between her mother and her nurse, or between her father and me, or between the coachman and the cook. I liked her parents, who were very unhappy on her account, very much, and went to see them nearly every day. I dined with them tolerably frequently, which enabled me to remark that Bertha, they had called her Bertha, seemed to recognize the various dishes, and to prefer some to others. At that time she was 12 years old, but as fully formed in figure as a girl of 18, and taller than I was. Then the idea struck me of developing her greediness, and by these means to try and produce some slight powers of distinguishing into her mind, and to force her, by the diversity of flavors, if not to reason, at any rate to arrive at instinctive distinctions, which would of themselves constitute a species of work that was material to thought. Later on, by appealing to her passions, and by carefully making use of those which could serve us, we might hope to obtain a kind of reaction on her intellect, and by degrees increase the insensible action of her brain. One day I put 2 plates before her, one of soup, and the other of very sweet vanilla cream. I made her taste each of them successively, and then I let her choose for herself, and she ate the plate of cream. In a short time I made her very greedy, so greedy that it appeared as if the only idea she had in her head was the desire for eating. She perfectly recognized the various dishes, and stretched out her hands towards those that she liked, and took hold of them eagerly, and she used to cry when they were taken from her. Then I thought I would try and teach her to come to the dining room when the dinner bell rang. It took a long time, but I succeeded in the end. In her vacant intellect there was a fixed correlation between the sound and her taste, a correspondence between 2 senses, an appeal from one to the other, and consequently a sort of connection of ideas, if one can call that kind of instinctive hyphen between 2 organic functions an idea. And so I carried my experiments further, and taught her, with much difficulty, to recognize meal times on the face of the clock. It was impossible for me for a long time to attract her attention to the hands, but I succeeded in making her remark the clockwork and the striking apparatus. The means I employed were very simple. I asked them not to have the bell rung for lunch, and everybody got up and went into the dining room when the little brass hammer struck 12 o'clock. But I found great difficulty in making her learn to count the strokes. She ran to the door each time she heard the clock strike, but by degrees she learned that all the strokes had not the same value as far as regarded meals, and she frequently fixed her eyes, guided by her ears, on the dial of the clock. When I noticed that, I took care, every day at 12 and at 6 o'clock, to place my fingers on the figures 12 and 6, as soon as the moment she was waiting for had arrived. And I soon noticed that she attentively followed the motion of the small brass hands, which I had often turned in her presence. She had understood. Perhaps I ought rather to say that she had seized the idea. I had succeeded in getting the knowledge, or rather the sensation of the time, into her, just as is the case with carp, who certainly have no clocks, when they are fed every day exactly at the same time. When once I had obtained that result, all the clocks and watches in the house occupied her attention almost exclusively. She spent her time in looking at them, in listening to them, and in waiting for meal times. And once something very funny happened. The striking apparatus of a pretty little Louis XVI clock that hung at the head of her bed, having got out of order, she noticed it. She sat for 20 minutes with her eyes on the hands, waiting for it to strike 10. But when the hand passed the figure, she was astonished at not hearing anything. So stupefied was she, indeed, that she sat down, no doubt overwhelmed by a feeling of violent emotion, such as attacks us in the face of some terrible catastrophe. And she had the wonderful patience to wait until 11 o'clock, in order to see what would happen, and as she naturally heard nothing, she was suddenly either seized with a wild fit of rage at having been deceived and imposed upon by appearances, or else overcome by that fear which some frightened creature feels at some terrible mystery. and by the furious impatience of a passionate individual who meets with some obstacle, she took up the tongs from the fireplace and struck the clock so violently that she broke it to pieces in a moment. It was evident, therefore, that her brain did act and calculate, obscurely it is true, and within very restricted limits, for I could never succeed in making her distinguish persons as she distinguished the time. And to stir her intellect, it was necessary to appeal to her passions, in the mental sense of the word. And we soon had another, and alas, a very terrible proof of this. She had grown up into a splendid girl, a perfect type of a race, a sort of lovely and stupid Venus. She was 16, and I have rarely seen such perfection of form, such suppleness and such regular features. I said she was a Venus, yes, a fair, stout, vigorous Venus, with large, bright, vacant eyes, which were as blue as the flowers of the flax plant. She had a large mouth, with full lips, the mouth of a glutton, of a sensualist, a mouth made for kisses. Well, one morning her father came into my consulting room, with a strange look on his face, and sitting down, without even replying to my greeting, he said, "I want to speak to you about a very serious matter. Would it be possible for Bertha to marry?" "Bertha to marry? Why, it is quite impossible." "Yes, I know," he replied. "But reflect, doctor. Don't you think, perhaps, we hoped, if she had children, it would be a great shock to her, but a great happiness, and who knows whether maternity might not rouse her intellect?" I was in a state of great perplexity. He was right, and it was possible that such a new situation, and that wonderful instinct of maternity which beats in the hearts of the lower animals, as it does in the heart of a woman, which makes the hen fly at a dog's jaws to defend her chickens, might bring about a revolution, an utter change in her vacant mind, and set the motionless mechanism of her thoughts into movement. And then, moreover, I immediately remembered a personal instance. Some years previously, I had possessed a spaniel bitch, who was so stupid that I could do nothing with her. But when she had had pups, she became, if not exactly intelligent, yet almost like many other dogs who have not been thoroughly broken. As soon as I foresaw the possibility of this, the wish to get Bertha married grew in me, not so much out of friendship for her and her poor parents, as from scientific curiosity. What would happen? It was a singular problem, and I said to her father, "Perhaps you are right. You might make the attempt, but you will never find a man to consent to marry her." "I have found somebody," he said in a low voice. I was dumbfounded, and said, "Somebody really suitable? Someone of your own rank and position in society?" "Decidedly," he replied. "Oh, and may I ask his name?" "I came on purpose to tell you and to consult you. It is Monsieur Gaston Dubois de Lucelles." I felt inclined to exclaim, "What a wretch!" but I held my tongue, and after a few moments' silence, I said, "Oh, very good. I see nothing against it." The poor man shook me heartily by the hand. "She is to be married next month," he said. Monsieur Gaston Dubois de Lucelles was a scapegrace of good family, who, after having spent all that he had inherited from his father, and having incurred debts by all kinds of doubtful means, had been trying to discover some other way of obtaining money, and he had discovered this method. He was a good-looking young fellow, and in capital health, but fast, one of those odious race of provincial fast men, and he appeared to me to be a sufficient sort of a husband, who could be got rid of later by making him an allowance. He came to the house to pay his addresses, and to strut about before the idiot girl, who, however, seemed to please him. He brought her flowers, kissed her hands, sat at her feet, and looked at her with affectionate eyes, but she took no notice of any of his attentions, and did not make any distinction between him and the other persons who were about her. However, the marriage took place, and you may guess how excited my curiosity was. I went to see Bertha the next day, to try and discover from her looks whether any feelings had been roused in her, but I found her just the same as she was every day, wholly taken up with the clock and dinner, while he, on the contrary, appeared really in love, and tried to rouse his wife's spirits and affections by little endearments, and such caresses as one bestows on a kitten. He could think of nothing better. I called upon the married couple pretty frequently, and I soon perceived that the young woman knew her husband, and gave him those eager looks which she had hitherto bestowed only on sweet dishes. She followed his movements, knew his step on the stairs or in the neighboring rooms, clapped her hands when he came in, and her face was changed and brightened by the flames of profound happiness and of desire. She loved him with her whole body and with all her soul, to the very depths of her poor, weak soul, and with all her heart, that poor heart of some grateful animal. It was really a delightful and innocent picture of simple passion, of carnal and yet modest passion, such as nature had implanted into mankind, before man had complicated and disfigured it by all the various shades of sentiment. But he soon grew tired of this ardent, beautiful, dumb creature, and did not spend more than an hour a day with her, thinking it sufficient to devote his rights to her, and she began to suffer in consequence. She used to wait for him, from morning till night, with her eyes on the clock. She did not even look after the meals now, for he took all his away from home. Clermont, Châtel-Guyon, Royer, no matter where, as long as he was not obliged to come home. She began to grow thin. Every other thought, every other wish, every other expectation, and every other confused hope disappeared from her mind, and the hours during which she did not see him became hours of terrible suffering to her. Soon he used frequently not to come home at night. He spent them with women at the casino at Royer, and did not come home until daybreak, but she never went to bed before he returned. She remained sitting motionless in an easy chair, with her eyes fixed on the clock, which turned so slowly and regularly round the china face on which the hours were painted. She heard the trot of his horse in the distance, and sat up with a start, and when he came into the room, she got up with the movements of a phantom, and pointed to the clock, as if to say to him, "Look how late it is." And he began to be afraid of this amorous and jealous half-witted woman, and flew into a rage, like brutes do, and one night he even went so far as to strike her, so they sent for me. When I arrived, she was writhing and screaming in a terrible crisis of pain, anger, passion, how do I know what? Can one tell what goes on in such undeveloped brains? I calmed her by subcutaneous injections of morphine, and forbade her to see that man again, for I saw clearly that marriage would infallibly kill her by degrees. Then she went mad. Yes, my dear friend, that idiot has gone mad. She is always thinking of him and waiting for him. She waits for him all day and night, awake or asleep, at this very moment, ceaselessly. When I saw her getting thinner and thinner, and as she persisted in never taking her eyes off the clocks, I had them removed from the house. I thus made it impossible for her to count the hours, and to try to remember from her indistinct reminiscences at what time he used to come home formerly. I hope to destroy the recollection of it in time, and to extinguish that ray of thought which I kindled with so much difficulty. The other day I tried an experiment. I offered her my watch. She took it and looked at it for some time. Then she began to scream terribly, as if the sight of that little object had suddenly aroused her recollection, which was beginning to grow indistinct. She is pitiably thin now, with hollow cheeks and brilliant eyes, and she walks up and down ceaselessly, like a wild beast does in its cage. I have had bars put to the windows, and have had the seats fixed to the floor, so as to prevent her from looking to see whether he is coming. Oh, her poor parents! What a life they must lead! We had got to the top of the hill, and the doctor turned round and said to me, "Look at Riom from here." The gloomy town looked like some ancient city. Behind it, a green wooded plain studded with towns and villages, and bathed in a soft blue haze, extended until it was lost in the distance. Far away on my right there was a range of lofty mountains with round summits, or else cut off flat as if with a sword, and the doctor began to enumerate the villages, towns, and hills, and to give me the history of all of them. But I did not listen to him. I was thinking of nothing but the mad woman, and I only saw her. She seemed to be hovering over that vast extent of country like a mournful ghost, and I asked him abruptly, "What has become of the husband?" My friend seemed rather surprised, but after a few moments' hesitation, he replied, "He is living in Royer, on an allowance that they make, and is quite happy. He leads a very fast life." As we were slowly going back, both of us silent and rather low-spirited, an English dog-cart, drawn by a thoroughbred horse, came up behind us and passed us rapidly. The doctor took me by the arm. "There he is," he said. I saw nothing except a gray felt hat cocked over one ear, above a pair of broad shoulders, driving off in a cloud of dust. End of section 17. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 18 of the works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Abandoned. I really think you must be mad, my dear, to go for a country walk in such weather as this. You have had some very strange ideas for the last 2 months. You take me to the seaside in spite of myself, when you have never once had such a whim during all the 44 years that we have been married. You chose Fécamp, which is a very dull town, without consulting me in the matter, and now you are seized with such a rage for walking, you who hardly ever stir out on foot, that you want to go into the country on the hottest day in the year. Ask de Préval to go with you, as he is ready to gratify all your fancies. As for me, I am going back to have a nap." Madame de Cadour turned to her old friend and said, "Will you come with me, Monsieur de Préval?" He bowed with a smile, and with all the gallantry of bygone years. "I will go wherever you go," he replied. "Very well, then. Go and get a sunstroke," Monsieur de Cadour said. And he went back to the Hôtel des Bains to lie down on his bed for an hour or two. As soon as they were alone, the old lady and her old companion set off, and she said to him in a low voice, squeezing his hand, "At last, at last!" "You are mad," he said in a whisper. "I assure you that you are mad. Think of the risk you are running. If that man—" She started. "Oh, Henry, do not say that man when you are speaking of him." "Very well," he said abruptly. "If our son guesses anything, if he has any suspicions, he will have you, He will have us both in his power. You have got on without seeing him for the last 40 years. What is the matter with you today?" They had been going up the long street that leads from the sea to the town, and now they turned to the right, to go to Étretat. The white road extended in front of them, under a blaze of brilliant sunshine, so they went on slowly in the burning heat. She had taken her old friend's arm, and was looking straight in front of her with a fixed and haunted gaze, and at last she said: "And so you have not seen him again either?" "No, never." "Is it possible?" "My dear friend, do not let us begin that discussion again. I have a wife and children, and you have a husband, so we both of us have much to fear from other people's opinion." She did not reply. She was thinking of her long-past youth, and of many sad things that had occurred. She had been married as girls are married. She hardly knew her betrothed, who was a diplomatist, and later she lived the same life with him that all women of the world live with their husbands. But Monsieur d'Apreval, who was also married, loved her with a profound passion, and while Monsieur de Cadour was absent in India on a political mission for a long time, she succumbed. Could she possibly have resisted, have refused to give herself? Could she have had the strength and courage not to have yielded, as she loved him also? No, certainly not. It would have been too hard. She would have suffered too much. How cruel and deceitful life is! Is it possible to avoid certain attacks of fate, or can one escape from one's destiny? Would a solitary, abandoned woman without children and with a careless husband always escape from the passion which a man feels for her, as she would escape from the sun, in order to live in darkness until she dies? How well she recalled all the details, his kisses, his smiles, the way he used to stop in order to watch her until she was indoors. What happy days they were, the only really delicious days she had ever enjoyed, and how quickly they were over. And then she discovered that she was pregnant. What anguish! Oh, that journey to the south, that long journey, her sufferings, her constant terror, that secluded life in the small, solitary house on the shores of the Mediterranean, at the bottom of a garden which she did not venture to leave. How well she remembered those long days, which she spent lying under an orange tree, looking up at the round, red fruit amidst the green leaves. How she used to long to go out as far as the sea, whose fresh breezes came to her over the wall, and whose small waves she could hear lapping on the beach. She dreamt of its immense blue expanse, sparkling under the sun, with the white sails of the small vessels, and a mountain on the horizon. But she did not dare to go outside the gate. Suppose anybody had recognized her, unshapely as she was, and showing her disgrace by her expanded waist. And those days of waiting, those last days of misery and expectation, the impending suffering, and then that terrible night. What misery she had endured, and what a night it was! How she had groaned and screamed! She could still see the pale face of her lover, who kissed her hand every moment, and the clean-shaven face of the doctor and the nurse's white cap. And what she felt when she heard the child's feeble cries, that mewling, that first effort of a human voice. And the next day, the only day of her life on which she had seen and kissed her son, for from that time she had never even caught a glimpse of him. And what a long, void existence hers had been since then, with the thought of that child always, always floating before her. She had never seen her son, that little creature that had been part of herself, even once since then. They had taken him from her, carried him away and hidden him. All she knew was that he had been brought up by some peasants in Normandy, that he had become a peasant himself, had married well, and that his father, whose name he did not know, had settled a handsome sum of money on him. How often, during the last 40 years, had she wished to go and see him, and to embrace him? She could not imagine to herself that he had grown. She always thought of that small human larva which she had held in her arms and pressed to her side for a day. How often she had said to her lover, "I cannot bear it any longer. I must go and see him." But he had always stopped her, and kept her from going. She would not be able to restrain and to master herself. Their son would guess it, and take advantage of her, blackmail her. She would be lost. "What is he like?" she said. "I do not know. I have not seen him again, either." Is it possible to have a son and not to know him? To be afraid of him and to repulse him as if he were a disgrace? It is horrible. They went along the dusty road, overcome by the scorching sun, and continually ascending that interminable hill. "One might take it for a punishment," she continued. "I have never had another child, and I could no longer resist the longing to see him, which has possessed me for 40 years. You men cannot understand that. You must remember that I shall not live much longer. And suppose I had never seen him again, never have seen him. Is it possible? How could I wait so long? I have thought about him every day since, and what a terrible existence mine has been. I have never awakened, never, do you understand, without my first thoughts being of him, of my child. How is he? Oh, how guilty I feel towards him. Ought one to fear what the world may say in a case like this? I ought to have left everything to go after him, to bring him up and to show love for him. I should certainly have been much happier, but I did not dare. I was a coward. How I have suffered! Oh, how those poor, abandoned children must hate their mothers!" She stopped suddenly, for she was choked by her sobs. The whole valley was deserted and silent in the dazzling light and the overwhelming heat, and only the grasshoppers uttered their shrill, continuous chirp among the sparse yellow grass on both sides of the road. "Sit down a little," he said. She allowed herself to be led to the side of the ditch, and sank down with her face in her hands. Her white hair, which hung in curls on both sides of her face, had become all of a lump, and she wept, overcome by profound grief, while he stood facing her, uneasy and not knowing what to say, and he merely murmured, "Come, have courage." She got up. "I will," she said, and wiping her eyes, she began to walk again with the jerky steps of an old woman. Rather farther on, the road passed under a clump of trees, which hid a few houses, and they could distinguish the vibrating and regular blows of a blacksmith's hammer on the anvil, and soon they saw a cart drawn upon the right in front of a low cottage, and 2 men shoeing a horse under a shed. Monsieur de Préval went up to them. "Where is Pierre Benedict's farm?" he asked.
"Take the road on the left, close to the public house, and then go straight on. It is the 3rd house past Poret's. There is a small spruce fir close to the gate. You cannot make a mistake."
They turned to the left. She was walking very slowly now. Her legs threatened to give way, and her heart was beating so violently that she felt as if she should be suffocated, while at every step she murmured, as if in prayer, "Oh, good heavens! Good heavens!" Monsieur de Préval, who was also nervous and rather pale, said to her somewhat gruffly, "If you cannot manage to command your feelings better, you will betray yourself immediately. Do try and restrain yourself." "How can I?" she replied. "My child, when I think that I'm going to see my child." They were going along one of those narrow country lanes between farmyards that are buried beneath a double row of beech trees by the sides of the ditches, and suddenly they found themselves in front of a gate, over which there hung a young spruce fir. "This is it," he said. She stopped suddenly and looked about her. The courtyard, which was planted with apple trees, was large and extended as far as the small thatched dwelling house. Opposite to it were the stable, the barn, the cow house, and the poultry house, while the gig, wagon, and the manure cart were under a slated outhouse. 4 calves were grazing under the shade of the trees, and black hens were wandering all about the enclosure. All was perfectly still. The house door was open, but nobody was to be seen, and so they went in, when immediately a large black dog came out of a barrel that was standing under a pear tree, and began to bark furiously. There were 4 beehives on boards against the wall of the house. Monsieur de Préval stood outside and called out, "Is anybody at home?" Then a girl appeared, a little girl of about 10, dressed in a chemise and a linen petticoat, with dirty bare legs and a timid and cunning look. She remained standing in the doorway, as if to prevent anyone going in. "What do you want?" she asked. "Is your father in?" "No." "Where is he?" "I don't know." "And your mother?" "Gone after the cows." "Will she be back soon?" "I don't know." But suddenly the old woman, as if she feared that he might force her to return, said quickly, "I will not go without having seen him." "We will wait for him, my dear friend." As they turned away, they saw a peasant woman coming towards the house, carrying 2 tin pails, which appeared to be heavy, and which glistened brightly in the sunlight. She limped with her right leg, and in her brown knitted jacket, that was faded by the sun and washed out by the rain, she looked like a poor, wretched, dirty servant. "Here is Mamma," the child said. When she got close to the house, she looked at the strangers angrily and suspiciously, and then she went in, as if she had not seen them. She looked old, and had a hard, yellow, wrinkled face, one of those wooden faces, like country people so often have. Monsieur de Préval called her back. "I beg your pardon, madam, but we came in to know whether you could sell us 2 glasses of milk." She was grumbling when she reappeared in the door, after putting down her pails. "I don't sell milk," she replied. "We are very thirsty," he said, "and madame is old and very tired. Can we not get something to drink?" The peasant woman gave them an uneasy and cunning glance, and then she made up her mind. "As you are here, I will give you some," she said, going into the house. And almost immediately the child came out and brought 2 chairs, which she placed under an apple tree. And then the mother in turn brought out 2 bowls of foaming milk, which she gave to the visitors. She did not return to the house, however, but remained standing near them, as if to watch them, and to find out for what purpose they had come there. "You have come from Fécamp?" she said. "Yes," Monsieur de Préval replied. "We are staying at Fécamp for the summer." And then, after a short silence, he continued, "Have you any fowls you could sell us every week?" The woman hesitated for a moment, and then replied, "Yes, I think I have." "I suppose you want young ones?" "Yes, of course." "What do you pay for them in the market?" D'Apreval, who had not the least idea, turned to his companion. "What are you paying for poultry in Fécamp, my dear lady?" 4 francs and 4 francs, 50 centimes," she said with her eyes full of tears. And the farmer's wife, who was looking at her askance, in much surprise, asked, "Is the lady ill, as she is crying?" He did not know what to say, and replied with some hesitation, "No, no, but she lost her watch as we came, a very handsome watch, and that troubles her. If anybody should find it, please let us know." Mother Benedict did not reply, as she thought it a very equivocal soft answer, but suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh, here's my husband." She was the only one who had seen him, as she was facing the gate. De Préval started, and Madame de Cadour nearly fell, as she turned round suddenly on her chair. A man who was bent nearly double, and who was panting for breath, was there, 10 yards from them, dragging a cow at the end of a rope, and without taking any notice of the visitors, he said, "Confound it, what a brute!" And he went past them, and disappeared in the cow-house. Her tears had dried quickly as she sat there startled, without a word, and with the one thought in her mind that this was her son, and de Préval, whom the same thought had struck very unpleasantly, said in an agitated voice, "Is this Monsieur Benedict?" "Who told you his name?" the wife asked, still rather suspiciously. "The blacksmith, at the corner of the high road," he replied. And then they were all silent, with their eyes fixed on the door of the cow-house, which formed a sort of black hole in the wall of the building. Nothing could be seen inside, but they heard a vague noise, movements and footsteps, and the sound of hoofs, which were deadened by the straw on the floor. And soon he reappeared in the door, wiping his forehead, and went towards the house with long, slow strides. He passed the strangers without seeming to notice them, and said to his wife, "Go and draw me a jug of cider. I'm very thirsty." Then he went back into the house, while his wife went into the cellar, and left the 2 Parisians alone. Let us go, Henri," Madame de Cadour said, nearly distracted with grief. And so de Préval took her by the arm, helped her to rise, and, sustaining her with all his strength, for he felt that she was nearly falling down, he led her out after throwing 5 francs onto one of the chairs. As soon as they were outside the gate, she began to sob, and said, shaking with grief, "Oh, oh, is that what you have made of him?" He was very pale, and replied coldly, "I did what I could. His farm is worth 80,000 francs, and that is more than most of the children of the middle classes have." They returned slowly, without speaking a word. She was still crying. The tears ran down her cheeks continually for a time, but by degrees they stopped, and they went back to Fécamp, where they found Monsieur de Cadour waiting dinner for them. And as soon as he saw them, he began to laugh, and exclaimed, "So my wife has had a sunstroke, and I am very glad of it. I really think she has lost her head for some time past." Neither of them replied, and when the husband asked them, rubbing his hands, "Well, I hope that at least you have had a pleasant walk," Monsieur de Préval replied, "A delightful walk, I assure you, perfectly delightful." End of section 18, recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. A Night in Whitechapel. My friend Ledantec and I were 25, and we had come to London for the first time in our lives. It was a Saturday evening in December, cold and foggy, and I think that all that combined is more than enough to explain why my friend Ledantec and I were most abominably drunk, though, to tell the truth, we did not feel any discomfort from it. On the contrary, we were floating in an atmosphere of perfect bliss. We did not speak, certainly, for we were incapable of doing so, but then we had no inclination for conversation. What would be the good of it? We could so easily read all our thoughts in each other's eyes, and all our thoughts consisted in the sweet and unique knowledge that we were thinking about nothing whatever. It was not, however, in order to arrive at that state of delicious intellectual nihility that we had gone to mysterious Whitechapel. We had gone into the first public house we saw, with the firm intention of studying manners and customs, not to mention morals. There as spectators, artists, and philosophers. But in the second public house we entered, we ourselves became like the objects of our investigations, that is to say, sponges soaked in alcohol. Between one public house and the other, the outer air seemed to squeeze those sponges, which then got just as dry as before. And thus we rolled from public house to public house, until at last the sponges could not hold any more. Consequently, we had for some time bidden farewell to our studies in morals, and now they were limited to two impressions: zigzags through the darkness outside, and a gleam of light outside the public houses. As to the inhibition of brandies, whiskies, and gins, that was done mechanically, and our stomachs scarcely noticed it. But what strange beings we had elbowed with during our long stoppages! What a number of faces to be remembered! What clothes, what attitudes, what talk, and what rags! At first we tried to note them exactly in our memory, but there were so many of them, and our brain got mixed so quickly, that at present we had no very clear recollection of anything or anybody. Even objects that were immediately before us appeared to us in a vague, dusky phantasmagoria, and got confounded with precious objects in an inextricable manner. The world became a sort of kaleidoscope to us, seen in a dream through the penumbra of an aquarium. Suddenly we were aroused from this state of somnolence, awakened as if by a blow in the chest, and imperiously forced to fix our attention on what we saw. For amidst this whirl of strange sights, one stranger than all attracted our eyes, and seemed to say to us, "Look at me." It was at the open door of a public house. A ray of light streamed into the street through the half-open door, and that brutal ray fell right onto the spectre that had just risen up there, dumb and motionless. For it was indeed a spectre, pitiful and terrible, and above all, most real, as it stood out boldly against the dark background of the street, which it made darker still behind it. Young, yes. The woman was certainly young. There could be no doubt about that, when one looked at her smooth skin, her smiling mouth, which showed her white teeth, and firm bust, which could be plainly noted under her thin dress. But then, how explain her perfectly white hair? Not gray or growing gray, but absolutely white as any octogenarian's. And then her eyes beneath her smooth brow were surely the eyes of an old woman. Certainly they were, and of a woman one could not tell how old. For it must have taken years of trouble and sorrow, of tears and of sleepless nights, and a whole long existence thus to dull, to wear out, and to roughen those vitreous pupils. Vitreous? Not exactly that, for roughened glass still retains a dull and milky brightness, a recollection, as it were, of its former transparency. But her eyes seemed rather to have been made of metal, which had turned rusty. And really, if pewter could rust, I should have compared them to pewter covered with rust. They had the dead color of pewter, and at the same time they emitted a glance which was the color of reddish water. But it was not until some time later that I tried to define them thus, approximately, by retrospective analysis. At that moment, being altogether incapable of such an effort, I could only establish in my own mind the idea of extreme decrepitude and horrible old age, which they produced in my imagination. Have I said that they were set in very puffy eyelids, which had no lashes whatever, and on her forehead without wrinkles there was not a vestige of eyebrow? When I tell you this, and considering their dull look beneath the hair of an octogenarian, it is not surprising that Ledantec and I said in a low voice at the sight of this woman, who was evidently young, "Oh, poor, poor old woman." Her great age was further accentuated by the terrible poverty that was revealed by her dress. If she had been better dressed, her youthful looks would perhaps have struck us more, but her thin shawl, which was all that she had over her chemise, her single petticoat, which was full of holes and almost in rags, and which did not nearly reach to her bare feet, her straw hat, with ragged feathers and with ribbons of no particular color through age, it all seemed so ancient, so prodigiously antique. From what remote, superannuated, abolished period did they all spring? One did not venture to guess, and by a perfectly natural association of ideas, one seemed to infer that the unfortunate creature herself was as old as her clothes were. Now, by one, I mean by Ledantec and myself. That is to say, by two men who were abominably drunk and who were arguing with the special logic of intoxication. It was also under the softening influence of alcohol that we looked at the vague smile on those lips with the teeth of a child, without stopping to reflect on the beauty of those youthful teeth, and seeing nothing except her fixed and almost idiotic smile, which no longer contrasted with the dull expression of her looks, but, on the contrary, strengthened them. For, in spite of her teeth, it was the smile of an old woman in our imagination, and as for me, I was really pleased at the thought of being so acute, when I inferred that this grandmother, with such pale lips, had the set of teeth of a young girl. And still, thanks to the softening influence of alcohol, I was not angry with her for this artifice. I even thought it particularly praiseworthy, since, after all, the poor creature thus carried out her calling conscientiously, which was to seduce us, for there was no possible doubt about the matter that this grandmother was nothing more nor less than a prostitute. And then drunk, horribly drunk, much more drunk than Ledantec and I were, for we really could manage to say, "Oh, pity the poor, poor old woman," while she was incapable of articulating a single syllable, of making a gesture, or even of imparting a gleam of promise, a furtive flash of allurement to her eyes. With her hands crossed on her stomach and resting against the front of the public house, with her whole body as stiff as if she had been in a state of catalepsy, she had nothing alluring about her except her sad smile, and that inspired us with all the more pity, because she was even more drunk than we were, and so, by identical spontaneous movement, we, each of us, seized her by an arm, to take her into the public house with us. To our great astonishment, she resisted, sprang back, and so was in the shadow again, out of the ray of light which came through the door, while at the same time she began to walk through the darkness, and to drag us with her, for she was clinging to our arms. We followed her without speaking and without knowing where we were going, but without the least uneasiness on that score. Only when she suddenly burst into violent sobs as she walked, Ledantec and I began to sob in unison. The cold and the fog had suddenly congested our brains again, and we had again lost all precise consciousness of our acts, of our thoughts, and of our sensations. Our sobs had nothing of grief in them, but we were floating in an atmosphere of perfect bliss, and I can remember that at that moment it was no longer the exterior world which seemed to me as if I were looking at it through the penumbra of an aquarium. It was I myself, an I composed of three, which was changing into something that was floating adrift in something, though what it was I did not know, composed of palpable fog and intangible water, and it was exquisitely delightful. From that moment I remember nothing more until what follows, and which had the effect of a clap of thunder on me, and made me rise up from the bottom of the depth to which I had descended. Ledantec was standing in front of me, his face convulsed with horror, his hair standing on end, and his eyes staring out of his head, and he shouted to me, "Let us escape! Let us escape!" Whereupon I opened my eyes wide, and found myself lying on the ground, in a room into which daylight was shining. I saw some rags hanging against the wall, 2 chairs, a broken jug lying on the floor by my side, and in a corner a wretched bed on which a woman was lying, who was no doubt dead, for her head was hanging over the side, and her long white hair reached almost to my feet. With a bound I was up, like Ledantec. "What?" I said to him, while my teeth chattered. "Did you kill her?" "No, no," he replied, "but that makes no difference. Let us be off." I felt completely sober by that time, but I did think that he was still suffering somewhat from the effects of last night's drunk. Otherwise, why should he wish to escape, while the remains of pity for the unfortunate woman forced me to stay? What is the matter with her? If she is ill, we must look after her. And I went to the wretched bed in order to put her head back on the pillow, but I discovered that she was neither dead nor ill, but only sound asleep. And I also noticed that she was quite young. She still wore that idiotic smile, but her teeth were her own and those of a girl. Her smooth skin and her firm bust showed that she was not more than 16, perhaps not so much. "There, you see it, you can see it," Ledantec said. "Let us be off." He tried to drag me out, and he was still drunk. I could see it by his feverish movements, his trembling hands, and his nervous looks. Then he implored me and said, "I slept beside the old woman, but she is not old. Look at her, look at her. Yes, she is old after all." And he lifted up her long hair by handfuls. It was like handfuls of white silk. And then he added, evidently in a sort of delirium, which made me fear an attack of delirium tremens, "To think that I have begotten children, 3, 4 children, who knows how many children, all in one night, and they were born immediately, and have grown up already. Let us be off." Decidedly, it was an attack of madness. Poor Ledantec! What could I do for him? I took his arm and tried to calm him, but he thought that I was going to try and make him go to bed with her again, and he pushed me away and exclaimed with tears in his voice, "If you do not believe me, look under the bed. The children are there. They are there, I tell you. Look here, just look here." He threw himself down, flat on his stomach, and actually pulled out 1, 2, 3, 4 children who had hidden under the bed. I do not exactly know whether they were boys or girls, but all, like the sleeping woman, had white hair, the hair of an octogenarian. Was I still drunk, like Ledantec, or was I mad? What was the meaning of this strange hallucination? I hesitated for a moment and shook myself to be sure that it was I. No, no, I had all my wits about me, and I, in reality, saw that horrible lot of little brats. They had all their faces in their hands, and were crying and squalling, and then suddenly one of them jumped onto the bed. All the others followed his example, and the woman woke up. And then we stood, while those 5 pairs of eyes without eyebrows or eyelashes, eyes with the dull color of pewter, and whose pupils had the color of red water, were steadily fixed on us. "Let us be off, let us be off," Ledantec repeated, leaving go of me. And at that time I paid attention to what he said, and after throwing some small change onto the floor, I followed him to make him understand, when he should be quite sober, that he saw before him a poor albino prostitute who had several brothers and sisters. End of section 19. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 20 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Countess Satan. 1. They were discussing dynamite, the social revolution, nihilism, and even those who cared least about politics had something to say. Some were alarmed, others philosophized, while others again tried to smile. "Bah," In said. "When we are all blown up, we shall see what it is like. Perhaps, after all, it may be an amusing situation, provided one goes high enough." "But we shall not be blown up at all," G. the optimist said, interrupting him. "It is all a romance." "You are mistaken, my dear fellow," Jules de C. replied. "It is like a romance, but with that confounded nihilism, everything seems like one. But it would be a mistake to trust it. Thus, I myself, the manner in which I made Bakounine's acquaintance," they knew that he was a good narrator, and it was no secret that his life had been an adventurous one. So they drew closer to him and listened religiously. This is what he told them. 2. I met Countess Nioska W., that strange woman who was usually called Countess Satan, in Naples. I immediately attached myself to her out of curiosity, and I soon fell in love with her. Not that she was beautiful, for she was a Russian who had all the bad characteristics of the Russian type. She was thin and squat at the same time, while her face was sallow and puffy, with high cheekbones and a Cossack's nose. But her conversation bewitched everyone. She was many-sided, learned, a philosopher, scientifically depraved, satanic. Perhaps the word is rather pretentious, but it exactly expresses what I want to say. For in other words, she loved evil for the sake of evil. She rejoiced in other people's vices, and liked to sow the seeds of evil in order to see it flourish, and that on a fraud, on an enormous scale. It was not enough for her to corrupt individuals. She only did that to keep her hand in. What she wished to do was to corrupt the masses. By slightly altering it after her own fashion, she might have adopted the famous saying of Caligula. She also wished that the whole human race had but one head, but not in order that she might cut it off, but that she might make the philosophy of nihility flourish there. What a temptation to become the lord and master of such a monster! And I allowed myself to be tempted, and undertook the adventure. The means came unsought for by me, and the only thing that I had to do was to show myself more perverted and satanical than she was herself, and so I played the devil. "Yes," I said, "we writers are the best workmen for doing evil, as our books may be bottles of poison. The so-called men of action only turn the handle of the mitrailleuse which we have loaded. Formulas will destroy the world, and it is we who invent them." "That is true," she said, "and that is what is wanting in Bakounine, I am sorry to say." That name was constantly in her mouth, and so I asked her for details which she gave me, as she knew the man intimately. "After all," she said, with a contemptuous grimace, "he is only a kind of Garibaldi." She told me, although she made fun of him as she did so, about his odyssey of the barricades and of the hulks which made up Bakounine's legend, and which is, nevertheless, only the exact truth. His part of chief of the insurgents at Prague and then at Dresden, his first death sentence, about his imprisonment at Olmütz and in the casemates of the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul, in a subterranean dungeon at Schusselburg, about his exile to Siberia and his wonderful escape down the river Amur on a Japanese coasting vessel by way of Yokohama and San Francisco, and about his final arrival in London, whence he was directing all the operations of nihilism. "You see," she said, "he is a thorough adventurer, and now all his adventures are over. He got married at Tobolsk and became a mere respectable middle-class man. And then he has no individual ideas. Herzen, the pamphleteer of Kolokol, inspired him with the only fertile phrase that he ever uttered: land and liberty. But that is not yet the definite formula, the general formula, what I will call the dynamite formula. At best, Bakounine would become an incendiary and burn down cities. And what is that, I ask you? Bah! A second-hand Rostopchine. He wants a prompter, and I offered to become his, but he did not take me seriously." It would be useless to enter into all the psychological details which mark the course of my passion for the Countess, and to explain to you more fully the attraction of curiosity which she offered me more and more every day. It was getting exasperating, and the more so as she resisted me as stoutly as the shyest of innocents could have done. But at the end of a month of mad Satanism, I saw what her game was. Do you know what she had thought of? She meant to make me Bakounine's prompter, or at any rate, that is what she said. But no doubt she reserved the right to herself, and that is how I understood her, to prompt the prompter. And my passion for her, which she purposely left unsatisfied, assured her that absolute power over me. All this may appear madness to you, but it is nevertheless the exact truth, and in short, one morning she bluntly made the offer: "Become Bakounine's soul, and you shall have me." Of course I accepted, for it was too fantastically strange to refuse. Do you think so? What an adventure! What luck! A number of letters between the Countess and Bakounine prepared the way. I was introduced to him at his house, and they discussed me there. I became a sort of Western prophet, a mystic charmer who was ready to annihilate the Latin races, the St. Paul of the new religion of nothingness. And at last a day was fixed for us to meet in London. He lived in a small one-storied house in Pimlico, with a tiny garden in front, and nothing noticeable about it. We were first of all shown into the commonplace parlor of all English homes, and then upstairs. The room where the Countess and I were left was small and very badly furnished, with a square table, with writing materials on it in the middle. That was his sanctuary. The deity soon appeared, and I saw him in flesh and bone, especially in flesh, for he was enormously stout. His broad face, with prominent cheekbones, in spite of the fat, and with a nose like a double funnel, with small, sharp eyes, which had a magnetic look, proclaimed the Tartar, the old Turanian blood, which produced the Attilas, the Genghis Khans, the Tamerlanes. The obesity, which is characteristic of the nomad races, who are always on horseback or driving, added to his Asiatic look. The man was certainly not a European, a slave, a descendant of the deistic Aryans, but a descendant of the atheistic hordes who had several times already almost overrun Europe, and who, instead of any ideas of progress, have the belief in nihility at the bottom of their hearts. I was astonished, for I had not expected that the majesty of a whole race could be thus revived in a man, and my stupefaction increased after an hour's conversation. I could quite understand why such a colossus had not wished for the Countess as his Egeria. She was a mere silly child to have dreamt of acting such a part to such a thinker. She had not felt the profoundness of that horrible philosophy which was hidden under that material activity, nor had she seen the prophet under that man of the barricades. Or perhaps he had not thought it advisable to reveal himself to her like that. But he revealed himself to me, and inspired me with terror. A prophet? Oh yes. He thought himself an Attila, and foresaw the consequences of his revolution. It was not only from instinct, but also from theory that he urged a nation on to nihilism. The phrase is not his, but Turgenev's, I believe, but the idea certainly belongs to him. He got his program of agricultural communism from Herzen, and his destructive radicalism from Pugachev, but he did not stop there. I mean that he went on to evil for the sake of evil. Herzen wished for the happiness of the Slav peasant. Pugachev wanted to be elected emperor, but all that Bakunin wanted was to overthrow the actual order of things, no matter by what means, and to replace social concentration by a universal upheaval. It was the dream of a Tartar. It was true nihilism pushed to extreme practical conclusions. It was, in a word, the applied philosophy of chance, the indeterminatism of anarchy. Monstrous it may be, but grand in its monstrosity. And you must note that the man of action who was so despised by the Countess discovered in Bakunin the gigantic dreamer whom I have just shown you. And his dream did not remain a dream, but began to be realized. It was by the care of that organizer that the nihilistic party assumed a body, a party in which there is a little of everything, you know, but on the whole a formidable party, on account of the advanced guard in true nihilism, whose object is nothing less than to destroy the Western world, to see it blossom from under the ruins of a general dispersion, which is the last conception of modern Tartarism. I never saw Bakunin again, for the Countess's conquest would have been too dearly bought by any attempt to act a comedy with this old man of the mountains. And besides that, after this visit, poor Countess Satan appeared to me quite silly. Her famous Satanism was nothing but the flicker of a spirit lamp after the general conflagration of which the other had dreamt. And she had certainly shown herself very silly when she could not understand that prodigious monster. And as she had seduced me only by her intellect and her perversity, I was disgusted as soon as she laid aside that mask. I left her without telling her of my intention, and never saw her again either. No doubt they both took me for a spy from the third section of the Imperial Chancellery. In that case they must have thought me very strong to have resisted, and all I have to do is to look out if any affiliated members of their society recognize me. 3. Then he smiled, and turning to the waiter, who had just come in, he said, "Meanwhile, open us another bottle of champagne, and make the cork pop. It will, at any rate, somewhat accustom us to the day when we shall all be blown up with dynamite ourselves." End of section 20. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 21 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Kind Girls. Every Friday, regularly, at about 11 o'clock in the morning, he came into the courtyard, put down his soft hat at his feet, struck a few chords on his guitar, and then began a ballad in his full, rich voice. And soon, at every window in the four sides of that dull, barrack-like building, some girls appeared, one in an elegant dressing gown, another in a little jacket, most of them with their breasts and arms bare, all of them just out of bed, with their hair hastily twisted up, their eyes blinking in the sudden blaze of sunlight, their complexions dull, and their eyes still heavy from want of sleep. They swayed themselves backwards and forwards to his slow melody, and gave themselves up to the enjoyment of it, and coppers and even silver poured into the handsome singer's hat, and more than one of them would have liked to have followed the penny which she threw to him, and to have gone with the singer who had the voice of a siren, and who seemed to say to all these amorous girls, "Come, come to my retreat, where you will find a palace of crystal and gold, and wreaths which are always fresh, and happiness and love which never die." That was what they seemed to hear, those unhappy girls, when they heard him sing the songs of the old legends, which they had formerly believed. That was what they understood by the foolish words of the ballad. Then and nothing else. For how could anyone doubt it, on seeing the fresh roses on their cheeks, and the tender flame which flickered like a mystic nightlight in their eyes, which had, for the moment, become the eyes of innocent young girls again, but of young girls who had grown up very quickly, alas, who were very precocious, and who very soon became the women that they were, poor vendors of love, always in search of love for which they were paid. That was why, when he had finished his second ballad, and sometimes even sooner, concupiscent looks appeared in their eyes. The boatman of their dreams, the water sprite of fairy tales, vanished in the mist of their childish recollections, and the singer reassumed his real shape, that of musician and strolling player, whom they wished to pay to be their lover. And the coppers and small silver were showered on him again, with engaging smiles, with the leers of a street walker, even with "Psst, psst," which soon transformed the barrack-like courtyard into an enormous cage full of twittering birds, while some of them could not restrain themselves, but said aloud, rolling their eyes with desire, "How handsome the creature is! Good heavens, how handsome he is!" He was really handsome, and nobody could deny it, and even too handsome, with a regular beauty which almost palled on people. He had large, almond-shaped, gentle eyes, a Grecian nose, a bow-shaped mouth, hidden by a heavy mustache, and long, black, curly hair. In short, a head fit to be put into a hairdresser's window, or better still, perhaps, onto the front page of the ballads which he was singing. But what made him still handsomer was that his self-conceit had a look of sovereign indifference, for he was not satisfied with not replying to the smiles, the ogles, and the psst, psts, by taking no notice of them. But when he had finished, he shrugged his shoulders, he winked mischievously, and turned his lips contemptuously, which said very clearly, "The stove is not being heated for you, my little kittens." Often one might have thought that he expressly wished to show his contempt, and that he tried to make himself thought unpoetical in the eyes of all those amorous girls, and to check their love, for he cleared his throat ostentatiously and offensively, more than was necessary after singing, as if he would have liked to spit at them. But all that did not make him unpoetical in their eyes, and many of them, most of them, who were absolutely mad on him, went so far as to say that he did it like a swell. The girl who, in her enthusiasm, had been the first to utter that exclamation of intense passion, and who, after throwing him small silver, had thrown him a 20-franc gold piece, at last made up her mind to have an explanation. Instead of a "Psst, psst," she spoke to him boldly one morning, in the presence of all the others, who religiously held their tongues. "Come up here," she called out to him, and from habit she added, "I will be very nice, you handsome, dark fellow." At first they were dumbfounded at her audacity, and then all their cheeks flushed with jealousy, and the flame of mad desire shot from their eyes. From every window there came a perfect torrent of, "Yes, come up, come up. Don't go to her, come to me." And meanwhile there was a shower of halfpence, of francs, of gold coins, as well as of cigars and oranges, while lace pocket handkerchiefs, silk neckties, and scarves fluttered in the air and fell round the singer like a flight of many-colored butterflies. He picked up the spoil calmly, almost carelessly, stuffed the money into his pocket, made a bundle of the furbelows, which he tied up as if they had been soiled linen, and then, raising himself up, and putting his felt hat on his head, he said, "Thank you, ladies, but indeed I cannot." They thought that he did not know how to satisfy so many demands at once, and one of them said, "Let him choose." "Yes, yes, that is it," they all exclaimed unanimously. But he repeated, "I tell you I cannot." They thought he was excusing himself out of gallantry, and several of them exclaimed, almost with tears of emotion, "Women are all heart." And the same voice that had spoken before, it was one of the girls who wished to settle the matter amicably, said, "We must draw lots." "Yes, yes, that is it," they all cried. And again there was a religious silence, more religious than before, for it was caused by anxiety, and the beatings of their hearts may have been heard. The singer profited by it to say slowly, "I cannot have that either, nor all of you at once, nor one after the other. Nothing. I tell you that I cannot." "Why? Why?" And now they were almost screaming, for they were angry and sorry at the same time. Their cheeks had gone from scarlet to livid, their eyes flashed fire, and some shook their fists menacingly. "Silence!" the girl cried, who had spoken first. "Be quiet, you pack of hussies. Let him explain himself and tell us why." "Yes, yes, let us be quiet. Make him explain himself in God's name." Then, in the fierce silence that ensued, the singer said, opening his arms wide, with a gesture of despairing inability to do what they wanted, "What do you want? It is very amusing, but I cannot do more. I have 2 girls of my own already at home." End of section 21. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 22 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Profitable business. He certainly did not think himself a saint, nor had he any hypocritical pretensions to virtue. But nevertheless, he thought as highly of himself as much as he did of anybody else, and perhaps even a trifle more highly, and that quite impartially, without any more self-love than was necessary, and without having to accuse himself of being self-conceited. He did himself justice, that was all, for he had good moral principles, and he applied them, especially if the truth must be told, not only to judging the conduct of others, but also, it must be allowed, in a measure for regulating his own conduct, as he would have been very vexed if he had been able to think of himself, "On the whole, I am what people call a perfectly honorable man." Luckily, he had never, oh, never, been obliged to doubt that excellent opinion which he had of himself, which he liked to express thus, in his moments of rhetorical expansion: "My whole life gives me the right to shake hands with myself." Perhaps a subtle psychologist would have found some flaws in this armor of integrity, which was sanctimoniously satisfied with itself. It was, for example, quite certain that our friend had no scruples in making profit out of the vices or misfortunes of his neighbors, provided that he was not, in his own opinion, the person who was solely or chiefly responsible for them. But, on the whole, it was only one manner of looking at it, nothing more, and there were plenty of materials for casuistic arguments in it. This kind of discussion is particularly unpleasant to such simple natures as that of his worthy fellow, who would have replied to the psychologist, "Why go on a wild goose chase? As for me, I am perfectly sincere." You must not, however, believe that this perfect sincerity prevented him from having elevated views. He prided himself on having a weakness for imagination and the unforeseen, and if he would have been offended at being called a dishonorable man, he would perhaps have been still more hurt if anybody had attributed middle-class tastes to him. Accordingly, in love affairs, he expressed a most virtuous horror of adultery, for if he had committed it, it would not have been able to bear that testimony to himself, which was so sweet to his conscience. Ah, as for me, I can declare that I never wronged anybody. While, on the other hand, he was not satisfied with pleasure which was paid for by the hour, and which debases the noblest desires of the heart to the vulgar satisfaction of a physical requirement. What he required, so he used to say, while lifting his eyes up to heaven, was something rather more ideal than that. That search after the ideal did not, indeed, cost him any great effort, as it was limited to not going to licensed houses of ill fame, and to not accosting street walkers with the simple words, "How much?" It consisted chiefly in wishing to be gallant even with such women, and in trying to persuade himself that they liked him for his own sake, and in preferring those whose manner, dress, and looks allowed room for suppositions and romantic illusions, such as, "She might be taken for a little work girl who has not yet lost her virtue." "No, I rather think she is a widow who has met with misfortunes." "What if she be a fashionable lady in disguise?" And other nonsense, which he knew to be such, even while imagining it, but whose imaginary flavor was very pleasant to him all the same. With such tastes, it was only natural that this pilgrim followed and pushed up against women in the large shops, and whenever there was a crowd, and that he especially looked out for those ladies of easy virtue, for nothing is more exciting than those half-closed shutters, behind which a face is indistinctly seen, and from which one hears a furtive psst, psst. He used to say to himself, "Who is she? Is she young and pretty? Is she some old woman who is terribly skillful at her business, but who yet does not venture to show herself any longer? Or is she some new beginner who has not yet acquired the boldness of an old hand? In any case, it is the unknown, perhaps, that is my ideal during the time it takes me to find my way upstairs." And always, as he went up, his heart beat, as it does at a first meeting with a beloved mistress. But he had never felt such a delicious shiver as he did on the day on which he penetrated into that old house in the blind alley in Ménilmontant. He could not have said why, for he had often gone after so-called love in much stranger places. But now, without any reason, he had a presentiment that he was going to meet with an adventure, and that gave him a delightful sensation. The woman who had made the sign to him lived on the third floor, and all the way upstairs his excitement increased, until his heart was beating violently when he reached the landing. At the same time he was going up, he smelt a peculiar odor, which grew stronger and stronger, and which he had tried in vain to analyze, though all he could arrive at was that it smelt like a chemist's shop. The door on the right, at the end of the passage, was opened as soon as he put his foot on the landing, and the woman said in a low voice, "Come in, my dear." A whiff of a very strong smell met his nostrils through the open door, and suddenly he exclaimed, "How stupid I was! I know what it is now. It is carbolic acid, is it not?" "Yes," the woman replied. "Don't you like it, dear? It is very wholesome, you know." The woman was not ugly, although not young. She had very good eyes, although they were sad and sunken in her head. Evidently she had been crying, very much quite recently, and that imparted a special spice to the vague smile which she put on, so as to appear more amiable. Seized by his romantic ideas once more, and under the influence of the presentiment which he had had just before, he thought, and the idea filled him with pleasure, "She is some widow whom poverty has forced to sell herself." The room was small, but very clean and tidy, and that confirmed him in his conjecture. As he was curious to verify its truth, he went into the 3 rooms which opened into one another. The bedroom came first. Next there came a kind of a drawing room, and then a dining room, which evidently served as a kitchen, for a Dutch tiled stove stood in the middle of it, on which a stew was simmering. But the smell of carbolic acid was even stronger in that room. He remarked on it, and added with a laugh, "Do you put it with your soup?" And as he said this, he laid hold of the handle of the door which led into the next room, for he wanted to see everything, even that nook which was apparently a store cupboard. But the woman seized him by the arm and pulled him violently back. "No, no," she said, almost in a whisper, and in a hoarse and suppliant voice, "No, dear, not there, not there. You must not go in there." "Why?" he said, for his wish to go in had only become stronger. "Because if you go in there, you will have no inclination to remain with me, and I so want you to stay, if you only knew." "Well, what?" And with a violent movement, he opened the glazed door, when the smell of carbolic acid seemed almost to strike him in the face. But what he saw made him recoil still more, for on a small iron bedstead lay the dead body of a woman fantastically illuminated by a single wax candle, and in horror he turned to make his escape. "Stop, my dear," the woman sobbed, and clinging to him, she told him amidst a flood of tears that her friend had died 2 days previously, and that there was no money to bury her. "Because," she said, "you can understand that I want it to be a respectable funeral. We were so very fond of each other. Stop here, my dear, do stop. I only want 10 francs more. Don't go away." They had gone back into the bedroom, and she was pushing him towards the bed. "No," he said, "let me go. I will give you the 10 francs, but I will not stay here. I cannot." He took his purse out of his pocket, extracted a 10-franc piece, put it on the table, and then went to the door. But when he had reached it, a thought suddenly struck him, as if somebody were reasoning with him without his knowledge. Why lose these 10 francs? Why not profit by this woman's good intentions? She certainly did her business bravely, and if I had not known about the matter, I should certainly not have gone away for some time. Well then? But other obscure suggestions whispered to him. She was her friend. They were so fond of each other. Was it friendship or love? Oh, love, apparently. Well, it would surely be avenging morality if this woman were forced to be faithless to that monstrous love. And suddenly the man turned around and said in a low and trembling voice, "Look here, if I give you 20 francs instead of 10, I suppose you could buy some flowers for her as well?" The unhappy woman's face brightened with pleasure and gratitude. "Will you really give me 20? "Yes," he replied, "and more, perhaps. It quite depends upon yourself." And with the quiet conscience of an honorable man who, at the same time, is not a fool, he said gravely, "You need only be very complaisant." And he added mentally, "Especially as I deserve it, as in giving you 20 francs, I am performing a good action." End of section 22, recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 23 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Violated. "Really?" Paul repeated. "Really?" "Yes. I, who am here before you, have been violated, and violated by... But if I were to tell you immediately by whom, there would be no story, eh? And as you want a story, eh? And as you want a story, I will tell you all about it from beginning to end, and I shall begin at the beginning. I had been shooting over the wasteland in the heart of Brittany for a week, which borders on the Black Mountain. It is a desolate and wild country, but it abounds in game. One can walk for hours without meeting a human being. and when one meets anybody, it is just the same as if one had not, for the people are absolutely ignorant of French. And when I got to an inn at night, I had to employ signs to let the people know that I wanted supper and bed. As I happened to be in a melancholy frame of mind at the time, that solitude delighted me, and my dog's companionship was quite enough for me. And so you may guess my irritation when I perceived one morning that I was being followed, absolutely followed, by another sportsman who seemed to wish to enter into conversation with me. The day before, I had already noticed him obstructing the horizon several times, and I had attributed it to the chances of sport, which brought us both to the same likely spots for game. But now I could not be mistaken. The fellow was evidently following me, and was stretching his little pair of compasses as much as he could, so as to keep up with my long strides, and took short cuts so as to catch me up at the half-circle. As he seemed bent upon the matter, I naturally grew obstinate also, and he spent his whole day in trying to catch me up, while I spent mine in trying to baffle him. And we seemed to be playing at hide-and-seek. The consequences were that when it was getting dark, I had completely lost myself in the most deserted part of the moor. There was no cottage near, and not even a church spire in the distance. The only landmark was the hateful outline of that cursed man about 500 yards off. Of course, he had won the game. I should have to put a good face on the matter and allow him to join me, or rather, I should have to join him myself, if I did not wish to sleep in the open air, and with an empty stomach. And so I went up to him, and asked my way in a half-surly manner. He replied very affably that there was no inn in the neighborhood, as the nearest village was 5 leagues off, but that he lived only about an hour's walk off, and that he considered himself very fortunate in being able to offer me hospitality. I was utterly done up, and how could I refuse? So we went off through the heather and furze, I walking slowly because I was so tired, and he went tripping along merrily with his legs like a basset hound's, which seemed untirable. And yet he was an old man, and not strongly built, for I could have knocked him over by blowing on him. But how he could walk, the beast! But he was not a troublesome companion, as I imagined he would have been, and he did not at all seem to wish to enter into conversation with me, as I feared he would. When he had given his invitation, and I had accepted it and thanked him in a few words, he did not open his lips again, and we walked on in silence, and only his glances worried me, for I felt them on me, as if he wished to force me into an intimacy, which my closed lips refused. But on the whole, his tenacious looks, which I noticed furtively, appeared sympathetic and even admiring. Yes, really admiring. But I could not give him as good as he brought, for he was certainly not handsome. His legs were short and rather bandy, and he was thin and narrow-chested. His face was like a bit of parchment, furrowed and wrinkled, without a hair on it to hide the folds in his skin. His hair resembled that of an ignorantine brother, with its gray locks falling onto his greasy collar. He had a nose like a ferret, and rat's eyes, but he was able to offer me food and quarters for the night, and it was not requisite that he should be handsome in order to do that. Capital food and very comfortable quarters, a manorial dwelling, a real old, well-furnished manor house. And in the large dining room, in front of the huge fireplace, where a large fire was blazing, dinner was laid. I will say no more than that. A hotchpotch, which had been stewing since morning, no doubt, a salmis of woodcock, in defense of which angels would have taken up arms, buckwheat cakes in cream, flavored with aniseed, and a cheese, which is a rare thing and hardly ever to be found in Brittany, a cheese to make anyone eat a 4-pound loaf if he only smelt the rind. The whole washed down by Chambertin, and then brandy distilled by cider, which was so good that it made a man fancy that he had swallowed a deity in velvet breeches. not to mention the cigars, pure smuggled Havanas, large, strong, not dry, but green, on the contrary, which made a strong and intoxicating smoke. And how the little old gentleman stuffed and drank and smoked! He was an ogre, a chorister, a sapper, and so was I must confess, and upon my word I cannot remember what we talked about during our gargantuan feed. But we certainly talked, but what about? About shooting, certainly, and about women, most probably. Confound it, among men after drinking, yes, about women, I am quite sure. And he told me some funny stories, did the little old man, especially about a portrait which was hanging over the large fireplace, and which represented his grandmother, a marchioness of the old regime. She was a woman who had certainly played some pranks, and they said that she was still frisky and had good legs and thighs when she was 70. "It is extraordinary," I remarked, "how like you are to that portrait." "Yes," the old man replied with a smile, and then he added in his harsh, tremulous voice, "I resemble her in everything. I am only 60, and I feel as if I should have lusty hot blood in me until I'm 70. And then suddenly, very much moved, and looking at me admiringly as he had done once before, he said to the portrait, "I say, Marchioness, what a pity that you did not know this handsome young fellow." I remembered that apostrophe and that look very well, when I went to bed about an hour later, nearly drunk, in the large room papered in white and gold, to which I was shown by a tall, broad-shouldered footman, who wished me good night in Breton. Good night, yes, but that implied going to sleep, which was just what I could not do. The Chambertin, the cider brandy, and the cigars had certainly made me drunk, but not so as to overcome me altogether. On the contrary, I was excited, my nerves were highly strung, my blood was heated, and I was in a half sleep in which I felt that I was very much alive, and my whole being was in a vibration and expansion, just as if I had been smoking hashaka. Of course, that was it. I was dreaming while I was awake, but I saw the door open and the Marchioness come in, who had stepped down out of her frame. She had taken off her furbelows and was in her nightgown. Her high headdress was replaced by a simple knot of ribbon, which confined her powdered hair into a small chignon. But I recognized her quite plainly by the trembling light of the candle which she was carrying. It was her face, with its piercing eyes, its pointed nose, and its smiling and sensual mouth. She did not look so young to me as she appeared in her portrait. Bah! Perhaps that was merely caused by the feeble, flickering light, but I had not even time to account for it, not to reflect on the strangeness of the sight, nor to discuss the matter with myself and to say, "Am I dead drunk, or is it a ghost?" No, I had no time, and that is the fact, for the candle was suddenly blown out, and the Marchioness was in my bed and holding me in her arms, and one fixed idea, the only one that I had, haunted me, which was, had the Marchioness good limbs, and was she still frisky at 70? And I did not care much if she was 70, and if she was a ghost or not. I only thought of one thing: has she really good limbs? By Jove, yes. She did not speak. Oh, Marchioness, Marchioness! And suddenly, in spite of myself, and to convince myself that it was not a mere fantastic dream, I exclaimed, "Why, good heavens, I am not dreaming!" "No, you are not dreaming," two lips replied, trying to press themselves against mine. But oh, horror! The mouth smelt of cigars and brandy. The voice was that of the little old man. With a bound, I sent him flying onto the ground, and jumped out of bed, shouting, "Beast! Beast!" Then I heard the door slam, and bare feet pattering on the stairs as he ran away. So I dressed hastily in the dark, and went downstairs, still shouting. In the hall below, where I could see through the upper windows that the dawn was breaking, I met the broad-shouldered footman, who was holding a great cudgel in his hand. He was bawling also in Breton, and pointed to the open door, outside where my dog was waiting. What could I say to this savage who did not speak French? Should I face his cudgel? There was no reason for doing so, and besides, I was even more ashamed than furious. So I hastily took up my gun and my game bag, which were in the hall, and went off without turning round. Disgusted with sport in that part of the country, I returned to Brest the same day, and there, timidly and with many precautions, I tried to find out something about the little old man. "Oh, I know," somebody replied at last to my question. "You are speaking of the manor house at Hervenidosse, where the old countess lives, who dresses like a man and sleeps with her coachman." And with a deep sigh of relief, and much to the astonishment of my informant, I replied, "Oh, so much the better." End of section 23, recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 24 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Jeroboam. Anyone who said or even insinuated that the Reverend William Greenfield, vicar of St. Sampson's, Tottenham, did not make his wife Anna perfectly happy, would certainly have been very malicious. In their 12 years of married life, he had honored her with 12 children, and could anybody decently ask anything more of a saintly man? Saintly to heroism, in truth, for his wife Anna, who was endowed with invaluable virtues, which made her a model among wives and a paragon among mothers, had not been equally endowed physically, for, in one word, she was hideous. Her hair, which was coarse though it was thin, was the color of the national half and half, but of thick half and half, which looked as if it had been already swallowed several times. And her complexion, which was muddy and pimply, looked as if it were covered with sand mixed with brick dust. Her teeth, which were long and protruding, seemed as if they were about to start out of their sockets in order to escape from that mouth with scarcely any lips, whose sulphurous breath had turned them yellow. They were evidently suffering from bile. Her china blue eyes looked vaguely, one very much to the right and the other very much to the left, with a divergent and frightened squint, no doubt in order that they might not see her nose, of which they felt ashamed. And they were quite right. Thin, soft, long, pendant, sallow, and ending in a violent knob. It irresistibly reminded those who saw it of something which cannot be mentioned except in a medical treatise. Her body, through the inconceivable irony of nature, was at the same time thin and flabby, wooden and chubby, without having either the elegance of slimness or the rounded gracefulness of stoutness. It might have been taken for a body which had formerly been adipose, but which had now grown thin, while the covering had remained floating on the framework. She was, evidently, nothing but skin and bones, but then she had too many bones and too little skin. It will be seen that the reverend gentleman had done his duty, his whole duty, more than his duty, in sacrificing 12 times on this altar. Yes, 12 times, bravely and loyally, 12 times, and his wife could not deny it, nor dispute the number, because the children were there to prove it. 12 times, and not one less. And, alas, not once more. And that was the reason why, in spite of appearances, Mrs. Anna Greenfield ventured to think, in the depths of her heart, that the Reverend William Greenfield, vicar of St. Sampson's, Tottenham, had not made her perfectly happy. And she thought so all the more as, for 4 years now, she had been obliged to renounce all hope of that annual sacrifice, which was so easy and so fugitive formerly, but which had now fallen into disuse. In fact, at the birth of the 12th child, the reverend gentleman had expressly said to her, "God has greatly blessed our union, my dear Anna. We have reached the sacred number of the 12 tribes of Israel, and were we now to persevere in the works of the flesh, it would be mere debauchery, and I cannot suppose that you would wish me to end my exemplary life in lustful practices." His wife blushed and looked down, and the holy man, with the legitimate pride of virtue, which is its own reward, audibly thanked heaven that he was not as other men are. A model among wives and the paragon of mothers, Anna lived with him for 4 years on those terms, without complaining to anyone, and contented herself by praying fervently to God that he would mercifully inspire her husband with the desire to begin a second series of the 12 tribes. At times, even, in order to make her prayers more efficacious, she tried to compass that end by culinary means. She spared no pains, and gorged the reverend gentleman with highly seasoned dishes: hare soup, oxtails stewed in sherry, the green fat in turtle soup, stewed mushrooms, Jerusalem artichokes, celery and horseradish, hot sauces, truffles, hashes with wine and cayenne pepper in them, curried lobsters, pies made of cockscombs, oysters, and the soft roe of fish. And all of these dishes were washed down by strong beer and generous wines, Scotch ale, Burgundy, dry champagne, brandy, whiskey, and gin. In a word, by that numberless array of alcoholic drinks with which the English people love to heat their blood. And as a matter of fact, the reverend gentleman's blood became very heated, as was shown by his nose and cheeks. But in spite of this, the powers above were inexorable, and he remained quite indifferent as regards his wife, who was unhappy and thoughtful at the sight of that protruding nasal appendage, which, alas, was alone in its glory. She became thinner, and at the same time flabbier than ever, and almost began to lose her trust in God when suddenly she had an inspiration. Was it not, perhaps, the work of devil? She did not care to inquire too closely in the matter, as she thought it a very good idea, and it was this: go to the Universal Exhibition in Paris, and there, perhaps, you will discover the secret to make yourself loved. Decidedly, luck favored her, for her husband immediately gave her permission to go, and as soon as she got into the Esplanade des Invalides, she saw the Algerian dancers, and she said to herself, surely this would inspire William with the desire to be the father of the 13th tribe. But how could she manage to get him to be present at such abominable orgies? For she could not hide from herself that it was an abominable exhibition, and she knew how scandalized he would be at their voluptuous movements. She had no doubt that the devil had led her there, but she could not take her eyes off the scene, and it gave her an idea. And so, for nearly a fortnight, you might have seen the poor, unattractive woman sitting and attentively and curiously watching the swaying hips of the Algerian women. She was learning. The very evening of her return to London, she rushed into her husband's bedroom, disrobed herself in an instant, except for a thin gauze covering, and for the first time in her life appeared before him in all the ugliness of her semi-nudity. Come, the saintly man stammered out. Are you mad, Anna? What demon has possessed you? Why inflict the disgrace of such a spectacle on me? But she did not listen to him, and did not reply, but suddenly she also began to sway her hips about, like an Alma. The reverend gentleman could not believe his eyes, and in his stupefaction he did not think of covering them with his hands, or even of shutting them. He looked at her, stupefied and dumbfounded, a prey to the hypnotism of ugliness. He watched her as she came forward and retired, and went up and down as she skipped and wriggled, and threw herself into extraordinary attitudes. For a long time he sat motionless and almost unable to speak. He only said in a low voice, "Oh, Lord, to think that 12 times, a whole dozen!" However, she fell into a chair, panting and worn out, and said to herself, "Thank heaven, William looks like he used to do formerly, on the days that he honored me. Thank heaven, there will be a 13th tribe, and then a fresh series of tribes, for William is very methodical in all that he does." But William merely took a blanket off the bed and threw it over her, saying in a voice of thunder, "Your name is no longer Anna, Mrs. Greenfield. For the future you shall be called Jezebel. I only regret that I have 12 times mingled my blood with your impure blood." And then, seized by pity, he added, "If you were only in a state of inebriety, of intoxication, I could excuse you." "Well, yes, yes," she exclaimed repentantly. "Yes, I am in that state. Forgive me, William. Forgive a poor drunken woman." "I will forgive you, Anna," he replied, and he gave her a wash-hand basin, saying, "Cold water will do you good, and when your head is clear, remember the lesson which you must learn from this occurrence." "What lesson?" she asked humbly. "That people ought never to depart from their usual habits." "But why then, William," she asked timidly, "have you changed your habits?" "Hold your tongue," he cried. "Hold your tongue, Jezebel. Have you not got over your intoxication yet? For 12 years I certainly followed the divine precept, increase and multiply once a year. But since then I have grown accustomed to something else, and I do not wish to alter my habits." And the Reverend William Greenfield, vicar of St. Sampson's, Tottenham, the saintly man whose blood was inflamed by heating food and liquor, whose ears were like full-blown poppies, and who had a nose like a tomato, left his wife, and, as had been his habit for 4 years, went to make love to Polly, the servant. "Now, Polly," he said, "you are a clever girl, and I mean through you to teach Mrs. Greenfield a lesson she will never forget. I will try and see what I can do for you." And in order to do this, he called her his little Jezebel, and said to her with an unctuous smile, "Call me Jeroboam." You don't understand why? Neither do I, but that doesn't matter. Take off all your things, Polly, and show yourself to Mrs. Greenfield." The servant did as she was bidden, and the result was that Mrs. Greenfield never again hinted to her husband the desirability of laying the foundation of a 13th tribe. End of section 24. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 25 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Log. It was a small drawing room with thick hangings, and with a faint, judicious smell of flowers and scents about it. A large fire was burning in the grate, while one lamp, covered with a shade of old lace, on the corner of the mantelpiece, threw a soft light onto the 2 persons who were talking. She, the mistress of the house, was an old lady with white hair, but one of those adorable old ladies whose unwrinkled skin is as smooth as the finest paper, and scented, impregnated, with perfume, as the delicate essences which she had used in her bath for so many years had penetrated through the epidermis. He was a very old friend, who had never married, a constant friend, a companion in the journey of life, but nothing else. They had not spoken for about a minute, and they were both looking at the fire, dreaming no matter of what, in one of those moments of friendly silence between people who have no need to be constantly talking in order to be happy together, when suddenly a large log, a stump covered with burning roots, fell out. It fell over the fire dogs into the drawing room and rolled onto the carpet, scattering great sparks all round. The old lady sprang up with a little scream, as if she was going to run away, while he kicked the log back onto the hearth and trod out all the burning sparks with his boots. When the disaster was repaired, there was a strong smell of burning, and sitting down opposite to his friend, the man looked at her with a smile and said, as he pointed to the log, "That is the reason why I never married." She looked at him in astonishment, with the inquisitive gaze of women who wish to know everything, that eye which women have who are no longer very young, in which complicated and often malicious curiosity is reflected, and she asked, "How so?" "Oh, that is a long story," he replied, "a rather sad and unpleasant story. My old friends were often surprised at the coldness which suddenly sprang up between one of my best friends, whose Christian name was Julian, and myself. They could not understand how two such intimate and inseparable friends as we had been could suddenly become almost strangers to one another, and I will tell you the reason of it. He and I used to live together at one time. We were never apart, and the friendship that united us seemed so strong that nothing could break it. One evening, when he came home, he told me that he was going to get married, and it gave me a shock, as if he had robbed me or betrayed me. When a man's friend marries, it is all over between them. The jealous affection of a woman, that suspicious, uneasy, and carnal affection, will not tolerate that sturdy and frank attachment, that attachment of the mind, of the heart, and the mutual confidence which exists between two men. You see, however great the love may be that unites them, a man and a woman are always strangers in mind and intellect. They remain belligerents, they belong to different races. There must always be a conqueror and a conquered, a master and a slave, now the one, now the other. They are never two equals. They press each other's hands, those hands trembling with amorous passion, but they never press them with a long, strong, loyal pressure, with that pressure which seems to open hearts and to lay them bare in a burst of sincere, strong, manly affection. Philosophers of old, instead of marrying and procreating children who would abandon them as a consolation for their old age, sought for a good, reliable friend, and grew old with him in that communion of thought which can only exist between men. Well, my friend Julian married. His wife was pretty, charming, a little, light, curly-haired, plump, bright woman, who seemed to worship him. And at first I went but rarely to their house, as I was afraid of interfering with their affection and afraid of being in their way. But somehow they attracted me to their house. They were constantly inviting me, and seemed very fond of me. Consequently, by degrees, I allowed myself to be allured by the charm of their life. I often dined with them, and frequently, when I returned home at night, I thought that I would do as he had done, and get married, as I now found my empty house very dull. They seemed very much in love with one another, and were never apart. Well, one evening Julian wrote and asked me to go to dinner, and I naturally went. "My dear fellow," he said, "I must go out directly afterwards on business, and I shall not be back until 11 o'clock, but I shall be at 11 precisely, and I reckon you to keep Bertha company." The young woman smiled. "It was my idea," she said, "to send for you." I held out my hand to her. "You are as nice as ever," I said, and I felt a long, friendly pressure of my fingers, but I paid no attention to it. So we sat down to dinner, and at 8 o'clock Julian went out. As soon as he had gone, a kind of strange embarrassment immediately seemed to arise between his wife and me. We had never been alone together yet, and in spite of our daily increasing intimacy, this tête-à-tête placed us in a new position. At first, I spoke vaguely of those indifferent matters with which one fills up an embarrassing silence, but she did not reply, and remained opposite to me with her head down in an undecided manner, as if she were thinking over some difficult subject. And as I was at a loss for commonplace ideas, I held my tongue. It is surprising how hard it is at times to find anything to say. And then again, I felt in the air, I felt in the unseen, something which is impossible for me to express. That mysterious premonition which tells you beforehand of the secret intentions, be they good or evil, of another person with respect to yourself. That painful silence lasted some time, and then Bertha said to me, "Will you kindly put a log on the fire, for it is going out?" So I opened the box where the wood was kept, which was placed just where yours is, took out the largest log and put it on top of the others, which were 3 parts burnt, and then silence reigned in the room again. In a few minutes the log was burning so brightly that it scorched our faces, and the young woman raised her eyes to me, eyes that had a strange look to me. "It is too hot now," she said. "Let us go and sit on the sofa over there." So we went and sat on the sofa, and then she said suddenly, looking me full in the face, "What should you do if a woman were to tell you that she was in love with you?" "Upon my word," I replied, very much at a loss for an answer, "I cannot foresee such a case, but it would very much depend upon the woman." She gave a hard, nervous, vibrating laugh, one of those false laughs, which seem as if they must break thin glasses, and then she added, "Men are never either venturesome nor acute," and after a moment's silence she continued, "Have you ever been in love, Monsieur Paul?" I was obliged to answer that I certainly had been, and she asked me to tell her all about it, whereupon I made up some story or other. She listened to me attentively with frequent sighs of approbation and contempt, and then suddenly she said, "No, you understand nothing about the subject. It seems to me that real love must unsettle the mind, upset the nerves, and distract the head, that it must, how shall I express it, be dangerous, even terrible, almost criminal and sacrilegious, that it must be a kind of treason. I mean to say that it is almost bound to break laws, fraternal bonds, sacred obstacles. When love is tranquil, easy, lawful, and without dangers, is it really love?" I did not know what answer to give her, and I made this philosophical reflection to myself: "Oh, female brain, here indeed you show yourself." While speaking, she had assumed a demure, saintly air, and resting on the cushions, she stretched herself out at full length, with her head on my shoulder and her dress pulled up a little, so as to show her red silk stockings, which the firelight made look still brighter. In a minute or two she continued, "I suppose I have frightened you." I protested against such a notion, and she leant against my breast altogether, and without looking at me, she said, "If I were to tell you that I love you, what would you do?" And before I could think of an answer, she had thrown her arms round my neck, had quickly drawn my head down and put her lips to mine. Oh, my dear friend, I can tell you that I did not feel at all happy. What, deceive Julian? Become the lover of this little silly, wrong-headed, cunning woman, who was no doubt terribly sensual, and for whom her husband was already not sufficient? To betray him continually, to deceive him, to play at being in love merely because I was attracted by forbidden fruit, danger incurred and friendship betrayed? No, that did not suit me. But what was I to do? To imitate Joseph would be acting a very stupid and, moreover, difficult part, for this woman was maddening in her perfidy, inflamed by audacity, palpitating and excited. Let the man who has never felt on his lips the warm kiss of a woman who is ready to give herself to him throw the first stone at me. Well, a minute more, you understand what I mean. A minute more, and I should have been, no, she would have been, I beg your pardon, he would have been, when a loud noise made us both jump up. The log had fallen into the room, knocking over the fire irons and the fender, and onto the carpet which it had scorched, and had rolled under an armchair, which it would certainly set alight. I jumped up like a madman, and as I was replacing that log which had saved me on the fire, the door opened hastily, and Julian came in. "I have done," he said, in evident pleasure. "The business was over 2 hours sooner than I expected." "Yes, my dear friend. Without that log, I should have been caught in the very act, and you know what the consequences would have been. You may be sure that I took good care never to be overtaken in a similar situation again. Never, never." Soon afterwards, I saw that Julian was giving me the cold shoulder, as they say. His wife was evidently undermining our friendship. By degrees, he got rid of me, and we have altogether ceased to meet. I have not got married, which ought not to surprise you, I think. End of section 25. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 26 of the works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Margot's Tapers. 1. Margot Fresquil had allowed herself to be tempted for the first time by the delicious intoxication of the mortal sin of loving on the evening of Midsummer Day. While most of the young people were holding each other's hands and dancing in a circle round the burning logs, the girl had slyly taken the deserted road which led to the wood, leaning on the arm of her partner, a tall, vigorous farm servant, whose Christian name was Tiennou, which, by the way, was the only name he had borne from his birth, for he was entered on the register of births with this curt note: "Father and mother unknown," he having been found on St. Stephen's Day, under a shed on a farm, where some poor, despairing wretch had abandoned him, perhaps even without turning her head round to look at him. For months, Tiennou had madly worshipped that fair, pretty girl, who was now trembling as he clasped her in his arms, under the sweet coolness of the leaves. He rigorously remembered how she had dazzled him, like some ecstatic vision, the recollection of which always remains imprinted on the eyes, the first time that he saw her in her father's mill, where he had gone to ask for work. She stood out all rosy from the warmth of the day, amidst the impalpable clouds of flour, which diffused an indistinct whiteness through the air. With her hair hanging about her in untidy curls, as if she had just awakened from a profound sleep, she stretched herself lazily, with her bare arms clasped behind her head, and yawned so as to show her white teeth, which glistened like those of a young wolf, and her maiden nudity appeared beneath her unbuttoned bodice with innocent immodesty. He told her that he thought her adorable so stupidly that she made fun of him and scourged him with her cruel laughter, and from that day he spent his life in Margot's shadow. He might have been taken for one of those wild beasts, ardent with desire, which ceaselessly utter maddened cries to the stars on nights when the constellations bathe the dark coverts in warm light. Margot met him wherever she went, and seized with pity, and by degrees agitated by his sobs, by his dumb entreaties, by the burning looks which flashed from his large eyes, she had returned his love. She had dreamt restlessly that during a whole night she had been in his vigorous arms, which pressed her like corn that is being crushed in the mill, that she was obeying a man who had subdued her, and learning strange things, which the other girls talked about in a low voice, when they were drawing water at the well, She had, however, been obliged to wait until Midsummer Day, for the miller watched over his heiress very carefully. The two lovers told each other all this as they were going along the dark road, and innocently giving utterance to words of happiness, which rise to the lips like the forgotten refrain of a song. At times they were silent, not knowing what more to say, and not daring to embrace each other any more. The night was soft and warm, the warmth of a half-closed alcove in a bedroom, and which had the effect of a tumbler of new wine. The leaves were sleeping motionless and in supreme peace, and in the distance they could hear the monotonous sound of the brooks as they flowed over the stones. Amidst the dull noise of the insects, the nightingales were answering each other from tree to tree, and everything seemed alive with hidden life, and the sky was bright with such a shower of falling stars that they might have been taken for white forms wandering among the dark trunks of the trees. "Why have we come?" Margot asked in a panting voice. "Do you not want me any more, Tiennou?" "Alas, I dare not," he replied. "Listen, you know that I was picked up on the high road, that I have nothing in the world except my 2 arms, and that Miller Fresquil will never let his daughter marry a poor devil like me." She interrupted him with a painful gesture, and putting her lips to his, she said, "What does that matter? I love you, and I want you. Take me." And it was thus, on St. John's night, Margot Fresquil, for the first time, yielded to the mortal sin of love. 2. Did the miller guess his daughter's secret, when he heard her singing merrily from dawn till dusk, and saw her sitting, dreaming at her window, instead of sewing, as she was in the habit of doing? Did he see it when she threw ardent kisses from the tips of her fingers to her lover at a distance? However that might have been, he shut poor Margot in the mill, as if it had been a prison. No more love or pleasure, no more meetings at night at the verge of the wood. When she chatted with the passers-by, when she tried furtively to open the gate of the enclosure and to make her escape, her father beat her as if she had been some disobedient animal, until she fell on her knees on the floor with clasped hands, scarcely able to move, and her whole body covered with purple bruises. She pretended to obey him, but she revolted in her whole being, and the string of bitter insults which he heaped upon her rang in her head. With clenched hands and a gesture of terrible hatred, she cursed him for standing in the way of her love, and at night she rolled about on her bed, bit the sheets, moaned, stretched herself out for imaginary embraces, maddened by the sensual heat with which her body was still palpitating. She called out Tiennou's name aloud. She broke the peaceful stillness of the sleeping house with her heartening sobs, and her dejected voice drowned the monotonous sound of the water that was dripping under the arch of the mill, between the immovable paddles of the wheel. 3. Then there came that terrible week in October, when the unfortunate young fellows who had drawn bad numbers had to join their regiments. Tiennou was one of them, and Margot was in despair to think that she should not see him for 5 interminable years, that they could not even at that hour of sad farewells be alone and exchange those consoling words which afterwards alleviate the pain of absence. Tiennou prowled about the house like a starving beggar, and one morning, while the miller was mending the wheel, he managed to see Margot. "I will wait for you in the old place tonight," he whispered, in terrible grief. "I know it is the last time. I shall throw myself into some deep hole in the river if you do not come." "I will be there, Tiennou," she replied, in a bewildered manner. "I swear I will be there, even if I have to do something terrible to enable me to come." The village was burning in the dark night, and the flames, fanned by the wind, rose up like sinister torches. The thatched roofs, the ricks of corn, the haystacks and the barns fell in, and crackled like rockets, while the sky looked as if they were illuminated by an aurora borealis. Fresquil's mill was smoking, and its calcined ruins were reflected on the deep water. The sheep and cows were running about the fields in terror. The dogs were howling, and the women were sitting on the broken furniture, and were crying and wringing their hands, while during all this time, Margot was abandoning herself to her lover's ardent caresses, and with her arms round his neck, she said to him tenderly, "You see that I have kept my promise. I set fire to the mill so that I might be able to get out. So much the worse if all have suffered, but I do not care, as long as you are happy in having me and love me." And pointing to the fire, which was still burning fiercely in the distance, she added with a burst of savage laughter, "Tenez, we shall not have such beautiful tapers at our wedding mass, when you come back from your regiment." And thus it was that for the second time, Margot Fresquil yielded to the mortal sin of love. End of section 26. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 27 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Caught in the very act. "It is certain," Sulpice de Laurier said, "that I had absolutely forgotten the date on which I was to allow myself to be taken in the very act with a mistress for the occasion, as neither my wife nor I had any serious nor plausible reason for a divorce, not even the simplest incompatibility of temper, and as there is always a risk of not softening the heart of even the most indulgent judge when he is told that the parties have agreed to drag their load separately, each for themselves, that they are too frisky, too fond of pleasure and of wandering about from place to place to continue the conjugal experiment, we between us got up the ingenious stage arrangement of a serious wrong. This was funnier than all the rest, and under any other circumstances it would have been repugnant to me to mix up our servants in the affair like so many others do, or to distress that pretty little fair and delicate Parisian woman, even though it were only in appearance, and to pass as a common ganarelle with the manners of a carter, in the eyes of some scoundrel of a footman or of some lady's maid. And so, when Maître Le Chevrier, that kind lawyer who certainly knows more female secrets than the most fashionable confessor, gave a startled exclamation on seeing me still in my dressing gown, and slowly smoking a cigar like an idler who has no engagements down on his tablets, and who is quietly waiting for the usual time for dressing and going to dine at his club, he exclaimed, "Have you forgotten that this is the day at the Hôtel des Bades between 5 and 6 o'clock? In an hour, Madame de Laurier will be at the office of the police commissary in the Rue de Provence, with her uncle and Maître Cantenac. An hour! I only had an hour, 60 short minutes to dress in, to take a room, find a woman, and persuade her to go with me immediately, and to excite her feelings so that this extravagant adventure might not appear too equivocal to the commissary of police. 1 hour in which to carry out such a program was enough to make a man lose his head, and there were no possible means of putting off that obligatory entertainment, to let Madame de Laurier know in time, and to gain a few minutes more. Have you found a woman, at any rate?" Maître de Chevrier continued anxiously. "No, my dear sir." I immediately began to think of the whole string of my dear female friends. Should I choose Liline Ablette, who could refuse me nothing? Blanche Rebus, who was the best comrade a man ever had? Or Lalie Spring, that luxurious creature who was constantly in search of something new? Neither one nor the other of them, for it was 99 chances to 1 that all these confounded girls were in the Bois de Boulogne, or at their dressmakers. Bah! Just pick up the first girl you meet on the pavement. And before the hour was up, I was bolting the door of a room which looked out onto the boulevard. The woman whom I had picked up, as she was walking past the cafés from the Vaudeville to Tortoni's, was 20 at the most. She had an impudent snub nose, as if it had been turned up in fun by a fillip, large eyes with deep rims round them. Her lips were too red, and she had the slow, indolent walk of a girl who goes in for debauchery too freely, and who began too soon. But she was pretty, and her linen was very clean and neat, and she was evidently used to chance love-making, and had a way of undressing herself in 2 or 3 rapid movements, of throwing her toggery to the right and left until she was extremely lightly clad, and of throwing herself onto the bed, which astonished me as a sight that was well worth seeing. She did not talk much, though she began by saying, "Pay up at once, old man. You don't look like a fellow who would bilk a girl, but it puts me into better trim when I have been paid." I gave her 2 Napoleons, and she eyed me with gratitude and respect at the same time, but also with that uneasy look of a girl who asks herself, "What does this tool expect for it?" The whole affair began to amuse me, and I must confess that I was rather taken with her, for she had a beautiful figure and complexion, and I was hoping that the commissary would not come directly, when there was a loud rapping at the door. She sat up with a start, and grew so pale that one would have said she was about to faint. "What a set of pigs, to come and interrupt people like this," she muttered between her teeth, while I affected the most complete calm. "Somebody who has made a mistake in the room, my dear," I said. But this noise increased, and suddenly I heard a man's voice saying clearly and authoritatively, "Open the door in the name of the law." On hearing that, one would have thought that she had received a shock from an electric battery by the nimble manner in which she jumped out of bed, and quickly putting on her stays and her dress anyhow, she endeavored to discover a way out in every corner of the room, like a wild beast trying to escape from its cage. I thought that she was going to throw herself out of the window, so I seized hold of her to prevent her. The unfortunate creature acted like a mad woman, and when she felt my arm round her waist, she cried in a hoarse voice, "I see it, you have sold me. You thought that I should expose myself. Oh, you filthy brutes! You filthy brutes!" And suddenly, passing from abuse to entreaties, pale and with chattering teeth, she threw herself at my feet, and said in a low voice, "Listen to me, my dear. You don't look a bad sort of fellow, and you would not like them to lock me up. I have a kid and the old woman to keep. Hide me behind the bed, do, and please don't give me up. I will make it up to you, and you shall have no cause for grumbling." At that moment, however, the lock which they had unscrewed fell onto the floor with a metallic sound, and Madame de Laurier and the police commissary, wearing his tricolored scarf, appeared in the door, while behind them the heads of the uncle and of the lawyer could be seen indistinctly in the background. The girl had uttered a cry of terror, and going up to the commissary, she said, panting, "I swear to you that I am not guilty, that I was not. I will tell you everything if you will promise me not to tell them that I split, for they would pay me out." The commissary, who was surprised, but who guessed that there was something which was not quite clear behind all this, forgot to draw up his report, and so the lawyer went up to him and said, "Well, monsieur, what are we waiting for?" But he paid no attention to anything but the woman, and looking at her sharply and suspiciously through his gold-rimmed spectacles, he said to her in a hard voice, "Your names and surnames?" "Juliet Randall, or as I am generally called, Jujute Pipehead." "So you will swear you were not?" She interrupted him eagerly. "I swear it, monsieur. I know that my little man had nothing to do with it either. He was only keeping a lookout while the others collared the swag. I will swear that I can account for every moment of my time that night. Roquin was drunk and told me everything. They got 5,000 francs from Daddy Zacharias, and of course Roquin had his share, but he did not work with his partners. It was Mignon Menilmouche, whom they called Drink Without Thirst, who held the gardener's hands, and who bled him with a blow from his knife." The commissary let her run on, and when she had finished, he questioned me as if I had belonged to Jujutte's band. "Your name, Christian name, and profession?" "Marquise Sulpice de Laurier, living on my own private income at 24 Rue de Galilee." "De Laurier? Oh, very well. Excuse me, monsieur, but at Madame de Laurier's request, I declare formally before these gentlemen, who will be able to give evidence, that the girl Juliette Randall, whom they call Jujutte Tête de Pipe, is your mistress. You are at liberty to go, Monsieur le Marquis. And you, girl Randall, answer my questions." Thus, by the most extraordinary chance, our divorce suit created a sensation which I had certainly never foreseen. I was obliged to appear in the Assize Court, as a witness in the celebrated case of those burglars, when 3 of them were condemned to death, and to undergo the questioning of the idiotic presiding judge, who tried by all means in his power to make me acknowledge that I was Jujutte Tête de Pipe's regular lover. And in consequence, ever since then, I have passed as an ardent seeker after novel sensations, and a man who wallows in the lowest depths of the Parisian dunghill. I cannot say that this unjust reputation has brought me any pleasant love affairs. Women are so perverse, so absurd, and so curious. End of section 27. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 28 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Confession. Monsieur de Champdelin had no reason to complain of his lot as a married man, nor could he accuse destiny of having played him in a bad turn, as it does so many others. For it would have been difficult to find a more desirable, merrier, prettier little woman, or one who was easier to amuse and to guide than his wife. To see the large, limpid eyes which illuminated her fair, girlish face, one would think that her mother must have spent whole nights before her birth in looking dreamily at the stars, and so had become, as it were, impregnated with their magic brightness. And one did not know which to prefer, her bright silky hair, or her slightly retroussé nose, with its vibrating nostrils, her red lips, which looked as alluring as a ripe peach, her beautiful shoulders, her delicate ears, which resembled mother of pearl, or her slim waist and rounded figure, which would have delighted and tempted a sculptor. And then she was always merry, overflowing with youth and life, never dissatisfied, only wishing to enjoy herself, to laugh, to love and be loved, and putting all the house into a tumult, as if it had been a great cage full of birds. In spite of all this, however, that worn-out fool Champdelin had never cared much about her, but had left that charming garden lying waste, and almost immediately after their honeymoon, he had resumed his usual bachelor habits, and had begun to lead the same fast life that he had done of old. It was stronger than he, for he was one of those libertine natures which are constant targets for love, and which never resign themselves to domestic peace and happiness. The last woman who came across him in a love adventure was always the one whom he loved best, and the mere contact with a petticoat inflamed him, and made him commit the most imprudent actions. As he was not hard to please, he fished, as it were, in troubled waters, went after the ugly ones and the pretty ones alike, was bold even to impudence, was not to be kept off by mistakes, nor anger, nor modesty, nor threats, though he sometimes fell into a trap, and got a thrashing by some relative or jealous lover. He withstood all attempts to get hush money out of him, and became only all the more enamored of vice and more ardent in his lures and pursuit of love affairs on that account. But the work girls and the shop girls and all the tradesmen's wives in Saint-Martéjoux knew him, and made him pay for their whims and their coquetry, and had to put up with his love-making. Many of them smiled or blushed when they saw him under the tall plane trees in the public garden, or met him in the unfrequented, narrow streets near the cathedral, with his thin, sensual face, whose looks had something satyr-like about them, and some of them used to laugh at him and make fun of him, though they ran away when he went up to them. And when some friend or other, who was sorry that he could forget himself so far, used to say to him, when he was at a loss for any other argument, "And your wife, Champdelin, are you not afraid that she will have her revenge and pay you out in your own coin?" his only reply was a contemptuous and incredulous shrug of the shoulders. She deceive him? Indeed! She, who was as devout, as virtuous, and as ignorant of forbidden things as a nun, who cared no more for love than she did for an old slipper? She, who did not even venture on any veiled illusions, who was always laughing, who took life as it came, who performed her religious duties with edifying assiduity? She, to pay him back, so as to make him look ridiculous, and to gad about at night? Never! Anyone who could think such a thing must have lost his senses. However, one summer day, when the roofs all seemed red hot, and the whole town appeared dead, Monsieur de Champdelin had followed two milliners' girls, with bandboxes in their hands, from street to street, whispering nonsense to them, and promising beforehand to give them anything they asked him for, and had gone after them as far as the cathedral. In their fright, they took refuge there, but he followed them in, and, emboldened by the solitude of the nave and by the perfect silence in the building, he became more enterprising and bolder. They did not know how to defend themselves, or to escape from him, and were trembling at his daring attempts and at his kisses, when he saw a confessional whose doors were open in one of the side chapels. "We should be much more comfortable in there, my little dears," he said, going into it as if to get such an unexpected nest ready for them. But they were quicker than he, and throwing themselves against the grated door, they pushed it to before he could turn round, and locked him in. At first he thought it was only a joke, and it amused him, but when they began to laugh heartily, and putting their tongues at him, as if he had been a monkey in a cage, and overwhelmed him with insults, he first of all grew angry, and then humble, offering to pay well for his ransom, and he implored them to let him out, and tried to escape like a mouse does out of a trap. They, however, did not appear to hear him, but naively bowed to him ceremoniously, wished him good night, and ran out as fast as they could. Champdelin was in despair. He did not know what to do, and cursed his bad luck. What would be the end of it? Who would deliver him from that species of prison? And was he going to remain there all the afternoon and night, like a portmanteau that had been forgotten at the lost luggage office? He could not manage to force the lock, and did not venture to knock hard against the sides of the confessional, for fear of attracting the attention of some beadle or sacristan. Oh, those wretched girls! And how people would make fun of him, and write verses about him, and point their fingers at him, if the joke were discovered, and got noised abroad. By and by he heard the faint sound of prayers in the distance, and through the green serge curtain that concealed him, Monsieur Champdelin heard the rattle of the beads on the chaplets, as the women repeated their Ave Marias, and the rustle of dresses, and the noise of footsteps on the pavement. Suddenly he felt a tickling in his throat that nearly choked him, and he could not altogether prevent himself from coughing, and when at last it passed off, the unfortunate man was horrified at hearing someone come into the chapel and up to the confessional. Whoever it was knelt down and gave a discreet knock at the grating which separated the priest from his penitents. So he quickly put on the surplice and stole which were hanging on a nail, and covering his face with his handkerchief and sitting back in the shade, he opened the grating. It was a woman who was already saying her prayers, and he gave the responses as well as he could, from his boyish recollections, and was somewhat agitated by the delicious scent that emanated from her half-raised veil and from her bodice. But at her first words he started so that he almost fainted. He had recognized his wife's voice, and it felt to him as if his seat were studded with sharp nails, that the sides of the confessional were closing in on him, and as if the air were growing rarefied. He now collected himself, however, and regaining his self-possession, he listened to what she had to say with increasing curiosity, and with some uncertain and necessary interruptions. The young woman sighed, was evidently keeping back something, spoke about her unhappiness, her melancholy life, her husband's neglect, the temptations by which she was surrounded, and which she found it so difficult to resist. Her conscience seemed to be burdened by an intolerable weight, though she hesitated to accuse herself directly. And in a low voice, with unctuous and coaxing tones, and mastering himself, Champdelin said, "Courage, my child, tell me everything. The divine mercy is infinite. Tell me all without hesitation." Then, all at once, she told him everything that was troubling her, how passion and desire had thrown her into the arms of one of her husband's best friends, the exquisite happiness that they felt when they met every day, his delightful tenderness, which she could no longer resist, the sin which was her joy, her only object, her consolation, her dream. She grew excited, sobbed, seemed enervated and worn out, as if she were still burning from her lover's kisses, hardly seemed to know what she was saying, and begged for temporary absolution from her sins. But then Champdelin, in his exasperation, and unable to restrain himself any longer, interrupted her in a furious voice. "Oh no, oh no, this is not at all funny. Keep such sort of things to yourself, my dear." Poor little Madame de Champdelin nearly went out of her mind with fright and astonishment, and they are now waiting for the decree which will break their chains and let them part. End of section 28. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 29 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Was it a dream? I had loved her madly. Why does one love? Why does one love? How queer it is to see only one being in the world, to have only one thought in one's mind, only one desire in the heart, and only one name on the lips. A name which comes up continually, which rises like the water in a spring, from the depths of the soul, which rises to the lips, and which one repeats over and over again, which one whispers ceaselessly, everywhere, like a prayer. I am going to tell you our story, for love only has one, which is always the same. I met her and loved her, that is all. And for a whole year I have lived on her tenderness, on her caresses, in her arms, in her dresses, on her words, so completely wrapped up, bound, imprisoned in everything which came from her, that I no longer knew whether it was day or night, if I was dead or alive, on this old earth of ours, or elsewhere. And then she died. How? I do not know. I no longer know. But one evening she came home wet, for it was raining heavily, and the next day she coughed, and she coughed for about a week, and took to her bed. What happened I do not remember now, but doctors came, wrote, and went away. Medicines were brought, and some women made her drink them. Her hands were hot, her forehead was burning, and her eyes bright and sad. When I spoke to her, she answered me, but I do not remember what we said. I have forgotten everything, everything, everything. She died, and I very well remember her slight, feeble sigh. The nurse said, "Ah," and I understood. I understood. I knew nothing more, nothing. I saw a priest who said, "Your mistress?" and it seemed to me as if he were insulting her. As she was dead, nobody had the right to know that any longer, and I turned him out. Another came who was very kind and tender, and I shed tears when he spoke to me about her. They consulted me about the funeral, but I do not remember anything that they said, though I recollected the coffin and the sound of the hammer when they nailed her down in it. Oh, God, God. She was buried, she, in that hole. Some people came, female friends. I made my escape and ran away. I ran, and then I walked through the streets and went home, and the next day I started on a journey. Yesterday I returned to Paris, and when I saw my room again, our bed, our furniture, everything that remains of the life of a human being after death, I was seized by such a violent attack of fresh grief that I was very near opening the window and throwing myself out into the street. As I could not remain any longer among these things, between these walls which had enclosed and sheltered her, and which retained 1,000 atoms of her skin, and of her breath in their imperceptible crevices, I took up my hat to make my escape, and just as I reached the door, I passed the large glass in the hall, which she had put there so that she might be able to look at herself every day, from head to foot, as she went out, to see if her toilette looked well and was correct and pretty, from her little boots to her bonnet. And I stopped short in front of that looking-glass, in which she had so often been reflected. So often, that it also must have retained her reflection. I was standing there, trembling, with my eyes fixed on the glass, on that flat, profound, empty glass, which had contained her entirely, and had possessed her as much as I had, as my passionate looks had. I felt as if I loved that glass. I touched it. It was cold. Oh, the recollection! Sorrowful mirror, burning mirror, horrible mirror, which makes us suffer such torments. Happy are the men whose hearts forget everything that it has contained, everything that has passed before it, everything that has looked at itself in it, that has been reflected in its affection, in its love. How I suffer! I went on without knowing it, without wishing it. I went towards the cemetery. I found her simple grave, a white marble cross with these few words: "She loved, was loved, and died." She is there, below, decayed. How horrible! I sobbed with my forehead on the ground, and I stopped there for a long time, a long time. Then I saw that it was getting dark, and a strange, a mad wish, the wish of a despairing lover, seized me. I wished to pass the night, the last night, in weeping on her grave, but I should have been seen and driven out. How was I to manage? I was cunning, and got up and began to roam about in that city of the dead. I walked and walked. How small this city is in comparison with the other, the city in which we live, and yet how much more numerous the dead are than the living. We want high houses, wide streets, and much room for the 4 generations who see the daylight at the same time, drink water from the spring, and wine from the vines, and eat the bread from the plains. And for all the generations of the dead, for all that ladder of humanity that has descended down to us, there is scarcely anything afield, scarcely anything. The earth takes them back. Oblivion effaces them. Adieu. At the end of the abandoned cemetery, I suddenly perceived that the one where those who have been dead a long time finish mingling with the soil, where the crosses themselves decay, where the last comers will be put tomorrow. It is full of untended roses, of strong and dark cypress trees, a sad and beautiful garden nourished on human flesh. I was alone, perfectly alone. and so I crouched in a green tree and hid myself there completely among the thick and somber branches, and I waited, clinging to the stem, like a shipwrecked man does to a plank. When it was quite dark, I left my refuge and began to walk softly, slowly, inaudibly, through that ground full of dead people, and I wandered about for a long time, but could not find her again. I went on with extended arms, knocking against the tombs with my hands, my feet, my knees, my chest, even my head, without being able to find her. I touched and felt about like a blind man groping his way. I felt the stones, the crosses, the iron railings, the metal wreaths, and the wreaths of faded flowers. I read the names with my fingers by passing them over the letters. What a night! What a night! I could not find her again. There was no moon. What a night! I am frightened, horribly frightened, in these narrow paths between two rows of graves. Graves, 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 nothing but graves. On my right, on my left, in front of me, around me, everywhere there were graves. I sat down on one of them, for I could not walk any longer. My knees were so weak. I could hear my heart beat, and I could hear something else as well. What? A confused, nameless noise. Was the noise in my head in the impenetrable night, or beneath the mysterious earth, the earth sown with human corpses? I looked all around me, but I cannot say how long I remained there. I was paralyzed with terror, drunk with fright, ready to shout out, ready to die. Suddenly it seemed to me as if the slab of marble on which I was sitting was moving. Certainly it was moving, as if it were being raised. With a bound, I sprang onto the neighboring tomb, and I saw, yes, I distinctly saw the stone which I had just quitted rise upright, and the dead person appeared, a naked skeleton, which was pushing the stone back with its bent back. I saw it quite clearly, although the night was so dark. On the cross I could read, "Here lies Jacques Olivant, who died at the age of 51. He loved his family, was kind and honorable, and died in the grace of the Lord." The dead man also read what was inscribed on his tombstone. Then he picked up a stone off the path, a little pointed stone, and began to scrape the letters carefully. He slowly effaced them all together, and with the hollows of his eyes he looked at the places where they had been engraved, and with the tip of the bone that had been his forefinger, he wrote in luminous letters, like those lines which one traces on walls with the tip of a lucifer match, "Here reposes Jacques Olivant, who died at the age of 51. He hastened his father's death by his unkindness, as he wished to inherit his fortune. He tortured his wife, tormented his children, deceived his neighbors, robbed everyone he could, and died wretched." When he had finished writing, the dead man stood motionless, looking at his work, and on turning round I saw that all the graves were open, that all the dead bodies had emerged from them, and that all had effaced the lies inscribed on the gravestones by their relations, and had substituted the truth instead. And I saw that all had been tormentors of their neighbors, malicious, dishonest, hypocrites, liars, rogues, calumniators, envious, that they had stolen, deceived, performed every disgraceful, every abominable action. These good fathers, these faithful wives, these devoted sons, these chaste daughters, these honest tradesmen, these men and women who were called irreproachable, and they were called irreproachable, and they were all writing at the same time, on the threshold of their eternal abode, the truth, the terrible and the holy truth, which everybody is ignorant of, or pretends to be ignorant of, while the others are alive. I thought that she also must have written something on her tombstone. And now, running without any fear among the half-open coffins, among the corpses and skeletons, I went towards her, sure that I should find her immediately. I recognized her at once without seeing her face, which was covered by the winding sheet, and on the marble cross where shortly before I had read, "She loved, was loved, and died," I now saw, "Having gone out one day in order to deceive her lover, she caught cold in the rain and died." It appears that they found me at daybreak, lying on the grave, unconscious. End of section 29. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 30 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Last Step. Monsieur de Saint-Juéry would not have deceived his old mistress for anything in the world. Perhaps from an instinctive fear that he had heard of adventures that turn out badly, make a noise, and bring about hateful family quarrels, crises from which one emerges enervated and exasperated with destiny, and, as it were, with the weight of a bullet on one's feet, and also from his requirement for a calm, sheep-like existence, whose monotony was never disturbed by any shock, and perhaps from the remains of the love which had so entirely made him, during the first years of their connection, the slave of the proud, dominating beauty and of the enthralling charm of that woman. He kept out of the way of temptation almost timidly, and was faithful to her, and as submissive as a spaniel. He paid her every attention, did not appear to notice that the outlines of her figure, which had formerly been so harmonious and supple, were getting too full and puffy, that her face, which used to remind him of a blush rose, was getting wrinkled, and that her eyes were getting dull. He admired her in spite of everything, almost blindly, and clothed her with imaginary charms, with an autumnal beauty, with the majestic and serene softness of an October twilight, and with the last blossoms which unfold by the side of the walks strewn with dead leaves. But although their connection had lasted for many years, though they were as closely bound to each other as if they had been married, and although Charlotte Guindal pestered him with entreaties and upset him with continual quarrels on the subject, and in spite of the fact that he believed her to be absolutely faithful to him and worthy of his most perfect confidence and love, yet Monsieur de Saint-Juéry had never been able to make up his mind to give her his name and to put their false position on a legal footing. He really suffered from this, but remained firm and defended his position, quibbled, sought for subterfuges, replied by the eternal and vague, "What would be the good of it?" which nearly sent Charlotte mad, made her furious, and caused her to say angry and ill-tempered things. But he remained passive and listless, with his back bent like a restive horse under the whip. He asked her whether it was really necessary to their happiness, as they had no children. Did not everybody think that they were married? Was not she everywhere called Madame de Saint-Juéry? And had their servants any doubt that they were in the service of respectable married people? Was not the name which had been transmitted to a man from father to son intact, honored, and often with a halo of glory round it, a sacred trust which no one had a right to touch? What would she gain if she bore it legitimately? Did she for a moment suppose that she would rise higher in people's estimation, and be more admitted into society, or that people would forget that she had been his regular mistress before becoming his wife? Did not everybody know that formerly, before he rescued her from that bohemian life in which she had been waiting for her chance in vain, and was losing her good looks, Charlotte Guindal frequented all the public balls, and showered her legs liberally at the Moulin Rouge? Charlotte knew his crabbed, though also kindly character, which was at the same time logical and obstinate, too well to hope that she would ever be able to overcome his opposition and scruples, except by some clever woman's trick, some well-acted scene in a comedy. So she appeared to be satisfied with his reasons and to renounce her bauble, and outwardly she showed an equable and conciliatory temper, and no longer worried Monsieur de Saint-Juéry with her recriminations. And thus the time went by in calm monotony, without fruitless battles or fierce assaults. Charlotte Guindal's medical man was Dr. Rabatel, one of those clever men who appear to know everything, but whom a country bone-setter would reduce to a why by a few questions. One of those men who wish to impress everybody with their apparent value, and who make use of their medical knowledge as if it were some productive commercial house, which carried on a suspicious business, who can scent out those persons whom they can manage as they please, as if they were a piece of soft wax, who keep them in a continual state of terror by keeping the idea of death constantly before their eyes. They soon managed to obtain the mastery over such persons, scrutinize their consciences as well as the cleverest priest could do, make sure of being well paid for their complicity as soon as they have obtained a footing anywhere, and drain their patients of their secrets in order to use them as a weapon for extorting money on occasions. He felt sure immediately that this middle-aged lady wanted something of him, as by some extraordinary perversion of taste he was rather fond of the remains of a good-looking woman, if they were well got up and offered to him, of that high flavor which arises from soft lips which had been made tender through years of love, from gray hair powdered with gold, from a body engaged in its last struggle, and which dreams of one more victory before abdicating power altogether. He did not hesitate to become his new patient's lover. When winter came, however, a thorough change took place in Charlotte's health, that had hitherto been so good. She had no strength left. She felt ill after the slightest exertion, complained of internal pains, and spent whole days lying on the couch, with set eyes and without uttering a word, so that everybody thought that she was dying of one of those mysterious maladies which cannot be coped with, but which by degrees undermines the whole system. It was sad to see her rapidly sinking, lying motionless on her pillows, while a mist seemed to have come over her eyes, and her hands lay helplessly on the bed, and her mouth seemed sealed by some invisible finger. Monsieur de Saint-Juéry was in despair. He cried like a child, and he suffered as if somebody had plunged a knife into him, when the doctor said to him in his unctuous voice, "I know that you are a brave man, my dear sir, and I may venture to tell you the whole truth. Madame de Saint-Juéry is doomed, irrevocably doomed. Nothing but a miracle can save her, and alas, there are no miracles in these days. The end is only a question of a few hours, and may come quite suddenly." Monsieur de Saint-Juéry had thrown himself into a chair, and was sobbing bitterly, covering his face with his hands. "My poor dear, my poor darling," he said through his tears. "Pray compose yourself and be brave," the doctor continued, sitting down by his side, "for I have to say something serious to you, and to convey to you our poor patient's last wishes. A few minutes ago she told me the secret of your double life, and of your connection with her. And now, in view of death, which she feels approaching so rapidly, for she is under no delusion, the unhappy woman wishes to die at peace with heaven, with the consolation of having regulated her equivocal position and of having become your wife." Monsieur de Saint-Juéry sat upright, with a bewildered look, while he moved his hands nervously. In his grief he was incapable of manifesting any will of his own, or of opposing this unexpected attack. "Oh, anything that Charlotte wishes, doctor, anything, and I will myself go and tell her so on my knees." The wedding took place discreetly, with something funeral about it in the darkened room, where the words which were spoken had a strange sound, almost of anguish. Charlotte, who was lying in bed, with her eyes dilated through happiness, had put both trembling hands into those of Monsieur de Saint-Juéry, and she seemed to expire with the word "yes" on her lips. The doctor looked at the moving scene, grave and impassive, with his chin buried in his white cravat, and his two arms resting on the mantelpiece, while his eyes twinkled behind his glasses. The next week, Madame de Saint-Juéry began to get better, and that wonderful recovery about which Monsieur de Saint-Juéry tells everybody with effusive gratitude who will listen to him, has so increased Dr. Rabatel's reputation that at the next election he will be made a member of the Academy of Medicine. End of section 30. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 31 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Will. I knew that tall young fellow, René de Bourneval. He was an agreeable man, though of a rather melancholy turn of mind, who seemed prejudiced against everything, very skeptical, and able to tear worldly hypocrisies to pieces. He often used to say, "There are no honorable men," or at any rate, they only appear so when compared to low people. He had two brothers, whom he never saw, the Messrs. de Courcils, and I thought they were by another father, on account of the difference in the name. I had frequently heard that something strange had happened in the family, but I did not know the details. As I took a great liking to him, we soon became intimate, and one evening, when I had been dining with him alone, I asked him by chance, "Are you by your mother's first or second marriage?" He grew rather pale, and then flushed, and did not speak for a few moments. He was visibly embarrassed. Then he smiled in a melancholy and gentle manner, which was peculiar to him, and said, "My dear friend, if it will not weary you, I can give you some very strange particulars about my life. I know that you are a sensible man, so I do not fear that our friendship will suffer by my revelations, and should it suffer, I should not care about having you for my friend any longer. My mother, Madame de Courcils, was a poor, little, timid woman, whom her husband had married for the sake of her fortune, and her whole life was one of martyrdom. Of a loving, delicate mind, she was constantly being ill-treated by the man who ought to have been my father, one of those bores called country gentlemen. A month after their marriage, he was living with a servant, and besides that, the wives and daughters of his tenants were his mistresses, which did not prevent him from having 3 children by his wife, or 3 if you count me in. My mother said nothing, and lived in that noisy house like a little mouse. Set aside, disparaged, nervous, she looked at people with her bright, uneasy, restless eyes, the eyes of some terrified creature which can never shake off its fear. And yet she was pretty, very pretty, and fair, a gray blonde, as if her hair had lost its color through her constant fears. Among Monsieur de Courcils' friends who constantly came to the château, there was an ex-cavalry officer, a widower, a man who was feared, who was at the same time tender and violent, capable of the most energetic resolutions, Monsieur de Bourneval, whose name I bear. He was a tall, thin man, with a heavy black mustache, and I am very like him. He was a man who had read a great deal, and whose ideas were not like those of most of his class. His great-grandmother had been a friend of J. Rousseau's, and one might have said that he had inherited something of this ancestral connection. He knew the Contrat Social and the Nouveau Héloïse by heart, and all those philosophical books which long beforehand prepared the overthrow of our old usages, prejudices, superannuated laws, and imbecile morality. It seems that he loved my mother, and she loved him, but their intrigue was carried on so secretly that no one guessed it. The poor, neglected, unhappy woman must have clung to him in a despairing manner, and in her intimacy with him must have imbibed all his ways of thinking, theories of free thought, audacious ideas of independent love. But as she was so timid that she never ventured to speak aloud, it was all driven back, condensed and expressed in her heart, which never opened itself. My 2 brothers were very hard towards her, like their father was, and never gave her a caress, and used to seeing her count for nothing in the house, they treated her rather like a servant, and so I was the only one of her sons who really loved her, and whom she loved. When she died, I was 17, and I must add, in order that you may understand what follows, that there had been a lawsuit between my father and my mother, and that their property had been separated, to my mother's advantage, as, thanks to the tricks of the law, and the intelligent devotion of a lawyer to her interests, she had preserved the right of making her will in favor of anyone she pleased. We were told that there was a will lying at the lawyer's, and were invited to be present at the reading of it. I can remember it as if it were yesterday. It was a grand, dramatic, burlesque, surprising scene, brought about by the posthumous revolt of that dead woman, by that cry for liberty, that claim from the depths of her tomb, of that martyred woman who had been crushed by our habits during her life, and who, from her closed tomb, uttered a despairing appeal for independence. The man who thought that he was my father, a stout, ruddy-faced man, who gave everyone the idea of a butcher, and my brothers, 2 great fellows of 20 and 22, were waiting quietly in their chairs. Monsieur de Bourneval, who had been invited to be present, came in and stood behind me. He was very pale, and bit his mustache, which was turning gray. No doubt he was prepared for what was going to happen, and the lawyer double-locked the door and began to read the will, after having opened the envelope, which was sealed with red wax, and whose contents he was ignorant of, in our presence. My friend stopped suddenly and got up, and from his writing table he took an old paper, unfolded it, kissed it, and then continued: "This is the will of my beloved mother. I, the undersigned, Anne Catherine Genevieve Mathilde de Quailleux, the legitimate wife of Leopold Joseph Goutran de Courcils, sound in body and mind, here express my last wishes. I first of all ask God, and then my dear son René, to pardon me for the act I am about to commit. I believe that my child's heart is great enough to understand me and to forgive me. I have suffered my whole life long. I was married out of calculation, then despised, misunderstood, oppressed, and constantly deceived by my husband. I forgive him, but I owe him nothing. My eldest sons never loved me, never spoilt me, scarcely treated me as a mother. But during my whole life I was everything that I ought to have been, and I owe them nothing more after my death. The ties of blood cannot exist without daily and constant affection. An ungrateful son is less than a stranger. He is a culprit, for he has no right to be indifferent towards his mother. I have always trembled before men, before their unjust laws, their inhuman customs, their shameful prejudices. Before God, I have no longer any fear. Dead, I fling aside disgraceful hypocrisy. I dare to speak my thoughts, and to avow and to sign the secret of my heart. I therefore leave that part of my fortune, of which the law allows me to dispose, as a deposit with my dear lover, Pierre Genet Simon de Bourneval, to revert afterwards to our dear son, René. This wish is, moreover, formulated more precisely in a notarial deed. And I declare before the supreme judge who hears me that I should have cursed heaven and my own existence if I had not met my lover's deep, devoted, tender, unshaken affection, if I had not felt in his arms that the Creator made his creatures to love, sustain, and console each other, and to weep together in the hours of sadness. Monsieur de Courcils is the father of my 2 eldest sons. René alone owes his life to Monsieur de Bourneval. I pray to the Master of men and of their destinies to place father and son above social prejudices, to make them love each other until they die, and to love me also in my coffin. These are my last thoughts and my last wish. Mathilde de Quailleux. Monsieur de Courcils had arisen, and he cried, "It is the will of a madwoman!" Then Monsieur de Bourneval stepped forward and said in a loud and penetrating voice, "I, Simon de Bourneval, solemnly declare that this writing contains nothing but the strict truth, and I am ready to prove it by letters which I possess." On hearing that, Monsieur de Courcils went up to him, and I thought they were going to collar each other. There they stood, both of them tall, one stout and the other thin, both trembling. My mother's husband stammered out, "You are a worthless wretch," and the other replied in a loud, dry voice, "We will meet somewhere else, monsieur. I should have already slapped your ugly face, and challenged you a long time ago, if I had not, before everything else, thought of the peace of mind of that poor woman whom you made suffer so much during her lifetime." Then turning to me, he said, "You are my son. Will you come with me? I have no right to take you away, but I shall assume it if you will kindly come with me." I shook his hand without replying, and we went out together. I was certainly 3 parts mad. 2 days later, Monsieur de Bourneval killed Monsieur de Courcils in a duel. My brothers, fearing some terrible scandal, held their tongues, and I offered them, and they accepted, half the fortune which my mother had left me. I took my real father's name, renouncing that which the law gave me, but which was not really mine. Monsieur de Bourneval died 3 years afterwards, and I have not consoled myself yet. He rose from his chair, walked up and down the room, and standing in front of me, he said, "Well, I say that my mother's will was one of the most beautiful and loyal, as well as one of the grandest acts that a woman could perform. Do you not think so?" I gave him both my hands. "Most certainly I do, my friend." End of section 31. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 32 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. A Country Excursion. For 5 months they had been talking of going to lunch at some country restaurant in the neighborhood of Paris on Madame Dufour's birthday, and as they were looking forward very impatiently to the outing, they had got up very early that morning. Monsieur Dufour had borrowed the milkman's tilted cart and drove himself. It was a very tidy 2-wheeled conveyance, with a hood, and in it the wife, resplendent in a wonderful sherry-colored silk dress, sat by the side of her husband. The old grandmother and a girl were accommodated with 2 chairs, and a boy with yellow hair was lying at the bottom of the trap, of whom, however, nothing was to be seen except his head. When they got to the bridge of Neuilly, Monsieur Dufour said, "Here we are in the country at last." And at that signal his wife had grown sentimental about the beauties of nature. When they got to the crossroads at Courbevoie, they were seized with admiration for the distant horizon down there. On the right was the spire of Argenteuil Church, and above it rose the hills of Sannois and the mill of Orgamont, while on the left the aqueduct of Marly stood out against the clear morning sky. And in the distance they could see the terrace of Saint-Germain, and opposite to them, at the end of a low chain of hills, the new fort of Cormeilles. Quite in the distance, a very long way off, beyond the plains and villages, one could see the somber green of the forests. The sun was beginning to shine in their faces, the dust got into their eyes, and on either side of the road there stretched an interminable tract of bare, ugly country, which smelt unpleasantly. One might have thought that it had been ravaged by the pestilence, which had even attacked the buildings, for skeletons of dilapidated and deserted houses, or small cottages which were left in an unfinished state, as the contractors had not been paid, reared their 4 roofless walls on each side. Here and there tall factory chimneys rose up from the barren soil, the only vegetation on that putrid land, where the spring breezes wafted an odor of petroleum and schist, which was mingled with another smell that was even still less agreeable. At last, however, they crossed the Seine a second time, and it was delightful on the bridge. The river sparkled in the sun, and they had a feeling of quiet satisfaction and enjoyment in drinking in the purer air that was not impregnated by the black smoke of factories, nor by the miasma from the deposits of night soil. A man whom they met told them that the name of the place was Bezons, and so Monsieur Dufour pulled up and read the attractive announcement outside an eating house, Restaurant Poulin, stews and fried fish, private rooms, arbors and swings. "Well, Madame Dufour, will this suit you? Will you make up your mind at last?" She read the announcement in her turn, and then looked at the house for a time. It was a white country inn, built by the roadside, and through the open door she could see the bright zinc of the counter, at which 2 workmen, out for the day, were sitting. At last she made up her mind, and said, "Yes, this will do, and besides, there is a view." So they drove into a large yard with trees in it, behind the inn, which was only separated from the river by the towing path, and got out. The husband sprang out first, and then held out his arms for his wife, and as the step was very high, Madame Dufour, in order to reach him, had to show the lower part of her limbs, whose former slenderness had disappeared in fat. The Monsieur Dufour, who was already getting excited by the country air, pinched her calf, and then taking her in his arms, he set her onto the ground, as if she had been some enormous bundle. She shook the dust out of the silk dress, and then looked round, to see in what sort of place she was. She was a stout woman of about 36, full-blown and delightful to look at. She could hardly breathe, as her stays were laced too tightly, and their pressure forced the heaving mass of her superabundant bosom up to her double chin. Next, the girl put her hand onto her father's shoulder and jumped lightly out. The boy with the yellow hair had got down by stepping on the wheel, and he helped Monsieur Dufour to get his grandmother out. Then they unharnessed the horse, which they tied up to a tree, and the carriage fell back with both shafts in the air. The men took off their coats and washed their hands in a pail of water, and then went and joined their ladies, who had already taken possession of the swings. Mademoiselle Dufour was trying to swing herself standing up, but she could not succeed in getting a start. She was a pretty girl of about 18, one of those women who suddenly excite your desire when you meet them in the street, and who leave you with a vague feeling of uneasiness and of excited senses. She was tall, had a small waist and large hips, with a dark skin, very large eyes, and very black hair. Her dress clearly marked the outlines of her firm, full figure, which was accentuated by the motion of her hips as she tried to swing herself higher. Her arms were stretched over her head to hold the rope, so that her bosom rose at every movement she made. Her hat, which a gust of wind had blown off, was hanging behind her, and as the swing gradually rose higher and higher, she showed her delicate limbs up to the knees each time, and the wind from the petticoats, which was more heady than the fumes of wine, blew into the faces of the 2 men, who were looking at her and smiling. Sitting on the other swing, Madame Dufour kept saying in a monotonous voice, "Cyprien, come and swing me. Do come and swing me. Cyprien." At last he went, and turning up his shirt sleeves as if he intended to work very hard, he with much difficulty set his wife in motion. She clutched the 2 ropes and held her legs out straight, so as not to touch the ground. She enjoyed feeling giddy at the motion of the swing, and her whole figure shook like a jelly on a dish. But as she went higher and higher, she grew too giddy and got frightened. Every time she was coming back, she uttered a piercing scream, which made all the little urchins come round, and down below, beneath the garden hedge, she vaguely saw a row of mischievous heads, who made various grimaces as they laughed. When a servant girl came out, they ordered lunch. "Some fried fish, a stewed rabbit, salad, and dessert," Madame Dufour said, with an important air. "Bring 2 quarts of beer and a bottle of claret," her husband said. "We will have lunch on the grass," the girl added. The grandmother, who had an affection for cats, had been running after one that belonged to the house, and had been bestowing the most affectionate words on it for the last 10 minutes. The animal, which was no doubt secretly flattered by her attentions, kept close to the good woman, but just out of reach of her hand, and quietly walked round the trees, against which she rubbed herself, with her tail up and purring with pleasure. "Hello!" the young man with the yellow hair, who was ferreting about, suddenly exclaimed. "Here are 2 swell boats." They all went to look at them, and saw 2 beautiful skiffs in a wooden boathouse, which were as beautifully finished as if they had been objects of luxury. They were moored side by side, like 2 tall, slender girls in their narrow, shining length, and excited the wish to float in them on warm summer mornings and evenings, along the bower-covered banks of the river, where the trees dip their branches into the water, where the rushes are continually rustling in the breeze, and where the swift kingfishers dart about like flashes of blue lightning. The whole family looked at them with great respect. "Oh, they are indeed 2 swell boats," Monsieur Dufour repeated gravely. And he examined them gravely, and he examined them like a connoisseur. He had been in the habit of rowing in his younger days, he said, and when he had that in his hands, and he went through the action of pulling the oars, he did not care a fig for anybody. He had beaten more than one Englishman formerly at the Joinville regattas. He grew quite excited at last, and offered to make a bet, that in a boat like that he could row 6 leagues an hour without exerting himself. "Lunch is ready," the waitress said, appearing at the entrance to the boathouse. So they all hurried off. But 2 young men were already lunching at the best place which Madame Dufour had chosen in her mind as her seat. No doubt they were the owners of the skiffs, for they were dressed in boating costume. They were stretched out, almost lying on chairs, and were sunburnt, and had on flannel trousers and thin cotton jerseys with short sleeves, which showed their bare arms, which were as strong as blacksmiths. They were 2 strong fellows, who thought a great deal of their vigor, and who showed in all their movements that elasticity and grace of the limbs which can only be acquired by exercise, and which is so different to the deformity with which the same continual work stamps the mechanic. They exchanged a rapid smile when they saw the mother, and then a look on seeing the daughter. "Let us give up our place," one of them said. "It will make us acquainted with them." The other got up immediately, and holding his black and red boating cap in his hand, he politely offered the ladies the only shady place in the garden. With many excuses they accepted, and so that it might be more rural, they sat on the grass, without either tables or chairs. The 2 young men took their plates, knives, forks, etc., to a table a little way off, and began to eat again, and their bare arms, which they showed continually, rather embarrassed the girl. She even pretended to turn her head aside, and not to see them, while Madame Dufour, who was rather bolder, tempted by feminine curiosity, looked at them every moment, and no doubt compared them with the secret unsightliness of her husband. She had squatted herself on the ground with her legs tucked under her, after the manner of tailors, and she kept wriggling about continually under the pretext that ants were crawling about her somewhere. Monsieur Dufour, whom the presence of strangers of politeness had put into rather a bad temper, was trying to find a comfortable position, which he did not, however, succeed in doing, and the young man with the yellow hair was eating as silently as an ogre. "It is lovely weather, monsieur," the stout lady said to one of the boating men. She wished to be friendly, because they had given up their place. "It is indeed, madame," he replied. "Do you often go into the country?" "Oh, only once or twice a year, to get a little fresh air. And you, monsieur?" "I come and sleep here every night." "Oh, that must be very nice." "Certainly it is, madame." and he gave them such a practical account of his daily life that it gave rise in the hearts of these shopkeepers, who were deprived of the meadows, and who longed for country walks, to that foolish love of nature which they all feel so strongly the whole year round, behind the counter in their shop. The girl raised her eyes and looked at the oarsman with emotion, and Monsieur Dufour spoke for the first time. "It is indeed a happy life," he said, and then he added, "A little more rabbit, my dear?" "No, thank you," she replied, and turning to the young men again, and pointing to their arms, asked, "Do you never feel cold like that?" They both began to laugh, and they frightened the family by the account of the enormous fatigue they could endure, of their bathing while in a state of tremendous perspiration, of their rowing in the fog at night, and they struck their chests violently to show how they sounded. "Ah, you look very strong," the husband said, who did not talk any more of the time when he used to beat the English. The girl was looking at them aside now, and the young fellow with the yellow hair was coughing violently, as he had swallowed some wine the wrong way, and bespattering Madame Dufour's cherry-colored silk dress, who got angry and sent for some water to wash the spots. Meanwhile, it had grown unbearably hot. The sparkling river looked like a blaze of fire, and the fumes of the wine were getting into their heads. Monsieur Dufour, who had a violent hiccup, had unbuttoned his waistcoat and the top of his trousers, while his wife, who felt choking, was gradually unfastening her dress. The apprentice was shaking his yellow wig in a happy frame of mind, and kept helping himself to wine. And as the old grandmother felt drunk, she also felt very stiff and dignified. As for the girl, she showed nothing except a peculiar brightness in her eyes, while the brown skin on the cheeks became more rosy. The coffee finished them off. They spoke of singing, and each of them sang or repeated a couplet, which the others repeated frantically. Then they got up with some difficulty, and while the two women, who were rather dizzy, were getting the fresh air, the two men, who were altogether drunk, were performing gymnastic tricks. Heavy, limp, and with scarlet faces, they hung awkwardly onto the iron rings, without being able to raise themselves, while their shirts were continually threatening to leave their trousers and to flap in the wind like flags. Meanwhile, the two boating men had got their skiffs into the water, and they came back and politely asked the ladies whether they would like a row. "Would you like one, Monsieur Dufour?" his wife exclaimed. "Please come." He merely gave her a drunken look, without understanding what she said. Then one of the rowers came up with 2 fishing rods in his hand, and the hope of catching a gudgeon, that great aim of the Parisian shopkeeper, made Dufour's dull eyes gleam, and he politely allowed them to do whatever they liked, while he sat in the shade, under the bridge, with his feet dangling over the river, by the side of the young man with the yellow hair, who was sleeping soundly close to him. One of the boating men made a martyr of himself and took the mother. "Let us go to the little wood on the Ill-Omened," he called out as he rowed off. The other skiff went slower, for the rower was looking at his companion so intently that he thought of nothing else, and his emotion paralyzed his strength, while the girl, who was sitting on the steerer's seat, gave herself up to the enjoyment of being on the water. She felt disinclined to think, felt a lassitude in her limbs, and a total abandonment of herself, as if she were intoxicated, and she had become very flushed, and breathed shortly. The effects of the wine, which were increased by the extreme heat, made all the trees on the bank seem to bow as she passed. A vague wish for enjoyment, and a fermentation for her blood, seemed to pervade her whole body, which was excited by the heat of the day. And she was also agitated by this tête-à-tête on the water, in a place which seemed depopulated by the heat, with this young man who thought her pretty, whose looks seemed to caress her skin, and whose looks were as penetrating and pervading as the sun's rays. Their inability to speak increased their emotion, and they looked about them, but at last he made an effort and asked her name. "Henriette," she said. "Why, my name is Henri," he replied. The sound of their voices had calmed them, and they looked at the banks. The other skiff had passed them, and seemed to be waiting for them, and the rower called out, "We will meet you in the wood. We are going as far as Robinson's, because Madame Dufour is thirsty." Then he bent over his oars again, and rowed off so quickly that he was soon out of sight. Meanwhile, a continual roar, which they had heard for some time, came nearer, and the river itself seemed to shiver, as if the dull noise were rising from its depths. "What is that noise?" she asked. It was the noise of the Wear, which cut the river in two at the island, and he was explaining it to her when, above the noise of the waterfall, they heard the song of a bird, which seemed a long way off. "Listen," he said. "The nightingales are singing during the day, so the females must be sitting." A nightingale! She had never heard one before, and the idea of listening to one roused visions of poetic tenderness in her heart. A nightingale! That is to say, the invisible witness of her lover's interview with Juliet invoked on her balcony, the celestial music which is attuned to human kisses, that eternal inspirer of all those languorous romances which open an ideal sky to all the poor little tender hearts of sensitive girls. She was going to hear a nightingale. "We must not make a noise," her companion said, "and then we can go into the wood and sit down close to it." The skiff seemed to glide. They saw the trees on the island, whose banks were so low that they could look into the depths of the thickets. They stopped. He made the boat fast. Henriette took hold of Henri's arm, and they went beneath the trees. "Stop," he said. So she bent down, and they went into an inextricable thicket of creepers, leaves, and reed grass, which formed an impenetrable asylum, and which the young man laughingly called his private room. Just above their heads, perched in one of the trees which hid them, the bird was still singing. He uttered shakes and roulades, and then long, vibrating sounds that filled the air, and seemed to lose themselves on the horizon, across the level country, through that burning silence which weighed upon the whole country round. They did not speak, for fear of frightening it away. They were sitting close together, and slowly Henri's arm stole round the girl's waist, and squeezed it gently. She took that daring hand without any anger, and kept removing it whenever he put it round her, without, however, feeling at all embarrassed by this caress, just as if it had been something quite natural, which she was resisting just as naturally. She was listening to the bird in ecstasy. She felt an infinite longing for happiness, for some sudden demonstration of tenderness, for the revelation of superhuman poetry, and she felt such a softening at her heart and relaxation of her nerves that she began to cry without knowing why. And now the young man was straining her close to him, and she did not remove his arm. She did not think of it. Suddenly the nightingale stopped, and a voice called out in the distance, "Henriette!" "Do not reply," he said in a low voice. "You will drive the bird away." But she had no idea of doing so, and they remained in the same position for some time. Madame Dufour had sat down somewhere or other, for from time to time they heard the stout lady break out into little bursts of laughter. The girl was still crying. She was filled with strange sensations. Henri's head was on her shoulder, and suddenly he kissed her on the lips. She was surprised and angry, and to avoid him she stood up. They were both very pale when they quitted their grassy retreat. The blue sky looked dull to them, and the ardent sun was clouded over to their eyes, but they perceived not the solitude and silence. They walked quickly side by side, without speaking or touching each other, for they appeared to be irreconcilable enemies, as if disgust had sprung up between them, and hatred between their souls. And from time to time Henriette called out, "Mamma?" By and by they heard a noise in the thicket, and the stout lady appeared, looking rather confused, and her companion's face was wrinkled with smiles which he could not check. Madame Dufour took his arm, and they returned to the boats, and Henri, who was going on first, still without speaking, by the girl's side. And at last they got back to Besant's. Monsieur Dufour, who had got sober, was waiting for them very impatiently, while the young man with the yellow hair was having a mouthful of something to eat, before leaving the inn. The carriage was in the yard, with the horse in, and the grandmother, who had already got in, was very frightened at the thought of being overtaken by night, before they got back to Paris, as the outskirts were not safe. They shook hands, and the Dufour family drove off. "Goodbye, until we meet again," the oarsman cried, and the answer they got was a sigh and a tear. 2 months later, as Henri was going along the Rue des Martyrs, he saw Dufour, ironmonger over a door, and so he went in and saw the stout lady sitting at the counter. They recognized each other immediately, and after an interchange of polite greetings, he asked after them all. "And how is Mademoiselle Henriette?" he inquired specially. "Very well, thank you. She is married." "Ah!" But mastering his feelings, he added, "Whom was she married to?" "To that young man who went with us, you know. He has joined us in business." "I remember him perfectly." He was going out, feeling very unhappy, though scarcely knowing why, when Madame called him back. "And how is your friend?" she asked, rather shyly. "He is very well, thank you." "Please give him our compliments, and beg him to come and call when he is in the neighborhood." She then added, "Tell him it will give me great pleasure." "I will be sure to do so. Adieu." "I will not say that. Come again, very soon." The next year, one very hot Sunday, all the details of that adventure, which he had never forgotten, suddenly came back to him so clearly that he returned to their room in the wood, and he was overwhelmed with astonishment when he went in. She was sitting on the grass, looking very sad, while by her side, again in his shirt sleeves, the young man with the yellow hair was sleeping soundly, like some brute. She grew so pale when she saw Henri that at first he thought she was going to faint. Then, however, they began to talk quite naturally. But when he told her that he was very fond of that spot, and went there very often on Sundays, she looked into his eyes for a long time. "I, too, think of it," she replied. "Oh, come, my dear," her husband said with a yawn. "I think it is time for us to be going." End of section 32. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 33 of the Works of Guy de Maupassant, Volume 3, by Guy de Maupassant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Lancer's Wife. 1. It was after Bourbaki's defeat in the east of France. The army, broken up, decimated, and worn out, had been obliged to retreat into Switzerland after that terrible campaign, and it was only the short time that it lasted which saved 150,000 men from certain death. Hunger, the terrible cold, forced marches in the snow without boots, over bad mountainous roads, had caused us frontières especially the greatest sufferings, for we were without tents and almost without food, always in front when we were marching towards Belfort, and in the rear when returning by the Jura. Of our little band that had numbered 1,200 men on the 1st of January, there remained only 22 pale, thin, ragged wretches when we at length succeeded in reaching Swiss territory. There we were safe and could rest. Everybody knows what sympathy was shown to the unfortunate French army, and how well it was cared for. We all gained fresh life, and those who had been rich and happy before the war declared that they had never experienced a greater feeling of comfort than they did then. Just think, we actually had something to eat every day and could sleep every night. Meanwhile, the war continued in the east of France, which had been excluded from the armistice. Besançon still kept the enemy in check, and the latter had their revenge by ravaging the Franche-Comté. Sometimes we heard that they had approached quite close to the frontier, and we saw Swiss troops, who were to form a line of observation between us and them, set out on their march. That pained us in the end, and as we regained health and strength, the longing for fighting laid hold of us. It was disgraceful and irritating to know that within 2 or 3 leagues of us, the Germans were victorious and insolent, to feel that we were protected by our captivity, and to feel that on that account we were powerless against them. One day our captain took 5 or 6 of us aside and spoke to us about it, long and furiously. He was a fine fellow, that captain. He had been a sub-lieutenant in the Zouaves, was tall and thin, and as hard as steel, and during the whole campaign he had cut out their work for the Germans. He fretted in inactivity, and could not accustom himself to the idea of being a prisoner and of doing nothing. "Confound it," he said to us, "does it not pain you to know that there is a number of Uhlans within 2 hours of us? Does it not almost drive you mad to know that those beggarly wretches are walking about as masters in our mountains, where 6 determined men might kill a whole spitful any day? I cannot endure it any longer, and I must go there." "But how can we manage, Captain?" "How? It is not very difficult. Just as if we had not done a thing or two within the last 6 months, and got out of woods that were guarded by very different men from the Swiss. The day that you wish to cross over into France, I will undertake to get you there." "That may be, but what shall we do in France without any arms?" "Without arms? We will get them over yonder, by Jove." "You are forgetting the treaty," another soldier said. "We shall run the risk of doing the Swiss an injury, if Manteuffel learns that they have allowed prisoners to return to France." "Come," said the captain, "those are all bad reasons. I mean to go and kill some Prussians. That is all I care about. If you do not wish to do as I do, well and good. Only say so at once. I can quite well go by myself. I do not require anybody's company." Naturally, we all protested, and as it was quite impossible to make the captain alter his mind, we felt obliged to promise to go with him. We liked him too much to leave him in the lurch, as he never failed us in any extremity, and so the expedition was decided on. 2. The captain had a plan of his own, that he had been cogitating over for some time. A man in that part of the country whom he knew was going to lend him a cart and 6 suits of peasant's clothes. We could hide under some straw at the bottom of the wagon, and it would be loaded with Gruyère cheese, which he was supposed to be going to sell in France. The captain told the sentinels that he was taking 2 friends with him to protect his goods in case anyone should try to rob him, which did not seem an extraordinary precaution. A Swiss officer seemed to look at the wagon in a knowing manner, but that was in order to impress his soldiers. In a word, neither officers nor men could make it out. "Get on," the captain said to the horses, as he cracked his whip, while our 3 men quietly smoked their pipes. I was half suffocated in my box, which only admitted the air through those holes in front, while at the same time I was nearly frozen, for it was terribly cold. "Get on," the captain said again, and the wagon, loaded with Gruyère cheese, entered France. The Prussian lines were very badly guarded, as the enemy trusted to the watchfulness of the Swiss. The sergeant spoke North German, while our captain spoke the bad German of the 4 cantons, and so they could not understand each other. The sergeant, however, pretended to be very intelligent, and in order to make us believe that he understood us, they allowed us to continue our journey. And after traveling for 7 hours, being continually stopped in the same manner, we arrived at a small village of the Jura in ruins at nightfall. What were we going to do? Our only arms were the captain's whip, our uniforms, our peasants' blouses, and our food, our Gruyère cheese. Our sole riches consisted in our ammunition, packets of cartridges which we had stowed away inside some of the huge cheeses. We had about 1,000 of them, just 200 each. But then we wanted rifles, and they must be chassepot. Luckily, however, the captain was a bold man of an inventive mind, and this was the plan that he hit upon. While 3 of us remained hidden in a cellar in the abandoned village, he continued his journey as far as Besançon, with the empty wagon and 1 man. The town was invested, but one can always make one's way into a town among the hills by crossing the tableland till within about 10 miles of the walls, and then by following paths and ravines on foot. They left their wagon at Omans among the Germans, and escaped out of it at night on foot, so as to gain the heights which border the river Deux. The next day they entered Besançon, where there were plenty of chassepots. There were nearly 40,000 of them left in the arsenal, and General Roland, a brave Marine, laughed at the captain's daring project, but let him have 6 rifles and wished him good luck. There he had also found his wife, who had been through all the war with us before the campaign in the East, and who had been only prevented by illness from continuing with Bourbaki's army. She had recovered, however, in spite of the cold, which was growing more and more intense, and in spite of the numberless privations that awaited her, she persisted in accompanying her husband. He was obliged to give way to her, and they all 3, the captain, his wife, and our comrade, started on their expedition. Going was nothing in comparison to returning. They were obliged to travel by night, so as to avoid meeting anybody, as the possession of 6 rifles would have made them liable to suspicion. But in spite of everything, a week after leaving us, the captain and his 2 men were back with us again. The campaign was about to begin. 3. The first night of his arrival, he began it himself, and under the pretext of examining the country round, he went along the high road. I must tell you that the little village which served as our fortress was a small collection of poor, badly built houses, which had been deserted long before. It lay on a steep slope, which terminated in a wooded plain. The country people sell the wood. They send it down the ravines, which are called coulees locally, and which lead down to the plain, and there they stack it into piles, which they sell thrice a year to the wood merchants. The spot where this market is held is indicated by 2 small houses by the side of the high road, and which serve for public houses. The captain had gone down there by one of these coulees. He had been gone about half an hour, and we were on the lookout at the top of the ravine when we heard a shot. The captain had ordered us not to stir, and only to come to him when we heard him blow his trumpet. It was made of a goat's horn, and could be heard a league off, but it gave no sound, and in spite of our cruel anxiety, we were obliged to wait in silence, without rifles by our side. It is nothing to go down these coulees. One need only let oneself glide down, but it is more difficult to get up again. One has to scramble up by catching hold of the hanging branches of the trees, and sometimes on all 4s by sheer strength. A whole mortal hour passed, and he did not come. Nothing moved in the brushwood. The captain's wife began to grow impatient. What could he be doing? Why did he not call us? Did the shot that we had heard proceed from an enemy? And had he killed or wounded our leader, her husband? They did not know what to think. But I myself fancied either that he was dead, or that his enterprise was successful, and I was merely anxious and curious to know what he had done. Suddenly we heard the sound of his trumpet, and we were much surprised that instead of coming from below, as we had expected, it came from the village behind us. What did that mean? It was a mystery to us, but the same idea struck us all, that he had been killed, and that the Prussians were blowing the trumpet to draw us into an ambush. We therefore returned to the cottage, keeping a careful lookout, with our fingers on the trigger, and hiding under the branches. But his wife, in spite of our entreaties, rushed on, leaping like a tigress. She thought that she had to avenge her husband, and had fixed the bayonet to her rifle, and we lost sight of her at the moment that we heard the trumpet again, and a few moments later we heard her calling out to us, "Come on, come on! He is alive! It is he!" We hastened on and saw the captain smoking his pipe at the entrance of the village, but strangely enough he was on horseback. "Aha," he said to us, "you see that there is something to be done here. Here I am on horseback already. I knocked over a Ulan yonder and took his horse. I suppose they were guarding the wood, but it was by, drinking and swilling in clover. One of them, the sentry at the door, had not time to see me before I gave him a sugar plum in his stomach, and then, before the others could come out, I jumped onto the horse and was off like a shot. 8 or 10 of them followed me, I think, but I took the crossroads through the woods. I have got scratched and torn a bit, but here I am. And now, my good fellows, attention and take care. Those brigands will not rest until they have caught us, and we must receive them with rifle bullets. Come along, let us take up our posts." We set out. One of us took up his position a good way from the village of the crossroads. I was posted at the entrance of the main street, where the road from the level country enters the village, while the 2 others, the captain and his wife, were in the middle of the village, near the church, whose tower served for an observatory and citadel. We had not been in our places long before we heard a shot, followed by another, and then 2, then 3. The first was evidently a chassepot. One recognized it by the sharp report, which sounds like the crack of a whip, while the other 3 came from the lancers' carbines. The captain was furious. He had given orders to the outpost to let the enemy pass, and merely to follow them at a distance if they marched towards the village, and to join me when they had gone well between the houses. Then they were to appear suddenly, take the patrol between 2 fires, and not allow a single man to escape, for posted as we were, the 6 of us could have hemmed in 10 Prussians, if needful. "That confounded Piédelot has roused them," the captain said, "and they will not venture to come on blindfold any longer. And then I am quite sure that he has managed to get a shot into himself somewhere or other, for we hear nothing of him. It serves him right. Why did he not obey orders?" And then, after a moment, he grumbled in his beard, "After all, I am sorry for the poor fellow. He is so brave and shoots so well." The captain was right in his conjectures. We waited until evening without seeing the Uhlans. They had retreated after the first attack, but unfortunately we had not seen Piédelot either. Was he dead or a prisoner? When night came, the captain proposed that we should go out and look for him, and so the 3 of us started. At the crossroads we found a broken rifle and some blood, while the ground was trampled down. But we did not find either a wounded man or a dead body, although we searched every thicket, and at midnight we returned without having discovered anything of our unfortunate comrade. "It is very strange," the captain growled. "They must have killed him and thrown him into the bushes somewhere. They cannot possibly have taken him prisoner, as he would have called out for help. I cannot understand it all." Just as he said that, bright red flames shot up in the direction of the inn on the high road, which illuminated the sky. "Scoundrels! Cowards!" he shouted. "I'll bet they have set fire to the 2 houses on the market-place, in order to have their revenge, and then they will scuffle off without saying a word. they will be satisfied with having killed a man and setting fire to 2 houses. All right, it shall not pass over like that. We must go for them. They will not like to leave their illuminations in order to fight. It would be a great stroke of luck if we could set Piédelot free at the same time, someone said. The 5 of us set off full of rage and hope. In 20 minutes we had got to the bottom of the coulee, and we had not yet seen anyone when we had got within 100 yards of the inn. The fire was behind the house, and so all that we saw of it was the reflection above the roof. However, we were walking rather slowly, as we were afraid of a trap, when suddenly we heard Piédelot's well-known voice. It had a strange sound, however, for it was at the same time dull and vibrating, stifled and clear, as if he was calling out as loud as he could with a bit of rage stuffed into his mouth. He seemed to be hoarse and panting, and the unlucky fellow kept exclaiming, "Help! Help!" We sent all thoughts of prudence to the devil, and in 2 bounds we were at the back of the inn, where a terrible sight met our eyes. 4. Piédelot was being burnt alive. He was writhing in the middle of a heap of faggots against a stake to which they had fastened him, and the flames were licking him with their sharp tongues. When he saw us, his tongue seemed to stick in his throat. He dropped his head, and seemed as if he were going to die. It was only the affair of a moment to upset the burning pile, to scatter the embers, and to cut the ropes that fastened him. Poor fellow! In what a terrible state we found him! The evening before, he had had his left arm broken, and it seemed as if he had been badly beaten since then, for his whole body was covered with wounds, bruises, and blood. The flames had also begun their work on him, and he had 2 large burns, one on his loins and the other on his right thigh, and his beard and his hair were scorched. Poor Piédelot! Nobody knows the terrible rage we felt at this sight. We would have rushed headlong at 100,000 Prussians. Our thirst for vengeance was intense, but the cowards had run away, leaving their crime behind them. Where could we find them now? Meanwhile, however, the captain's wife was looking after Piédelot and dressing his wounds as best she could, while the captain himself shook hands with him excitedly, and in a few minutes he came to himself. "Good morning, Captain. Good morning, all of you," he said. "Ah, the scoundrels, the wretches! Why, 20 of them came to surprise us." 20, do you say? "Yes, there was a whole band of them, and that is why I disobeyed orders, Captain, and fired on them, for they would have killed you all, so I preferred to stop them. That frightened them, and they did not venture to go further than the crossroads. They were such cowards, 4 of them shot at me at 20 yards, as if I had been a target, and then they slashed me with their swords. My arm was broken, so that I could only use my bayonet with one hand." "But why did you not call for help?" "I took good care not to do that, for you would all have come, and you would neither have been able to defend me nor yourselves, being only 5 against 20. You know that we should not have allowed you to have been taken, poor old fellow." "I prefer to die by myself, don't you see? I did not want to bring you there, for it would have been a mere ambush. Well, we will not talk about it any more. Do you feel rather easier?" "No, I am suffocating. I know that I cannot live much longer, the brutes. They tied me to a tree and beat me till I felt half dead, and then they shook my broken arm. But I did not make a sound. I would rather have bitten my tongue out than have called out before them. Now I can say what I am suffering and shed tears. It does one good. Thank you, my kind friends." Poor Piédelot! But we will avenge you, you may be sure. Yes, yes, I want you to do that. Especially there is a woman among them, who passes as the wife of the lancer whom the captain killed yesterday. She is dressed like a lancer, and she tortured me the most yesterday, and suggested burning me, and it was she who set fire to the wood. Oh, the wretch, the brute! Ah, how I am suffering! My loins, my arms." And he fell back panting and exhausted, writhing in his terrible agony, while the captain's wife wiped the perspiration from his forehead, and we all shed tears of grief and rage, as if we had been children. I will not describe the end to you. He died half an hour later, but before that he told us in which direction the enemy had gone. When he was dead, we gave ourselves time to bury him, and then we set out in pursuit of them, with our hearts full of fury and hatred. "We will throw ourselves on the whole Prussian army, if it be needful," the captain said, "but we will avenge Piédelot. We must catch those scoundrels. Let us swear to die, rather than not to find them, and if I am killed first, these are my orders. All the prisoners that you make are to be shot immediately, and as for the lancer's wife, she is to be violated before she is put to death." "She must not be shot, because she is a woman," the captain's wife said. "If you survive, I am sure that you would not shoot a woman. Outraging her will be quite sufficient. But if you are killed in this pursuit, I want one thing, and that is to fight with her. I will kill her with my own hands, and the others can do what they like with her if she kills me. We will outrage her. We will burn her. We will tear her to pieces. Piédelot shall be avenged, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." 5. The next morning we unexpectedly fell on an outpost of Uhlans, 4 leagues away. Surprised by our sudden attack, they were not able to mount their horses, nor even to defend themselves, and in a few moments we had 5 prisoners, corresponding to our own number. The captain questioned them, and from their answers we felt certain that they were the same whom we had encountered the previous day. Then a very curious operation took place. One of us was told off to ascertain their sex, and nothing can depict our joy when we discovered what we were seeking among them, the female executioner who had tortured our friend. The 4 others were shot on the spot, with their backs towards us and close to the muzzles of our rifles. And then we turned our attention to the woman. What were we going to do with her? I must acknowledge that we were, all of us, in favor of shooting her. Hatred and the wish to avenge Piédelot had extinguished all pity in us, and we had forgotten that we were going to shoot a woman. But a woman reminded us of it, the captain's wife. At her entreaties, therefore, we determined to keep her prisoner. The captain's poor wife was to be severely punished for this act of clemency. The next day we heard that the armistice had been extended to the eastern part of France, and we had to put an end to our little campaign. 2 of us, who belonged to the neighborhood, returned home, so there were only 4 of us, all told, the captain, his wife, and 2 men. We belonged to Besançon, which was still being besieged in spite of the armistice. "Let us stop here," said the captain. "I cannot believe that the war is going to end like this. The devil take it! Surely there are men still left in France, and now is the time to prove what they are made of. The spring is coming on, and the armistice is only a trap laid for the Prussians. During the time that it lasts, a new army will be formed, and some fine morning we shall fall upon them again. We shall be ready, and we have a hostage. Let us remain here." We fixed our quarters there. It was terribly cold, and we did not go out much, and somebody had always to keep the female prisoner in sight. She was sullen and never said anything, or else spoke of her husband, whom the captain had killed. She looked at him continually with fierce eyes, and we felt that she was tortured by a wild longing for revenge. That seemed to us to be the most suitable punishment for the terrible torments that she had made Piédelot suffer, for impotent vengeance is such intense pain. Alas, we who knew how to avenge our comrade ought to have thought that this woman would know how to avenge her husband, and have been on our guard. It is true that one of us kept watch every night, and that at first we tied her by a long rope to the great oak bench that was fastened to the wall. But by and by, as she had never tried to escape, in spite of her hatred for us, we relaxed our extreme prudence, and allowed her to sleep somewhere else except on the bench, and without being tied. What had we to fear? She was at the end of the room. A man was on guard at the door, and between her and the sentinel the captain's wife and 2 other men used to lie. She was alone and unarmed against 4, so there could be no danger. One night, when we were asleep and the captain was on guard, the lancer's wife was lying more quietly in her corner than usual, and she had even smiled for the first time since she had been our prisoner during the evening. Suddenly, however, in the middle of the night, we were all awakened by a terrible cry. We got up, groping about, and scarcely were we up when we stumbled over a furious couple who were rolling about and fighting on the ground. It was the captain and the lancer's wife. We threw ourselves onto them and separated them in a moment. She was shouting and laughing, and he seemed to have the death rattle. All this took place in the dark. 2 of us held her, and when a light was struck, a terrible sight met our eyes. The captain was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, with an enormous wound in his throat, and his sword bayonet that had been taken from his rifle was sticking in the red, gaping wound. A few minutes afterwards he died, without having been able to utter a word. His wife did not shed a tear. Her eyes were dry. Her throat was contracted, and she looked at the lancer's wife steadfastly and with a calm ferocity that inspired fear. "This woman belongs to me," she said to us suddenly. "You swore to me not a week ago to let me kill her as I chose if she killed my husband, and you must keep your oath. You must fasten her securely to the fireplace, upright against the back of it, and then you can go where you like, but far from here. I will take my revenge on her to myself. Leave the captain's body, and we 3, he, she, and I, will remain here." We obeyed and went away. She promised to write to us to Geneva, as we were returning there. 6. 2 days later, I received the following letter, dated the day after we had left, and that had been written at an inn on the high road. "My friend, I am writing to you according to my promise. For the moment I am at the inn, where I have just handed my prisoner over to a Prussian officer. I must tell you, my friend, that this poor woman has left 2 children in Germany. She had followed her husband whom she adored, as she did not wish him to be exposed to the risks of war by himself, and as her children were with their grandparents. I have learnt all this since yesterday, and it has turned my ideas of vengeance into more humane feelings. At the very moment when I felt pleasure in insulting this woman, and in threatening her with the most fearful torments, in recalling Piédelot, who had been burnt alive, and in threatening her with a similar death, she looked at me coldly and said, 'What have you got to reproach me with, Frenchwoman? You think that you will do right in avenging your husband's death. Is not that so?' 'Yes,' I replied. 'Very well, then. In killing him, I did what you are going to do in burning me. I avenged my husband, for your husband killed him.' 'Well,' I replied, 'as you approve of this vengeance, prepare to endure it.' 'I do not fear it.' And in fact, she did not seem to have lost courage. Her face was calm, and she looked at me without trembling, while I brought wood and dried leaves together, and feverishly threw onto them the powder from some cartridges, which was to make her funeral pile the more cruel. I hesitated in my thoughts of persecution for a moment, but the captain was there, pale and covered with blood, and he seemed to be looking at me with his large glassy eyes, and I applied myself to my work again after kissing his pale lips. Suddenly, however, on raising my head, I saw that she was crying, and I felt rather surprised. "So, you are frightened," I said to her. "No, but when I saw you kiss your husband, I thought of mine, of all whom I love." She continued to sob, but stopping suddenly, she said to me in broken words and in a low voice, "Have you any children?" A shiver ran over me, for I guessed that this poor woman had some. She asked me to look in a pocket-book, which was in her bosom, and in it I saw 2 photographs of quite young children, a boy and a girl, with those kind, gentle, chubby faces that German children have. In it there were also 2 locks of light hair, and a letter in a large, childish hand, and beginning with German words which meant, "My dear little mother." I could not restrain my tears, my dear friend, and so I untied her, and without venturing to look at the face of my poor dead husband, who was not to be avenged, I went with her as far as the inn. She is free. I have just left her, and she kissed me with tears. I am going upstairs to my husband. Come as soon as possible, my dear friend, to look for our 2 bodies. I set off with all speed, and when I arrived, there was a Prussian patrol at the cottage, and when I asked what it all meant, I was told that there was a captain of Franc-Tireurs and his wife inside, both dead. I gave their names. They saw that I knew them, and I begged to be allowed to undertake their funeral. "Somebody has already undertaken it," was the reply. "Go in if you wish to, as you knew them. You can settle about their funeral with their friend." I went in. The captain and his wife were lying side by side on a bed, and were covered by a sheet. I raised it, and saw that the woman had inflicted a similar wound in her throat to that from which her husband had died. At the side of the bed there sat, watching and weeping, the woman who had been mentioned to me as their best friend. It was the lancer's wife. End of section 33, recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.